I am a wealthy master in India. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 226 Fire. The crowd cheered and shouted, heading south. Ashish had been standing by to watch the fun, but now he couldn't resist the call of the dancing crowd and followed them. He suddenly rushed out from the side of the road and joined the dense, cramped and twisting crowd. He was not good at this, so he danced shakily and stumbled, but he kept squeezing into the middle of the dancing group. He stretched out his arms to balance his body, as if he was stepping on rows of stones in a shallow river to cross the river. Occasionally, he would suddenly turn around, lean to the side, and then laugh. Yellow shirts flashed in the crowd as he danced. The carnival team moved along the long street, heading south and south. The girls threw colorful paints, red, yellow, green, bursting in clusters, falling like rain from the sky, landing on the crowd that kept pouring in. The uncoordinated drumbeats led the mighty team to keep moving. There were constantly carnival crowds on the street, and they were infected by them and joined in. The cheers, which were already thunderous, now resounded throughout the streets. Mumbai was full of such carnival teams, and some narrow lanes were even blocked. The team from Slum always had a clear goal, and it was carrying more and more people to South Mumbai and the bustling Haines Road. As the goal got closer, Amol gestured to the musicians. The drumbeats changed and became more passionate. The men in the team slowly gathered forward, and the women and children gradually fell behind. The palace. It was right in front of us. Amol raised the flag and shouted, "For the sun god, Surya. Purify the sins." He led the charge, and the men followed him to the magnificent building. The musicians' drumbeats changed again, and they automatically separated from the team. The women and children followed the musicians and continued forward, and the whole team was divided into two. There were many security guards arranged near the palace, more than before, as if they were on guard against something. Today was Holi, and the security guards relaxed their vigilance and stood at the door watching the excitement with a smile on their faces. When Amor and his men rushed over, they had no idea how to react. 1, 2, 3, dozens of them. The security guards were shocked. They raised their sticks to drive the crowd away. Some even prepared to pull out their guns. But at some point, the men had a bunch of tools in their hands, wrenches, iron pipes, steel chisels. They were workers, so it was reasonable for them to carry wrenches and hammers. The guards of the palace raised their guns in panic, ready to aim at the man holding the flag in front. But in a flash, a wrench flew over and hit him in the face. The guard fell to the ground with blood all over his face and screamed. The crowd that rushed over hit him with hammers and iron pipes. In a few seconds, a hole was knocked out of the head of the guard with the gun. Red and white were smeared all over the ground. The others were scared and ran away screaming. It was useless. There were too many people. The hundreds of guards in the palace were drowned by the crowd in the blink of an eye. Amor received an order to leave no one alive. All the thugs in the palace would not be able to walk out of this gate today. Ron knew that Lady Elizabeth had only been in Mumbai for 2 years. She had a shallow foundation and all her team members were in the palace. She was not a member of the Dawood gang. Her people were spread all over the city of Mumbai, so it was difficult to clear them all at once. The palace was her pride, but it was also the best target for concentrated fire. Following the flag, the crowd that rushed in from behind became hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands. The gate of the palace was like a dam that had burst, and the dark torrent was unstoppable. The people, wooden doors, and railings that stood in front of it were knocked open, torn apart, and washed away. The torrent rushed from the first floor to the third floor. Every room they passed by was kicked open, and the people inside were driven out screaming. The sound of glass breaking, the sharp friction of metal railings, the screams and shouts of the crowd. Under the impact of tens of thousands of people, the huge and heavy palace was as fragile as a layer of window paper. The carnival on the street continued, and the colorful powder covered the sky, and people were dancing and laughing. Suddenly, there was a white color in the gorgeous powder. No, it was thick smoke. The fire almost instantly shot up into the sky, and the heat wave forced the celebrating crowd to flee in panic. Burn! Burn! People ran and shouted. The fire started too quickly, and there was no way to rescue. People could only stand in the distance and watch this brothel being licked and engulfed by the flames. Amor's team had already rushed out of the palace, and they watched the fire raging with the crowd on the street. The musicians who had left before came back at some point, and the sound of drums, flutes, and trumpets came. The team began to move again, and Amor led his men to the north. They had another place to rush, but this time it was for themselves. The crowd of onlookers gradually dispersed, and soon only a few people were left on Haynes Road. The street was like an overturned paint tray, a mess. In a car in the corner, Ron slowly rolled up the window and closed his eyes. Anil waved his hand, and the driver started the car and drove away. The fire in the palace burned for 3 days and 3 nights, and it was completely destroyed. It was Holi, and Mumbai was celebrating everywhere. Even if the firefighters wanted to rescue, they were powerless. It was difficult to move on the streets, and the parade teams and floats blocked the streets and alleys tightly. It was not until the 5th day that the neighborhood returned to normal. The palace building was still there, and the stairs and upstairs rooms were still there, but it was pitch black and there was no possibility of opening. No one came to check from beginning to end, including the police, who seemed to have received some orders. On the streets and alleys, people gradually stopped talking about the palace, as if it had been forgotten. But soon, Haynes Road welcomed 2 uninvited guests. "Are you sure you want to go up?" Ron sat in the car and looked at the black ruins. "We must see it with our own eyes." Mary was very determined. "This fire has been burning for 3 days. She might have turned into a piece of charcoal." Ron spread his hands. "My people have been keeping watch here. No one came out until the fire was out. You underestimate her. She is an instructor and very cunning. Okay, be careful. I'm here. I'll call you if you need anything." Lady Elizabeth is Mary and Lena's obsession. They must make an end of her. The front facade of the palace is almost intact because it is protected by marble. But the metal sheets, wooden boards, and flowered curtains on the windows have been burnt to a horrible degree. The gate is blocked by miscellaneous objects, so the 2 can only find entrances from other places. There is a narrow alley on the side street that leads directly to the back of the palace. Compared with the grandeur of the gate, this narrow alley is very dirty. Mary and Lena carefully stepped over the black and smelly puddles with floating scum and bypassed piles of greasy garbage with pigment powder. After looking at each other, they both held their breath. It was too smelly. The walls and fences on both sides of the alley were hastily built with stones, bricks, and cement. They looked old and covered with disgusting moss and plants. They checked one house after another along the street corner, and finally found the back door. Mary pushed the low wooden door embedded in the tall stone wall, and the door opened immediately. The 2 walked into the spacious backyard, which was once a luxurious and beautiful quiet resting place, but it was no longer there. Heavy ceramic vases were pushed over and shattered all over the ground. Clods of soil and flowers fell on the ground, making a mess. The furniture in the courtyard was smashed and burned, and even the tiles on the ground had cracks in many places, as if someone had hit them with a hammer. Lena found a blackened door leading to the house, and the door was not locked. She nodded to Mary, took out the dagger at her waist, and pushed the door inward, and the rusty metal squeaked. "Be careful, that Abu is not an ordinary person," Mary warned her. "I've waited too long for this day." Lena took a deep breath and stepped into the door. It was dark inside. Broken plates, cans, wine glasses, and other utensils were scattered among the black furniture fragments and fallen beams on the floor. Mary suddenly regretted that they should have brought a flashlight. In the pitch-black darkness, every step was dangerous. She carefully bypassed the kitchen on the first floor and walked up the corridor leading to the lobby. The rooms she passed by were basically burned by the fire, and some of the ceilings had fallen down. The charred brackets were exposed from the holes above, like the remains of some giant beasts. Near the lobby, they found the stairs. It was the stairs that Ron and Hila had taken to save her friend. The wallpaper in the corridor, which was once so colorful and rich in texture, has now been burned and peeled off from the bubbling walls. The wooden stairs have been carbonized, and the carpet on them has been burned into rolls of silky ash. Lena tried it with her feet, and it seemed reliable. "I'll go up first," she nodded to Mary, then stepped lightly up the stairs. "If the situation is not right, come down immediately. I'm prepared. I have something with me." Lena held the dagger tightly in her hand and walked up slowly. She stepped lightly at each step, and then stepped firmly. The charred stairs made a slight creaking sound, like the groaning of old rotten wood. When she reached the second floor, Lena looked around vigilantly, and then whistled softly. Mary went up the stairs along the place she stepped on, but halfway up, one of her feet suddenly stepped on empty air. The wooden board could not withstand the 2 consecutive ravages and broke. Mary supported herself on the stairs in front of her with both hands, and her body turned upwards nimbly. She stepped on her feet and quickly climbed to the 2nd floor. It was darker here than downstairs. The 2 leaned against the wall to adapt for a while before continuing to move forward. There was a big hole in the floor of the corridor on the 2nd floor. Fortunately, Mary was alert and took Lena around it in small steps. The traces of the raging fire were everywhere, and there were holes in many walls, and blackened debris scattered in the corridor. Yet, some places were intact and looked very clean. The coexistence of the former magnificence and the current shaky state made the building even more eerie. Mary and Lena were walking towards the other end of the wide corridor, when suddenly the floor beneath their feet broke like thin paper. The 2 of them tilted and lost their balance, crashing into the wall beside them. The wall collapsed and they fell down together. Everything happened too fast, and there was no time to react. Fortunately, the wall was not completely hollow inside, and the 2 of them fell to the ground with a thud. Damn, the walls here are like paper paste, Lena cursed. They are originally paper, wallpaper. Mary pulled a rag in front of her. It turned out that the wall they had just supported was actually just a layer of plywood with wallpaper with complex patterns on it. After the fire, this place had long lost its support. It looks like a secret passage. Lena stepped hard. The rumors outside are right. She really likes to spy on guests in the secret corridor. Mary dusted off the dust on her body and looked around. The corridor was very low, stretching forward, following the shape of the room and going around the corner. As they walked along the corridor, they could see the metal railings embedded in the wall, which were uneven in height. Under the higher metal railings, there was a stepped wooden ladder. Mary took a few steps forward and stood at the top of the wooden ladder. Through the heart-shaped opening of the metal railings, the scene in the room was in full view: the cracked mirror on the wall, the burnt bed, and the blackened bedside table. She stood here and peeked. Mary frowned, very disgusted. She is a lunatic and a pervert, Lena cursed sharply. The 2 did not want to stay here any longer. They walked forward and reached a certain place. The slope of the corridor rose sharply. Their intuition told them that going up from here would be the 3rd floor. It was rumored that Lady Elizabeth was on the 3rd floor, and she had her own secret space. Mary and Lena looked at each other and simultaneously tightened the daggers in their hands. Chapter 227 Collapse. Mary and Lena climbed up the ramp, and gradually the metal railings disappeared. In the darkness, Mary, who was in the front, suddenly felt a staircase. After a few steps, they came to a door. It was a small wooden door with inlaid flowers. The door was very small but very delicate. At first glance, it seemed to be designed specifically for children. Mary turned the door handle easily. She pushed the door open and the light rushed in. This was an attic room. There was a row of 4 stained glass windows in the room, and the light came from there. The vertical triangular windows, like a church, protruded from the roof. This space seemed to be independent of the palace. The only way to get up was through a secret corridor hidden in the wall. The fire did not burn here, but it still looked bad. The walls were blackened and had wavy black lines. There were also holes in the floor, revealing the mezzanine with the ceiling of the room below. But the room was in good condition overall. The carpet and exotic wallpaper were not damaged. The furniture was also intact. On a throne-like chair sat Lady Elizabeth. Her face was twisted and she stared fiercely. Mary and Lena clenched their fists and held daggers in their hands. They bent their waists slightly, and their chests rose and fell sharply, like leopards ready to pounce at any time. But soon they noticed something unusual. Lady Elizabeth's malicious eyes were not looking at them. To be precise, her eyes were out of focus, and she was staring at a moment in the past with resentment. The 2 approached cautiously, and her eyes became more and more empty, as if she was trying to grasp something in vain. Lady Elizabeth was now heavily made up, with thick powder. It was so thick that it looked like a mask, and people could not see her original appearance. Her mouth became bigger because of the lipstick, her eyebrows became thicker because of the drawing, and her cheekbones appeared higher because of the makeup. When standing close enough, you can see saliva dripping from the corners of her mouth and dripping onto her thighs. She was covered in the smell of alcohol, mixed with other smells that were even more foul and disgusting. Her hair was completely covered by a wig, and the thick golden curly wig was slightly askew, revealing short and sparse gray hair underneath. She was wearing a green evening dress with a high collar covering her throat and supporting her chin. Her legs were crossed, and her feet were placed on the seat next to her. She was wearing soft silk slippers, and her hands were resting on her thighs, hanging lifelessly, just like her loose mouth. Mary and Lena approached blankly. They had never thought that they would see such a face on Lady Elizabeth's face. In their memories, she was a real beauty, although her heart was as poisonous as a scorpion. The kind of beauty that radiated from the inside out was beautiful and moving. Now, she was not beautiful, but ugly. That beautiful skin had been swept away by the fire, leaving only ashes. The first time Mary and Lena saw Lady Elizabeth, they knew that she was finished. Her energy was sucked away, she was weak, and her whole body exuded decay. She floated on the black lake, and soon the black water would drag her under the water. The room was filled with deep silence, and even breathing was barely audible. Mary and Lena were at a loss, and their anger for revenge disappeared without a trace. They were shocked and confused. And they didn't understand why their former instructor had suddenly fallen into such a situation. They were standing in front of her, but she turned a blind eye. Mary, Lena was distraught, and the dagger in her hand quietly loosened. She won't live long. The fire destroyed the palace and destroyed her. Lena's eyes flashed with tears. She wanted to say something, but was suddenly interrupted by a scream. A heart-wrenching, sharp and piercing cry like a wild boar's roar came. Mary turned around suddenly, and Lady Elizabeth's eunuch, Abu, rushed over quickly. She subconsciously raised her arms to block, but it was too late. Abu's fierce collision made Mary lose her balance. He held Mary and broke through an attic window. Mary leaned back and hung outside the window. Mary, Lena screamed and pounced like a leopard. As a result, another figure rushed towards her in the middle of the way, and the two fell and rolled. Lena saw the face clearly, which was exactly the same as Abu's. He also had braids, shaved eyebrows, and a tattoo on his bald chin. It was a twin brother. Lady Elizabeth's two private servants were actually twin brothers. He held a thin scimitar in his hand and pressed down on Lena viciously. Lena resisted desperately. She turned her head to look at the window, and Mary was still there. The broken glass cut Mary's arms and ears. The wounds were deep and cold blood flowed out. She was pressed on the window sill and could see the blue sky above her head and Abu's head shaking wildly. Abu pushed Mary forward desperately, and his feet moved forward strangely on the ground, not worrying about falling out of the window at all. Mary realized that he was holding the idea of dying together, pushing both of them out, and then landing heavily. Abu had no confidence in defeating Mary, so he could only take the initiative and fight with his life. Mary hooked one leg on the windowsill and leaned back to relieve the force. Caught off guard, Abu rushed forward and fell on the windowsill. Mary took the opportunity to flip into the window, and she grabbed Abu's braid with one hand. Then she used her feet and shoulders to throw Abu out with an over-the-shoulder throw. She wanted to help Lena, but Abu jumped up and rushed over again screaming. Mary wiped her waist and found a dagger in her hand. In the gap when Abu rushed over, she ducked and got out from under his arm, then turned around and swish, 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 a few times. Abu screamed in pain, his legs and back were covered with the wounds, and the cuts were very deep. But he still rushed over again fearlessly, and Mary's eyes flashed with anxiety. She knew that Abu wanted to delay time for his twin brother, and Lena was in danger. After all, women's explosive power is not as long-lasting as men's. The scimitar in front of Lena was getting closer and closer, only a few centimeters away from her pupil. Lena was ruthless and prepared to trade injuries for injuries, using an ear as a price to buy a chance to counterattack. Puff! A muffled sound suddenly echoed in the room. The figure above Lena trembled, and then slowly fell. Everyone looked at the door at the same time. Ron stood there with a pistol in his hand. Anil and several of his men were also vigilantly scattered around the attic, searching for suspicious hidden targets. "This is my first time shooting, and it's quite accurate," he breathed a sigh of relief. Lena collapsed to the ground and smiled. "Brother, did you choose this time on purpose to be a hero? Don't mention it. The broken stairs broke when you stepped on them. I searched for a long time before I got here. You came at the right time." Mary also laughed. A scream interrupted their greetings. Abu suddenly gave up Mary and rushed towards Ron. The sternness on his face turned into shock, and then into ferocity, anger, and extreme hatred. That hatred made his screams pierce the eardrums and make people shudder. He didn't care, ignoring the bleeding wounds on his body, and rushed towards Ron like crazy. Fire, a blazing fire, gushing anger, burned his eyes to the point of wanting to burst. Bang! Anand raised his hand and shot, aiming at the eunuch's abdomen. Abu's legs softened and fell to the side. He whimpered in pain, rolled on the floor, arched his body, and hugged the bleeding wound. He groaned, but climbed up with great perseverance, limping to the throne-like chair, and used his body to block Lady Elizabeth, protecting her with his bare chest. He stared at Ron viciously. He knew he couldn't protect his master, but he still did it. Anand raised his gun, and Ron stretched out his hand to stop him. He looked at Mary and the others. "Do you have anything to ask? Forget it, the palace is finished, and they are finished too." Abu was already at the end of his strength, and his twin brother had already fallen silently in a pool of blood. Ron looked at Lady Elizabeth on the chair. This was the first time he had seen her. It was impossible to tell her specific age and nationality. She might have Bear ancestry, Spanish ancestry, or Greek ancestry. "It's very different from the photo," Ron commented. "You haven't seen her young?" Lena got up from the floor. "So what happened?" he asked. "Let's talk about it outside." "Why did you come up?" Mary walked over. "I'm worried. You've been in for too long and there's been no movement. To be honest, this building is very dangerous. I can feel something is wrong when I step on the floor." "Okay, it's over." Mary turned her head at the door of the attic. Abu collapsed under the throne, staring at the ceiling with lifeless eyes, and his chest no longer rose and fell. Lady Elizabeth still had a hollow look in her eyes, and her mouth was loose and half open. She was motionless like a puppet, without breathing or heartbeat. A slight push would probably make her fall. Several people turned to leave, but the secret corridor suddenly collapsed. It could not bear the weight of so many people at the same time. They fell down, through the wood that had been burned by the fire, and landed heavily on the hard floor. Ahem. "Damn it," Ron came out of the secret passage with a dusty face. "I almost fell here." Mary pushed Lena away with lingering fear. The charcoal ash and fibers choked several people and they vomited dirty things. "Are you okay, Master?" Anand fell to the end. "Listen." Ron listened. "It's not good, Run." A subtle creaking sound came from the top of the building, like the sound of ice cracking. Several people were so scared that they ran out of the building quickly and left through the yard at the back door. Boom. The attic on the top of the third floor collapsed obliquely and fell to the ground, raising a large cloud of dust. Damn, luckily I ran fast. Ron was still frightened. He guessed that the collapse of the secret passage just now caused a series of chain reactions. The secret passage was connected to the attic, and it only had this one exit. Mary and Lena stared at the ruins blankly, without saying a word. Ron couldn't describe the feeling. They felt like they had unloaded some kind of burden, relaxed and tired. "It's over," Mary sighed. "Free," Lena smiled. "Ladies, we'll talk about your feelings later. We'd better leave quickly before outsiders come to check." Ron had to interrupt them. "That's right, we're going to have a good drink tonight." "Yes, we won't leave until we're drunk," Lena shouted. Ron took a last look at the ruins of the palace, his eyes flashing. Lady Elizabeth, dead. Chapter 228 Cleanup. Marie and Lena have no nationality. To be precise, they don't know which country they belong to. They were Europeans in their childhood, became bears in their youth, and now they can be Indians. If they hadn't met Lady Elizabeth, they might not have such troubles. Marie only remembers that she was born in Switzerland and has no brothers or sisters. Both her parents are artists, her father is a painter and her mother is a soprano singer. In her memory, her childhood was the happiest time of her life. Her creative parents are very popular. In that multi-ethnic country, poets, musicians, actors, and artists all like to gather at her home. Marie naturally learned multiple languages in her life and spoke each language fluently. She also spent a lot of time learning her favorite areas from her mother. In her father's studio, she watched her father use his favorite colors and shapes to create incredible pictures on the blank canvas. One day, her mother received an invitation from the Vienna Theater to participate in a performance there. The whole family went out, planned the route in advance, and prepared to enjoy a long self-driving tour. When they were about to reach their destination, they suddenly encountered a blizzard and the car ran off the road. Their father died and their mother was trapped under the car. Mary cried helplessly, and then Mrs. Elizabeth appeared. She took Mary away and set the car on fire, burning her mother under the car. Lena's situation was even worse. Her whole family was killed just to cover up the fact that she was taken away. All this happened in front of her. Her family was a farmer near Brno, Czech Republic. When the gunshots were heard, there was no one around for miles. They were taken away for training and learned all kinds of skills. Mrs. Elizabeth served as the instructor. A few years ago, the two were sent to Brazil to perform a mission. As a result, when they were close to the target, they suddenly heard the news that the North had disintegrated. Mary and Lena escaped, and Mrs. Elizabeth sent people to hunt them down. They were able to escape with the help of Luca. Later, Mrs. Elizabeth herself became a rootless duckweed, and her former subordinates disappeared one after another. In desperation, she relied on her previous connections to start a palace business in Delhi, and then because she was involved in a political murder case, she began to move to Mumbai. Mary and the others also came to Mumbai after hearing the news that Lady Elizabeth had fallen from power. As Ron saw, everything that happened later has now been settled. "What are your plans for the future?" he asked. "I don't know." Mary lay on the bed, staring at the ceiling and shaking her head. "Mumbai is nice, I like it here." Lena was heartless. She no longer had a home, and she was wandering wherever she went. "Then stay in Mumbai first. You like Bollywood very much, don't you?" "We don't have anything else to do now," Mary shrugged. "Sun Entertainment is your career." "Well, our career." Ron nodded affirmatively. Mary and Lena laughed, giggled, and laughed happily. They were relaxed from the inside out, and they could even stare at the ceiling and be distracted for a few minutes. "By the way, speaking of Bollywood, it seems that director Chopra has some trouble," Mary said. "What trouble?" Ron also relaxed his body and lay between them. "It is said that they failed to reach an agreement with a record company on the music cassette due to copyright issues." "Okay, I'll go check it out in 2 days." Ron stood up. "Where are you going?" Lena was about to score a second goal. "There's still some finishing work to do." Ron put on his clothes and left. The famous palace was burned down, and the matter would not end so easily. The people might think that it was an accident during the carnival, or that the palace angered some mobs. But the bigwigs don't think so. They are well informed, and any event that can change the pattern of the city will attract their strong attention. There are tens of thousands of people, and no one can remain calm in the face of such power. The first person to call Ron was the Shiva army leader, Sakra. His power comes from tens of thousands of Shiva army. At a command, these people are willing to do anything for him, just like the mob storming the palace. Look, now a small Shiva army is born, and Sakra immediately feels threatened. As soon as Ron entered the door, he asked directly, "Did you do anything about the palace?" "They didn't shout my slogans." How could he admit such a thing directly? In Mumbai, Thackeray was the most powerful. Many people called me to complain about the current security problems in Mumbai. The public's vision is narrow. They can't see the overall situation, can't distinguish right from wrong, and are easily incited. I understand that Mumbai cannot do without the Shiv Sena. Fortunately, those people didn't hurt innocent people. They were just dissatisfied with the palace. Ron deliberately lowered his posture and explained softly. "That place is very dirty. It is simply a blasphemy against Lord Shiva." When mentioning the palace, Thackeray's face was full of disgust. He was extremely conservative and followed Hindu culture. In his opinion, Indian women should wear veils when going out, and when talking to strangers, their eyes should look down at the ground. Those shocking tricks in the palace were heresy in Thackeray's view, and they should all be hanged. Even without Ron, the Shiv Sena would destroy the place one day. It was precisely because of the similar values that he turned a blind eye to the palace and turned a blind eye to Ron. Of course, Ron personally went to explain the matter, which was considered to give him enough face. Not only the palace, but also those Bollywood movies that crossed the line should be destroyed. What bad habits have young people developed now? Oh, yes, Valentine's Day. I will ban it next year, just wait and see. They will never dare to do it again. I will tear up those Valentine's Day cards. What is Valentine's Day? Ridiculous. College students have a few dollars in their pockets, and their fathers give them pocket money. I don't know if this money is legal. Oh, it's terrible. You have to enjoy life with your girlfriend. Girls nowadays are the same. This generation, what do the newspapers call them? The Coke generation, right? Whether it's Coca-Cola or Pepsi, they all wear. Thackeray gestured with disgust. Jeans. Perhaps this big man is old, and the topic has deviated from the topic while chatting. After all, he is a tired, old dictator. After each angry speech, he would chuckle and seem less threatening. He would also joke with Ron about people in the film and television industry, and at first glance he looked kind while smoking a cigar. Ron did not forget that the man in front of him was a big shot in the parallel government of Mumbai, who could remotely control most things here. Those people are right next to your factory, you have to take care of them, Thackeray turned around and told him. They will settle down, I promise, Ron nodded. Some things are tacitly understood by everyone. Ron will not publicize what he has done to the palace to the world, but he must let the necessary people know what energy he can mobilize. Thackeray confirmed that this would not pose a threat to him, so he let it go lightly, and even talked and laughed with Ron. The power of the representative is something they do their best to fight for and maintain. Coming out of Thackeray's villa, Ron chuckled. There are not many people in Mumbai who can make him feel timid now, and Thackeray's one of them. He is no longer the little man who is treated as a horse, and the palace is his best stepping stone. It is true that he is a businessman, and it is also true that he values peace, but it does not mean that he can be slaughtered at will. Those who want to take advantage of him, especially the gangsters, had better think twice before making a decision. Thackeray was not the last person Ron wanted to meet. The fall of the palace was too eye-catching after all. Lady Elizabeth worked hard to manage it and won over a considerable number of connections. Even though she was already stupid, those frequent visitors to the palace or those who had the handle in her hand were very nervous about this matter. So the day after meeting Thackeray, Ron went to visit the Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Pawar. Why do you always like to make big news? Pawar looked unhappy. What do you mean? Ron looked innocent. What happened in Kama Court? Pawar handed him the newspaper in his hand. The report on it was about another riot in Mumbai. Hundreds of small companies in Kama Court were driven away by the swarming mobs. Those people only had time to pack up their belongings. Other things, including office supplies, were all taken away by the mobs from outside. Who are these mobs? Ron said he didn't know them. Mr. Minister, I am also a victim, he even complained. How did you become a victim? Those people are from the slums next to your factory, Pawar said unhappily. There are slums next to the World Trade Center, but who can say there is a connection between the two? Ron pretended to be dumb. Besides, they robbed my house, your house. Pawar was puzzled. Yes, I just bought it not long ago. I was preparing to renovate the building, but now it is occupied by people from the slums. It's a bit troublesome, Pawar frowned. Of course it's troublesome. There are more than 30,000 people. Forcing them will arouse public anger. What are you going to do? Oh, forget it. For the stability of Mumbai, those houses will be left to them. Ron's face was full of righteousness. Although 200 rupees a month is not much, at least I didn't go home empty-handed. That's it. Pawar looked strange. That's it, but the original tenants will suffer. The house is now impossible to get back. I have never seen a Brahmin like you. You are more Vaishya than Vaishya. Pawar finally couldn't hold it in. Do you really think he doesn't know about the palace? The mob coincidentally set fire to the palace, and then rushed to the Carmen courtyard without stopping, and took another city. This series of dazzling operations. If there is no one behind the scenes, it would be a ghost. There is no need to guess that this is a deal, not to mention who the mastermind is. However, Pawar does not care about the destruction of the palace, and even hopes that it will burn more thoroughly. It is said that Mrs. Elizabeth secretly took many photos of political dignitaries having fun, and no one knows where they are hidden. Now it is just right to burn it with fire, cleanly and thoroughly without leaving a trace. Why didn't the police and fire brigade go on the day of the fire? It was because many people hoped that the fire would burn bigger. Of course, Pawar would not say these words explicitly, let alone thank Ron. As a superior, it is normal to knock them down appropriately. At least I eliminated a slum with a scale of 30,000 people. They are now official residents of Mumbai and hold 30,000 votes, Ron hinted to him. Just take care of your Sir Park and stop making the news. Pawar's eyes flickered. No problem, Ron agreed briskly. Look, everyone wants something. The people in the slums want a stable place to live. Pawar wants votes. What does Ron want? He wants to eat at the table. Chapter 229, Luxurious Friendship. The Sir Slum has disappeared. What the demolition king Kellner failed to do was easily resolved by Ron's promise. No one is born to like living in slums. One of the biggest fears of Mumbai people is to live on the streets. If there are brick buildings to live in, who would want to squeeze into the smelly slums? It's just a matter of making trouble, which is nothing to the people in the slums. There is no need to fight for the territory of Kama compound, Because it is for oneself. In Mumbai, even children have learned how to fight for more space. More importantly, once you have fought for it, you have to guard it well and never be squeezed out, otherwise someone will come to grab the space that originally belonged to you. Compound has been packed to the brim. Even when the construction workers want to open up more single rooms, those people are reluctant to leave. They value the houses here more than their lives, just because the small rooms can be inherited by the next generation. From then on, they are no longer refugees in Mumbai. They have completed the class leap and have become property owners from proletarians. That is what countless people dream of, and only by guarding it all the time can they feel at ease. Of course, things are not taken for free, and people here will follow Ron's lead in the future. From votes to proxy rights, including the next Lafota. To do business in a place like Mumbai, you must always have the power to restrain others. It's not to cause trouble, but just to ensure that others don't mess with it. The 30,000 people in Kama Court were handed over by Ron to Amal, and Anand was his deputy. The scale of a complete community is difficult to handle with Anand's talent. Amal is knowledgeable and motivated, and is very suitable to be the manager here. Kama Court is a test for him. He did a good job, and it is inevitable that he will be transferred back to Sir Electric to become a management. It goes without saying how to choose the property manager and the enterprise manager. It's just too chaotic, especially at the moment. It's a huge project to build thousands of single rooms in 5 buildings. It's not enough to rely on workers alone. Some slum residents simply negotiated among themselves and used plywood as a barrier. In this way, amidst the clanging sound, 30,000 people quickly squeezed into the building. Don't doubt the traditional skills of Indians. It is a routine operation to squeeze 7 or 8 people into one room. Next, there is the registration of population and the planning of toilets. Ron doesn't care about these trivial matters at all. He only needs to master a few key managers, which is the basic quality of being a leader. He is more concerned about the planning of the Sir Park. After the slums were evacuated, the surrounding wasteland was fenced off. Construction will start here probably next month. First, the office building in the west, then the factory area in the south, step by step. The 200 million rupee loan from the Bank of Mumbai has arrived, and he can't wait. Oh, he has unknowingly owed a huge sum of 400 million rupees. Ron feels good. The one who owes money is the boss, don't panic. Ron even plans to buy a villa in Malabar Hill. He has had this plan for a long time, but was dragged down by a series of things. After walking around the wasteland of the Sir Park, Ron was about to meet a bank president, but Johnny came. Ron, he wanted to come over and hug him, but stopped in shame. Let's go, have a drink. Ron patted his shoulder. Anand's words came to his mind again, and Ron also had many questions. They found a restaurant and sat down. After waving to the waiter to bring 2 dishes and drinks, the two were silent and waited for the wine to be served. Then, they each poured a glass of wine and raised their glasses. To friendship, Ron suggested. To friendship, Johnny agreed. They clinked their glasses and drank them all. You didn't tell me, Ron said. What? You didn't tell me that you met Anand that night. Ron stared at him. Sorry, Ron. Johnny's face was filled with pain. Does his imprisonment have anything to do with you? No. It was a complete coincidence, I swear. The pain on Johnny's face was even worse. It was the heartache of having his friendship questioned. Why didn't you tell me? I could have rescued him with just one phone call. I couldn't. Johnny clenched the glass in his hand, at least not at that time. Kaderbhai was doing a crucial deal. Ron looked at him, silent. That calm look was more piercing than any torture. MRS. Elizabeth was helping Kaderbhai get to know politicians to win their favor. That connection was crucial, and it was related to their agreement. MRS. Elizabeth hates me, but she can't do anything to me, so she can only deal with the people around me. Does she want to make me uncomfortable to vent her hatred? She is that kind of person, extreme and paranoid. Johnny sighed. So Kaderbhai knew the answer I had been searching for more than a month. Johnny didn't say anything, but his twisted brows said it all. Cheers to Mumbai. Ron picked up the glass. Cheers to Mumbai, he said with a sad expression. He raised his head and drank it all, then put down the glass and stood up to leave. In a city like Mumbai, friendship is a luxury. Ron didn't know what deal Hardhan had with Lady Elizabeth, and he wasn't interested. With a palace in ruins, it didn't matter anymore. Johnny's arrival might be a test, because the underground Black Emperor couldn't be indifferent to the fall of the palace. He was probably surprised by the riots that Ron could manipulate, which was a more frightening force than gangs. Ron didn't care, and he didn't have time to argue with a black boss. He was busy with another thing, buying a house. The apartment in the fortress area was too old and the space was not big enough, so Anand and his friends could only live in the basement. Even a big project worth hundreds of millions was launched, so there was no reason to wrong himself. Ron was ready to go all the way and directly chose the most prosperous wealthy area in Mumbai, Malabar Hill. From the map, this is the Bay of South Mumbai. It is shaped like the handle of a spoon or the handle of a machete, surrounded by the sea. The sea surface is sparkling, and the palm trees are lush along the coast. Malabar Hill is located here, with beautiful bays, gurgling streams, rushing rivers and mountains. It has no obstructions to the south and west, and you can see the vast Arabian Sea just by walking out of the house. The sea breeze blows from the west, bringing a chill, and the chaotic smell of the downtown area is nowhere to be found here. This is the best location in Mumbai, with a unique landscape, culture, and environment. The villa that Ron chose is located at the southernmost end of the bay, surrounded by quiet woods and grasslands, and patrolled by security personnel. The gate of the villa is 3 meters high and is carved entirely from white marble, which is very luxurious. When visitors arrive, the door automatically slides to the left, revealing a short driveway leading directly to the hall. Entering the gate, there are gardens and lawns on both sides, surrounded by carefully designed water features. There are golf holes, tennis courts, and badminton courts on the lawn, all of which are taken care of by special people. There are precious potted plants on both sides of the foyer, and the ceiling of the hall is almost full of branch crystal chandeliers, and the chandeliers are inlaid with smaller chandeliers. Everything looks shiny, from the decoration to the ornaments, very Indian style. The whole villa has more than a dozen rooms in the main body alone, not counting the servants' room and the garden outside. Not to mention the various function rooms, there is also a private home theater and an underground wine cellar. Ron likes the rooftop terrace the most, where you can overlook the Chabat beach. If you add whiskey, it will make all Indians jealous. He bought it without thinking twice for 20 million rupees. This is the price after the big drop in Mumbai's housing prices, which is 40% lower than before the bombing. It is said that the original owner was an Indian expatriate who returned to the country, but was scared away by last year's unrest. Very good, Ron is very satisfied with this villa. Without any hesitation, he signed the contract on the spot. There is no such thing as installment when buying a house in India. Everyone defaults to paying in full. Of course, Ron has money in his account. After 2 or 3 months, the profit of Sir Electric has grown steadily. The net profit alone is 120 million rupees, but this money has to be reserved for the budget of Sir Park. The 20 million for buying the house is a loan in his personal name. His face is very useful in the bank now. The Sir Park planning boasted by the media is the best pass. The bank didn't even verify his assets before lending money. In this case, the bank's money would be wasted if it wasn't spent. Nyaya, arrange for someone to clean up the place today, and we'll stay here tonight. Yes, Baba, the little girl agreed crisply. She was like a happy butterfly, looking around the villa. The manor in Uttar Pradesh is very grand, but she prefers modern villas. It's open and bright here, and you can feel the breeze when you stand at the door. More than 20 servants were directed by Nyaya. Some of them were old people from Uttar Pradesh, and some were newly hired servants in Mumbai. Anil also took the bodyguards to familiarize themselves with the terrain. They would live in the servants' room in the future and no longer have to squeeze into the basement. When one person succeeds, the whole family will prosper. In Mumbai, servants are also proud of their masters. Hey, buddy, just as Ron was thinking about how to decorate the villa, Luca suddenly came. You've done something big recently, it's fucking cool. But I have to tell you, our business is fucking going to be ruined. He was furious, frowning. What's wrong? Ron walked to the grass with him. The drug business is ruined. He looked very bad, haggard. Something went wrong in Brazil. Your brother's business? Ron was a little confused. Since Anand and his team went out to sea last year, the drug business has been stagnant. There are other forces in Brazil competing with Luca and his team, and the other party purchases goods from New Delhi and takes a different approach. The two sides were able to live in peace at first, but as the competition became fierce, fighting was almost inevitable. My brother is dead, my family fled to South Africa, and we're ruined. Luca's eyes were red and his teeth were creaking. Hey, men, I'm sorry to hear that, but what are you going to do now? Ron also had a headache. As he expected, it was hard not to attract the covetousness of others for such a lucrative business. Brazil is a hellhole, with gangs everywhere and the government having no sense of existence. Fortunately, he didn't invest much capital, but the downside was that the stable channel for US dollars was gone. I can't go back to Brazil, so I want to do another business. Luca stared at him with burning eyes. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 230 New Trouble. What business? Ron asked. The palace. What? Ron thought he had misheard. Dude, I know you just started a war. That palace hurt Anand so badly, it's okay for you to do that. But this is Mumbai. People need the palace, people need a place like that to make deals. This is a good opportunity. This business is not as easy as you think, Ron reminded. I know, it requires reliable connections. Luca looked at him. Wait, what are you planning? I want to buy that piece of land. Luca's eyes were firm. The palace, yes, it's in ruins. No one pays attention to it, and it takes a lot of effort to demolish it, so you want to take the opportunity to take it, and then build a palace. Ron looked strange. Very feasible, isn't it? This has to be done quickly. I went to see Thackeray, the Shiv Sena boss. He said he hated the palace very much, and even if I didn't do it, the Shiv Sena would destroy it. Oh. It sounds terrible, but my palace is different. Luca was very confident. What do you mean, MRS? Elizabeth went too far. Some people like those jaw-dropping ways of playing, but some people hate them. I bet that all the girls there hate her, which is not good. I won't be so obvious. I will give both sides more options. You want to do a business that is mutually agreed upon. Yes, I want to build a luxurious nightclub. The girls are versatile and can sing and dance. The guests can choose the shows themselves. I will make the place very hot, so that men can't help but pay for tips. The store is very clean and does not provide that kind of service, but guests can ask the girls out, and no one cares. It sounds a bit like a bar. Ron touched his chin and said. It's more high-end, with an entry threshold, and the girls are still mostly foreigners. Do you really want to do this business? Merck's way is not safe. I have to prepare more. Although the Brazilian base camp was destroyed, there was still a lot of money in the account of Luca International Bank. He couldn't just eat up all the money. Out of normal business thinking, he wanted to make his money work. If you're sure you want to do that, I can ask for you. Ron stopped trying to persuade him. That's it, man. People will love it. Sex is indispensable in Mumbai. Luca decided to stay in Mumbai for the time being, at least to avoid the limelight for a while. He was unfamiliar with South Africa, and if he went there with money, he might be robbed. He had to wait, at least until he had established himself in Mumbai, and then go back to South Africa or Brazil. Now he needed to find a new way, a way to make money and cultivate connections. Businesses like bars and nightclubs were very suitable for him to invest in. They were not too professional, and there was no shortage of potential consumer groups. The only problem was connections, so he came to Ron. By the way, is this your future house? Damn cool, just decided. The previous place was too small. Wow. Very nice, very nice. Luca was very envious. He lived in an apartment in Mumbai. After deciding to stay, he also began to become interested in villas. He would probably live here for a long time in the future, so he should consider real estate and so on. But you have to make money first. Without money, you can't do anything. Ron promised to help him apply for the land from the Bombay government, the side of the palace. Lady Elizabeth has become history. Without an heir. The land has returned to the Bombay government. They are happy to sell it again, because it will cost a lot of money just to demolish the building. Someone took over, not only got rid of the trouble, but also got a reward. Why not do it? Destroying a palace and rebuilding another one sounds ironic. But no one cares. Mumbai is a city of money, and money is God. The highest state of being a human being is selflessness, but unfortunately most people can't do it. Ron can't do it, Luca can't do it, and the gangsters can't do it. Well, after getting the villa, Ron needs to solve another problem. Chopra, the director of Love in the Time of War, encountered trouble, and the problem came from the gangsters. One day, he was getting out of the car and walking towards the office after finishing filming, and suddenly heard a click not far behind him. He turned his head and was scared to death. It turned out that the killer shot at him, but the gun jammed. Chopra, still in shock, ran into the office. His intuition told him that this was a warning. Sure enough, a phone call soon followed. This is just a preview. The main film is about to start. Chopra probably guessed what was going on, and he wanted to ask the police for help. But this was not enough to guarantee his safety. The police could not be by his side 24 hours a day. Mary, who learned the news, immediately suggested that Chopra call Ron, and that the police could not be relied on for all the gangsters. When Ron arrived at the Bollywood film city, the indoor scenes of love in the time of war were being filmed here. Chopra's voice, which became louder and louder due to the use of a loudspeaker, could be heard from a long distance. Quiet. The huge studio was fully air-conditioned, and everyone wore sweaters, but people still sneezed from time to time. In addition to the serious cast and crew, there were also crowds of people who were extras, temporary substitutes, and just watching the fun, even on the roof and catwalk. Unless they blocked the camera, no one would drive them away or pay attention to them. Ron quietly asked Mary if they really needed so many people. When they were filming Durga, there were only 30 or 40 people. Mary shrugged. There won't be another crew like Durga, and this time it's a big movie. In Bollywood, it takes 3 people to manage a light, and the crew wants to equip each prop with a studio. In addition, government officials frequently come and go on the set. The secretary of the Ministry of Education once came with his family and solved the enrollment problem of Chopra's children. There are many relationships that you can't refuse, and you can't refuse. In India, officials' privileges allow them to enter and exit some important places at any time. Ron didn't disturb Chopra. He was multitasking, doing 3 things at the same time, making phone calls, reading relevant information about the movie, and answering questions from his assistant. But Manish's watery eyes kept turning on him. She hadn't received the gift of the sun god for a long time, and she urgently needed the watering of faith. The hungry eyes of that bitch can even be read by the male cockroach in the corner. Lena couldn't help but sarcastically. This is a photography city, keep your voice down, Ron reminded her helplessly. As he was speaking, Chopra had already put down what he was doing and walked over. You should have just stopped me, Ron, you look very busy. You should have hired 2 more assistants. I'm worried, Chopra sighed. Others will definitely muddle through. He and Ron had met twice and were quite familiar with each other. Mary said you were in trouble. Well, you know, the movie music cassette. I heard it was related to the record company. Someone got involved. Do you know the Nadeem Salaam duo? That duo? Their cassettes are said to be selling well. Ron raised his eyebrows. The Nadeem Salaam duo is now extremely popular. The music cassettes they released in the past 2 years have sold over 20 million copies, which is very scary. I asked them to record a song, and the matter was supposed to end there. The T-Series records behind them was also willing to discuss copyright issues with us. But Nadeem, a member of the band, suddenly told me that the deal could not be made. He had another recommendation. It was a small company and the price was extremely low. I guess that small company is not simple, Ron asked. Yes, it's what you think, a gang. Another company behind it even invested in this movie. What? Ron's mind was a little confused. This is the norm in Bollywood, Chopra shrugged. The gangsters are involved in film investment. It's just that I didn't expect Nadeem to have connections with him. He betrayed us. As mentioned before, most Bollywood movies in this era cannot get bank loans and must rely on private investment. Because banks neither understand nor trust Bollywood, the funds required to make a movie are huge, not to mention that the film company may start shooting several movies at the same time. It often takes several years from investment to return on investment. If the movie is not a hit, the situation is bound to be worse. Who has so much spare money? Only the gangsters. They also like to see the black money being laundered through the operation of color film. A movie that is a big hit at the box office can earn 4 times the investment in a month after its release. Therefore, for the gangs, film investment is the fastest way to convert illegal income into legal profits. It is no exaggeration to say that without the funding of the gangs, the Indian film industry will collapse in an instant. Filmmakers will have to rely on the mercy of banks and securities brokers, and the latter's film taste is naturally different from that of the gangsters. Without the funding of the gangs, the star dreams of Indian filmmakers would not be so grand, violent, and passionate. Chopra is famous and can raise enough funds without the gangs. But in order to avoid the gangs from making trouble, he still accepted part of the investment from them. This is also the norm in Bollywood, sitting in a row, sharing the fruits, and everyone has something to eat. It's just that the gangs rarely interfere in the operation of movies that are not led by them. This time, asking for the copyright of the music cassette is rare. It is rumored that the Nadeem Salam combination has a close relationship with the Dawood gang. You know, they are all herders, Chopra explained. Why did they do this? It is said that there was a copyright dispute between the two and T-Series Records. They simply instigated a leader of the Dawood gang to take over the music copyright this time. The two parties must have reached a private agreement. Eating from the inside out, Ron clicked his tongue. People are greedy and always want more. In other words, if Nadeem hadn't intervened, would we have reached a cooperation with T-Series Records? T-Series is the largest music distributor in India. They are willing to pay 300 million rupees to buy our music copyright. How much? Ron took a breath. 300 million rupees, we were almost about to negotiate. Chopra gestured with his hand. In other words, our film has not been completed and has not been released, but it has started to make a profit. The premise is that this deal is negotiated and the Dawood gang does not intervene. Chopra sighed. He almost lost his life 2 days ago because he rejected the offer from that small record company. I'll negotiate. Ron made the decision. He is a vulgar person, especially loving money. Chapter 231 Straw Bag. What does 300 million rupees mean? The first phase of the Sir Park project only cost this much? Damn, Bollywood is still too rich. A record company is willing to spend a lot of money to buy a movie music cassette. This is indeed beyond Ron's imagination. No wonder the gangs are so keen to invest in Bollywood. As long as they bet right, the returns are comparable to robbing a bank. Of course, the movie songs led by Chopra have always been known for their extremely brilliant soundtracks. There is a reason why T-Series Records asked for a high price. Ron's Sun Entertainment Company accounts for 21% of the investment. Excluding the cost of 47 million, the share of music copyright alone is 50 million rupees. Damn, if such a good thing happens twice, his Sir Electric appliances will not be enough. Do you know who called you? Ron wanted to pull out the gangster who was making trouble behind the scenes and slap him twice. That's his money. It seems to be Abu Salem. The other party introduced himself when Chopra received the call for the first time. I'll ask someone to help check it out. Ron wrote down the name. Well, if he just wants some money, that's fine, but the copyright, no use. Ron shook his head. He wants to use you as an example. This matter has been making a lot of noise recently. Not only people in the circle, but also many gossip newspapers are discussing it. Salem is now in a dilemma and will definitely not give up. Otherwise, the public will think that the blackmailer only makes verbal threats, and most of them are encountered by the police. Of course, this won't work. We must kill someone to sacrifice the flag. In this way, people will read Abu Salem's name in the newspaper again, and other people will be terrified and do whatever they want when they receive his call in the future. Maybe other gangs are watching too. If Salem gets what he wants this time, the other gangs will follow suit. You'd better not go out these days. If it doesn't work, I can call a police friend, and he should send someone to protect you for a while. That seems a bit bad. Chopra hesitated. He thought that being escorted by armed police officers when going in and out would damage his image, so it would be better to stay at home and not go out. Anyway, be careful. Ron immediately went to find AG. If there's anyone who knows Dawood's men well, it must be him. During the bombing, AG almost investigated Dawood's gang thoroughly. Sure enough, Ron just said the name, and AG immediately had an impression of him. He asked someone to find information and introduced the other party's background to Ron in detail. Abu Salem, Dawood's blackmail expert, also had a role in the bombing. However, in the past few years, he had been ordered around by Dawood and had long been dissatisfied. But because of the case, he had to keep his tail between his legs for the time being. He has been obsessed with Bollywood for a long time and is extremely eager to participate in film production, but cannot. So he taught himself and became an expert in blackmailing filmmakers by setting up a shell entertainment company. In other words, this guy did some things behind Dawood's back. Ron's eyes lit up. Dawood probably knows, but if Salem is willing to share the money, he will turn a blind eye, Age replied. Where does he live now? Ron got straight to the point. Dubai. Why are these guys running abroad one by one? Ron was a little depressed. If he could let the other party run into by chance today in Mumbai, the Persian Gulf countries would be in a lot of trouble. He is on the wanted list. If he doesn't want to be run into by chance, he can only hide abroad. Age sneered. Dawood is in Babayang, his subordinates are in Dubai, and the gang's bottom is in Mumbai. How can he control them? There are more and more people who want to start their own business. Mumbai will only be more chaotic in the future. I will find him. Ron was about to get up and say goodbye. As long as he is in Dubai, he can't run away. It's just that Vinay will spend more time. There will be an industry seminar in 2 days about Bollywood extortion. You can go and listen. Will the thing work? Better than nothing. Age shrugged. Well, the police in Mumbai are probably also rotten. 2 days later, when Ron was making a satellite call to Vinay in Dubai, Chopra received a further threatening call. The person who came on behalf of Salem was a director from Bollywood, who was only responsible for delivering the message. The general meaning was that if the contract was not signed by the end of the month, the next time the gun was fired at him, it would not jam. Ron, who heard the news, had to sigh that Bollywood was really infiltrated like a sieve, and even fellow directors were spies of the gangs. Again, the government did not pay attention to Bollywood, and the gangs took advantage of the opportunity to enter. They directly intervened in the caste and took care of everything. For example, they recruited unknown directors and producers who obeyed their orders, and then called the most popular stars at the moment, ordering them to cancel their existing filming plans and join the movies invested by the gangs. As long as there are famous actors in the film, the cost of the movie can be easily recovered. If anyone dares to resist, there will be assassins waiting for them. The lives of young people in Mumbai are not worth anything. They dare to kill people for 200 rupees, and the police can't catch them all. As the infiltration goes deeper, the gangs also want to get involved in the overseas copyright of the movie. They have such channels. After all, many of the leaders are abroad. As for those Bollywood stars, who can go abroad to promote their works is also decided by the gangs. Once abroad, Bollywood people are more easily controlled by them. Every year, flights that gather actors and musicians fly from Barcelona to Boston. Their publicity and tours are all controlled by the gangs behind the scenes. Over the years, Bollywood and the gangs have formed a wonderful symbiotic relationship. Filmmakers draw inspiration from the lives of gangsters and make movies, and the gangs provide funds for the movies. Those big guys are keen on entertainment and also chase stars. They imitate the image of stars on the screen and dress themselves up. At the same time, they are proud of being able to discredit movie stars, and they have their own way of establishing their authority. For example, a phone call can make the big star who fights thousands of troops with his bare hands in the movie kneel down and cry for mercy to the gangsters for his life. Many big guys, including ordinary people, think that acting is a lowly profession. In short, the relationship between gangsters and Bollywood is complicated, and they both yearn for it and hate it. Even a kshatriya like Chopra dared not refuse their investment. But the appetite of the mafia was growing, which was unbearable. He was going to attend the industry meeting organized by the Mumbai government, although it might be useless. Most of the producers attending the meeting had close ties with the mafia, and the identities of some people were open secrets. To put it bluntly, many of them were spies of the mafia, and they would report the content of the meeting to their superiors in detail, who came and what each person said. Ron even guessed that the government officials attending the meeting also had close ties with the mafia. Forget it, he would go with Chopra and wait for Vinay's news. On Saturday night, the symposium was held at the State Guest House in the Western Ghats. Ron went with the Chopras, Mary and others. When they arrived, the guard who was checking the place let them go directly after seeing Ron. No one dared to stop them. Ron's face was very useful now. There were too many buffs to count. Thanks to him, several people were seated in the front row. When they arrived, the spacious conference hall was full of people. There were producers, several B-list stars, Madhulap Home Minister Chhagan Bhujbal, Mumbai police officials, and journalists from more than a dozen radio stations. This place was more like a press conference than a symposium. The funny thing was that the meeting officially started only after all the media reporters and cameramen left the room. Without mentioning the previous nonsense, the police were the first to complain that the directors did not report the case after being blackmailed. The producers present were very excited and said that after they reported the case, the local police station did nothing. Some people bluntly said that the herdsmen who were involved in gangs were traitors. They were invited to the police station, but they were treated like VIPs. The police and the gangs were in the same group, and it was useless for them to report the case. There was also a director who complained that he was indeed protected by the police, but his bodyguard was shot dead at his doorstep. The police chief immediately retorted, "The person we want to protect is you, not the people who come to protect you. Aren't you unharmed?" For the Mumbai police, bodyguards are consumables and cannot even be considered human beings. Chopra also questioned why the government did not extradite the gang leaders hiding overseas, but instead made public the list of filmmakers who owed taxes because they were protected by the police. He threatened the government that if it continued to do nothing, he would consider moving his industry to the safer Hyderabad. The film industry is the economic pillar of Mumbai. Without it, Mumbai would collapse. The Minister of Home Affairs subconsciously wanted to make a few sarcastic remarks, but when he saw Ron sitting next to him, he changed his words. India is a democratic country. I can't say these words publicly, but I can tell you that I have decided to impose the most severe punishment on the extortionists. Really, the ultimate punishment, no mercy. The words of politicians are just for hearing. Ron finally understood that Mumbai, from top to bottom, is full of idiots. Walking out of the conference hall, there is a garbage dump not far from the roadside, with a sign saying "For police only." "Look," Chopra pointed out the car window, "if the police are like this country is hopeless. To solve this problem, we still have to rely on extraordinary means. The police are the last option." Ron chuckled. That director, and the interior minister, are all half-wits. India is full of people like them, and we have entrusted our great parliamentary democracy to these people, and this is the source of the tragedy of this country. Don't worry about these things for now. I will deal with Salem in about 2 days. Ron was not interested in half-wits. Are you sure? I heard that he is hiding in Dubai, and the Mumbai police can't do anything to him. The Mumbai police can't reach that far, but I can. Dude, you don't have business in Dubai, do you? Chopra was surprised. My people found him immediately, Ron said in a relaxed tone. Oh, the Mumbai police should be ashamed of this, Ron shrugged. In fact, it would be good if all the Indians were half-wits. The more idiotic they are, the more opportunities he can make trouble. Chapter 232. The knife is close to the belly. Vinod had a message that Salem had been found out. Although most of the leaders of the Dawood gang were in Dubai, they did not live together. It would take a lot of effort to find out their location. Fortunately, the travel agency that Vinod was in charge of had contact with thousands of workers every year. It might not be possible to rely on them to fight to the death, but it was still possible to get some information. Vinod had a general grasp of the other party's whereabouts and was now waiting for Ron's order. Well, Ron was originally planning to take action, but Sanjay Dutt insisted on taking the matter. He had just been released from prison recently, and after hearing that the movie invested by Ron was in trouble, he said he would repay the favor. Okay, Ron also wanted to see what power this bad boy in the newspaper had in the underworld. He went to Sanjay's house with Chopra and others, and the other party strongly invited everyone to be his guest. Sanjay's apartment was on the Bandra seaside, and the location was quite good. They were invited to the study with golden Nanmu furniture. Sanjay personally brought tea, added sugar, stirred it with a spoon, and handed it to Ron. Thank you for saving me, Mr. Sir. He even wanted to do a foot-touching ceremony. When he was in jail, it was Ron who took old Dutt to see him and introduced Thackeray to each other. You also have to thank Anu. Ron tilted his head to the side. Anu, Chopra's wife, also came to visit today. It was she who asked Ron for help and finally allowed Sanjay's father to meet Thackeray. Anu is my sister. Sanjay went over and hugged her. You, don't play with those dangerous things anymore, Anu blamed. She was referring to the gun, the culprit that put Sanjay in jail. Of course, my house is clean now, Sanjay promised repeatedly. If you really want to, then go to the Maldives. My family is a major shareholder of the resort there, and you can raise a private army, Anu said. Let's talk about it later. I still want to stay in Mumbai, Sanjay waved his hand. Ron listened with relish. The people in the room were all big capitalists. Sanjay is not to be mentioned, he is a second-generation star, his father is a well-known politician. Anu's family is a scholarly family, and they are also one of the controllers behind the Maldives. Chopra is not bad either, a real Bollywood family, and has his own film company. It stands to reason that these people are rich and powerful, and they should not be afraid of the threat of gangs. However, The social classes in Mumbai are very divided, or the whole of India is like this. Those gangster killers all come from the Malputan herders' slums. They are poor and can kill people for 50 rupees. Do you expect such reckless men to be afraid? Handing the gun to them, as long as they are paid, it is not impossible to assassinate the general. Most of them are illiterate, and the environment they have been exposed to since childhood is the law of the jungle. There is a very deep gap between their cognition and modern civilization. Mumbai gangs rely on these people to mess up the city, and even the police are helpless. There are too many, and the gangs have no shortage of thugs, even if they are consumables. Several people chatted about gossip for a while before finally turning to the topic. I'll call Abu right now. Sanjay stood up. Do you know him? Ron was a little surprised. The car that the police checked, the one with guns, was the one that Salem drove to my house. Sanjay spread his hands. Ron looked at Chopra, who shrugged, indicating that he had heard of it for the first time. Well, AJ's arrest of Sanjay was not without purpose. Few of these people have clean butts. In order to show his sincerity, Sanjay made the call in front of Ron. Salem was only a middle-level senior member of the Dawood gang. He didn't have the conditions like Shakir to live in a Sheraton 5-star hotel. He rented an apartment here, an ordinary apartment. If his men were not there, he even had to wash his clothes, cook and clean the toilet himself. Salem didn't like Dubai. He didn't feel a sense of belonging here. In Mumbai, if he came back late, a whole family would worry about him. In order to comfort himself, he watched Hindi TV and Bollywood videos all night long. After all, they were outsiders and had no friends among the locals. The locals in Dubai call them beggars or bastards, and they are often discriminated against and humiliated. For example, at the telephone exchange, Indians and Baba sheep wait in line obediently, while locals wearing Arab robes will go directly to the window, and his business will be processed first. If it were in Mumbai, Salem would definitely not be able to swallow this breath. In Dubai, he can only wait obediently, and he dare not use a gun here. Because he was fed up with these frustrations, he was obsessed with making money and trying every means to become an extortion expert. He also wanted to stay in the Sheraton Hotel, at least he could hire a nanny. Salem and Nadeem of the Nadeem Sarong group are from the same hometown, and the two sides hit it off. They planned to buy the copyright of the music cassette at a low price and then sell it to T-Series Records at a high price, which would make more money than extortion. Salem has given the other party an ultimatum. If they don't know what's good for them, then he can only do things according to the rules of the underworld. Ding dong. The ringing of the phone interrupted his interest in enjoying the Bollywood gunfight movie, and Salem picked up the phone. Dude, it's me, Sanjay. Hello, brother, how is Mumbai now? I just got out of jail. Oh, sorry, I forgot. I heard that you've been looking for trouble with director Chopra recently. This is my job, and it costs money everywhere in Dubai. Salem shrugged. Listen, I spent almost a year in jail because of you. Chopra is my brother, and he was the only one who stayed with me when I was down and out. And Mr. Sir, I was able to get out of jail thanks to his help. This movie has his investment, you know. I sympathize with your brother, but Mumbai newspapers are talking about this everywhere, which will make me lose face. As for that, sir, Salem suddenly felt that the name was familiar. Ding dong. The doorbell of his apartment rang. Salem didn't want to pay attention, but the ringing became more and more urgent. Wait for me for a moment, brother. He put down the phone and approached the door carefully. He observed for a while through the peephole, but found nothing unusual. Salem pushed the door open and was about to look outside. Click. A big, sturdy hand stretched out from the side, holding a gun. Salem raised his hand and slowly stepped back. Vinod came in, followed by 5 or 6 people. There were more than a dozen people standing in the corridor outside the door, silently. Mr. Sir, let me say hello to you, Vinod said with a smile. Mr. Sir? Salem shuddered. Is this Mr. Sir on the phone just now? Who is he? How could he suddenly land in Dubai? It's not Salem's fault for being suspicious. Anyone would be confused. Wait, a flash of lightning flashed in his mind. Damn, Salem suddenly remembered the rumors about Shakir some time ago. It is said that he was given a pizza box with a bullet in it. Shakir issued a gag order on this matter because it would greatly reduce his image as a gangster boss. However, as a middle and senior executive, Salem finally heard some rumors. After shivering uncontrollably, Salem explained tremblingly. Brother, is there any misunderstanding? I would never dare to mess with Dr. Sir, right Sanjay? He shouted at the phone on the table. Pick up the phone. Vinod pointed the gun at him. Listen to me, brother. If I had known that Mr. Sir had invested in that movie, I would never have thought of it. Salem carefully raised the receiver. Vinod took the phone and waved the gun to let Salem stand aside. Boss, I'm in his room. Who? Sanjay on the other end looked confused. Looking for me. Ron smiled and walked to the side without knowing when, and he had a satellite phone in his hand. Mr. Sir, Sanjay was dumbfounded and a little confused for a while. Let me talk to him. Ron picked up the phone. Boss, he's next to me. What are you going to do? How is your relationship with Salem? Ron turned to ask Sanjay. Well, not bad. We're friends. Then give him a warning, Ron said to the phone. Understood. Vinod winked at his men. Soon Salem was pressed down on the table, his left hand open and fixed. Vinod took out a dagger and pressed it on his little finger. Then, in the other's horrified eyes, he cut it hard. A quick scream came out, but it was quickly covered by a handkerchief. Remember, don't reach out next time. Vinod wiped his face with a bloody dagger. I'll deal with this matter immediately, Salem shouted. Mr. Sir is the sun, he is always watching you in the sky. Vinod looked at him meaningfully, then led his men away, still quietly. Salem collapsed to the ground, soaked all over. He didn't expect that after going to Dubai, he still couldn't escape the shadow of death. But now was not the time to sigh. He didn't even care about treating his injuries, and immediately called his younger brother in China. Ron hung up the phone and shrugged easily. Sanjay was confused and didn't understand what happened. So many things changed in such a short time that he was caught off guard. Are you okay? He looked strange. Almost. Ron nodded. Vinod's movements were still quite fast. Mr. Sir, do you have someone in Dubai? Sanjay asked uncertainly. I have business there, a very ordinary business. What kind of business can make people scream, and speak more effectively than the police? Chopra and the others looked at each other and knew what was going on. Okay, that Nadeem, no need to worry. Chopra looked excited. Then there will be no problem negotiating with T-Series Records, of course, we will be able to sign the contract soon. Great. Ron also became excited. The deal of 300 million rupees was done. He is now spending money everywhere. The profit share of 50 million rupees is really not a small number. The Mumbai gangs that everyone is afraid of are just like this. You have to put the tip of the knife against their soft belly, so that everyone will have a friendly talk. Why can the gangs control the businessmen in Mumbai without any scruples? It is because they are not equal. They can send assassins to threaten businessmen, and businessmen ask the police for help, but the police cannot go to Dubai. Ron just brought them closer. You have people, and I have people. You see, we can talk to each other properly now. Tisk, Ron doesn't make as much money as Hardhome in the travel agency business. But it solves Ron's worries, so that he will not be treated as a lamb and blackmailed at will like other businessmen. From now on, those gangs will not bother him again, they will only be afraid of him. After helping Chopra solve the big problem in his heart and enjoying the worshipful service of Mary and others, Ron's thoughts became clear. Oh, I just can't rest. In April, the construction of the Sir Park started. Maharashtra Minister Pawar personally attended the groundbreaking ceremony, and Ron accompanied him to accept interviews from countless reporters. 200 acres, 81 hectares, is expected to provide 20,000 jobs. These reports published on the front page made Ron the most eye-catching figure in Mumbai again. Everyone suddenly realized that Dr. Sir had transformed into an entrepreneur. As for the reaction of the masses, of course it was welcome. Dr. Sir is a good man. His becoming an entrepreneur must be a blessing to the society. Many people have already inquired about the recruitment conditions of Sir Electric. They can't wait to listen to the teachings from the sun god. Well, after all, the salary of Sir Electric is obvious to all. Ron himself is much calmer. The first phase of the project will take at least 2 years. Under the premise of giving priority to the construction of the core production area, it will be very good if it can be put into production in more than half a year. He wants to build a comprehensive park, including production plants, R&D centers, warehousing and logistics, employee communities and other supporting facilities. The core production area accounts for about 55% of the total area, the R&D and office areas account for 20%, and the employee living and welfare facilities also account for about 20%. The remaining 5% of the area is basically reserved for planning such as greening, public facilities and transportation roads. The startup capital of 300 million rupees, 200 million comes from bank loans, and 100 million comes from Ron's own pocket. Mumbai does not need Uttar Pradesh. It is difficult to do something like making money out of nothing. However, the park has been built, and the TV project, which he regards as the next core of Sir Electric, should also be put on the agenda. Chapter 233, A Show of Power. Sir Electric Appliances is already well known in India, but its product range is not rich enough. Strictly speaking, water air conditioners and electric fans belong to the same category of home appliances, and they are obviously affected by the seasons. If it is the rainy season or winter, Sir Electric Appliances market presence will drop sharply. Therefore, televisions are the core project that Ron will focus on next. It is an important opportunity for Sir Electric Appliances to enter thousands of households. As early as the end of last year, he asked people to contact overseas manufacturers, and Ashish was responsible for technical follow-up. Have you gained anything in the past few months? Ron asked. Boss, this is the facts, they replied. Ashish handed over the information. Ron took it and glanced at it casually, then frowned. Are they all Asian companies? European and American brands are not interested in our consultation at all. Ashish was also helpless. Are these guys scared? Ron muttered. With a previous experience of Coca-Cola, Western foreign capital is very skeptical about India's business environment. As early as the 1950s, Coca-Cola rose in the Indian subcontinent. However, with the signing of the Foreign Exchange Management Act, it withdrew from the Indian market almost overnight. The law stipulates that any foreign company that wants to operate in India cannot hold more than 40% of its shares, which means that Coca-Cola must hand over 60% of its shares. This is not the end. The Indian government also requires Coca-Cola to publish its formula and share technology with local companies. It's just like a joke. Coca-Cola didn't even pick up the barrel and ran away. It was not until last year when the policy was opened that it announced its return to India. However, because the time is too short, other European and American foreign capital is now in a wait-and-see state. A small transparent company like Sir Electric took the initiative to come to the door, but the other party didn't even look at it. The scale is too small and can be ignored. However, Asian TV manufacturers are very active, faxing back and forth and chatting. The one at the top is LG from South Korea. Ron glanced at the English and realized that it was the famous LG. However, the conditions of South Korea are very harsh. They want to sell LG TVs in India, but we don't have a share. The other party agreed to help us introduce assembly production lines, on the condition that Sir Electric cannot produce its own TVs, OEM factory. Ron smiled. Although India has lowered tariffs on electronic products in the past 2 years, the tax rate is still as high as 50% for the sake of protecting local industries. LG covets the Indian market, but is unwilling to pay high tariffs. So what to do? Break the whole machine into parts. LG's TVs will be shipped to India in semi-bulk form, and Sir Electric will be responsible for assembly. The imported assembly line needs to be purchased, with a quoted price of $2 million. The produced TVs have nothing to do with Sir Electric from branding, pricing to sales. It is a complete OEM factory, and the lowest-end assembly OEM factory. How much profit can we make by producing one of their TVs? In terms of conversion, it's about $1.5 per unit. Damn, are the Koreans sending beggars away? Ron cursed angrily. This is not the worst. The assembly line has extremely low technical content. All parts are produced in South Korea and are already in a semi-finished state when they arrive in India. Ron does not need $2 million. He can get this done by giving him 2 million rupees. To earn $1.50 from manufacturing a TV set, Sir Electric needs to manufacture 1.4 million TV sets to make back the investment. Damn it, the Koreans are so bad. Actually, if the OEM factory is profitable, Ron can consider it. Just train the workers and steal some technology. But the other party also asked Sir Electric to sign a contract explicitly that it cannot launch its own brand TV sets within 3 years. What is he after? Wouldn't it be better to make your own water air conditioner? A low-end water air conditioner has a profit of about 100 rupees, which is more than twice the profit of purchasing a TV set. Ask them if they are willing to provide a higher-end production line, and the price will be easy to negotiate. Suddenly Ron was no longer angry, and his eyes became bright. Boss, Ashish was puzzled. Let's trick them in first, Ron waved his hand. What we lack is a production line with technical content. If the assembly is not good, it will be eliminated in a few years. The cost may be higher than $2 million. Ashish felt a little painful. Humph, Ron sneered. $2 million? The Koreans know nothing about the magical India. Throwing LG's information aside, Ron continued to look at the conditions of other manufacturers. Those willing to quote are all Korean and Japanese companies. The two companies are now in fierce competition and are rolling around the world. Samsung has its own factory and disdains to let others do the manufacturing. If it is interested in the Indian market, it is likely to come here to invest directly, so there is no quotation. However, Japan's Fujitsu, NEC, Panasonic, Hitachi, and Sanyo all replied, expressing their willingness to further discuss cooperation issues. Among them, NEC's conditions attracted Ron the most. It was willing to provide a full set of CRT TV production lines, and it was color. The request was also very simple. The two sides established a joint venture to jointly develop the Indian market. It sounds good, at least it is not as blatant as the Koreans. Invite them to Mumbai for detailed discussion. Ron immediately made the decision. Boss, NEC requires the joint venture to invest at least $10 million, which is more than 300 million rupees, Ashish blinked. Obviously, Sir Electric Appliances does not have that much money. Their funds have been invested in the construction of the Sir Park. Negotiation is just like buying vegetables. You can bargain. Ron was not panicked at all. Then I'll contact them, arrange it at the Taj Mahal Hotel, so that these dwarfs can experience the Indian style. Okay, very good, Ashish shook his head happily. He also wanted to go to the Taj Mahal Hotel. It is a symbol of success and the ultimate goal of many slum dwellers. Perhaps NEC is really interested in the Indian market. After Sir Electric issued an invitation, the other party finalized the itinerary within a week. The leader was called Oda. As soon as they met, he kept bowing to Ron, making him look like the sponsor. How did Ron respond to him? Of course, he shook his head in the Indian style. It was a bit funny, but the scene was still friendly. Ron took them up the white marble steps of the Taj Mahal Hotel and pointed at the India Gate. Tour guide is his old job. He knows a lot of secrets at will, and the group of Japanese were amazed by it. They booked a private room at the Samayana restaurant on the first floor, and the waiter led them to a long table. There were tall windows nearby, from which one could see the sparkling sea. The sightseeing ferry tour, and from the Elephanta Caves climbed up the small waves with a conceited and practiced ballet step, and then slid down again. Hundreds of smaller boats suddenly lowered their hulls in the shallow waters, swaying up and down, like birds combing their feathers with their beaks. The huge cargo ship anchored at the horizon stood motionless like an island on the calm sea surface at the junction of the sea and the bay. On the street not far away, tourists paraded around the tall stone corridors of the India Gate, weaving colorful garlands. The Japanese were quite satisfied with Ron's arrangement. They liked the scenery and praised the hotel's food. Ron wanted to take them to visit nearby attractions, but Oda declined. Mr. Sir, is it convenient for me to visit your company's workshop? Of course, Ron stood up calmly. Ashish and his friends looked at each other in bewilderment. They had never met the Japanese. According to the Indian habit of doing business, they would definitely eat, drink and have fun for a few days. The palace and other wonderful programs would be put on. When these links were completed, the deal was almost done. The Japanese were really strange. They didn't know how to enjoy themselves at all. Ron first took them to the Sir Park, where there was a scene of bustling activity. The yellow tower crane was very eye-catching. The construction site below it was raising clouds of dust, and scaffolding was rising from the ground. Busy workers were circling around it like ants, and the big mouth of the cement mixer kept turning. Stones, steel bars, and cement were piled up like a small mountain. The newly poured concrete columns have already formed the load-bearing skeleton of the building. This area, 200 acres, is all within the plan of the Sir Park, Ron said proudly. Amazing. Zio Rezi was indeed shocked by such a huge construction site. In a small place like Japan, it is difficult to allocate such a large plot of land to build a factory area. The building over there is the future headquarters of Sir Electric, and there is also a high-standard factory building under construction at the same time, which is the place we have reserved for the TV production line. Ron introduced the construction site one by one. Your company's strength is really amazing. It must be said that after seeing the scene of the construction site, Oda felt much more at ease. To be able to get such a large industrial land in a metropolis like Mumbai, political and financial background are indispensable. If nothing else, this at least makes Nek feel more at ease about Sir Electric. This is not a trick of pulling out a rabbit out of a hat. I heard that your company also produces a magical electric fan. Is it convenient to go and see it? Oda is still thinking about Sir Electric's workshop. Please follow me. Ron took them around to the south. There is nothing to be shy about the workshop. Water air conditioners are not high-tech, so they are not afraid of being seen. Moreover, with the level of daily life, they don't look down on this kind of thing. Japan has already popularized air conditioners on a large scale. Unexpectedly, after arriving at the workshop, the Japanese changed their previous friendly expressions. They criticized the workshop of Sir Electric for being a complete disaster from production management, equipment, environment to employees. They looked so distressed, as if their wives were being insulted in front of them. Ashish was so angry that he wanted to refute angrily. Sir Electric was obviously the company with the highest quality workshops in Mumbai, but they said it was like a garbage dump. Ron stopped him. Nek was not a competitor of Sir Electric. What are you panicking about? Let him say whatever he wants. Mr. Oda, there are only a handful of manufacturers in India with more advanced workshops than Sir Electric. I am not just talking nonsense. Advanced? Oda seemed to have heard a joke. Let me show you what advanced means. He reached out and took a color booklet from the assistant. It was an introduction to Nek's workshop. Ron opened it, and Ashish next to him immediately became silent. From an Indian perspective, Nek's production workshop is like a science fiction movie. Seeing that Sir Electric was shocked, Oda felt more and more satisfied. How can we seize the initiative later if we don't launch a technical dimensionality reduction attack first? Ron remained calm, and they were all small scenes. Nek's workshop is very advanced, but it is not suitable for India, and we don't need it. What? Oda thought he had heard it wrong. Gentlemen, it's time to sit down and talk. Ron extended his hand to invite, calmly and confidently. Chapter 234, Trick them in first. Oda couldn't understand what the Indians were thinking. Did they want technology? Advanced CRT display technology. This was the bait he had specially brought out. Any company with ambition would not refuse it. Mr. Oda, maybe you don't know much about India, Ron said calmly in the conference room. It's different from Japan. Don't you want to build your own color TV production line? Nek can provide the most advanced technology. Well, since you insist, let's talk about Nek's conditions first. Ron knew that these people wanted to show off their technical strength. Can I borrow your socket? Of course. At Oda's signal, the people in the other party's entourage brought a box from somewhere. They unpacked it in front of Ron and took out an extremely thin TV, which was only about as thick as a slice of bread. Ron raised his eyebrows slightly, while Ashish and the others were stunned. It was too thin. Compared with the big but CRT TV, it was a product of two completely different eras. These Japanese were very well prepared. In addition to the TV, there was also a VCR that played videotapes. There were even voltage adapters. Japan's 110V mains and India's 220V mains were not directly interchangeable. Then, just as Ron expected, Nek's people demonstrated their latest display technology on site. This is the industry's first true color active matrix liquid crystal display, Nek's unique display technology. Oda's voice was confident. Sure enough, when the screen lit up, everyone in the conference room was attracted. Ashish and other country bumpkins even trembled slightly. The ultra-clear and bright colors shocked them too much? How is it? Oda looked very pleased. It's really amazing. Ron nodded. LCD is the cutting-edge technology in the industry. It is the future. We can help Sir Electric become the most advanced TV manufacturer in India. No one will be your opponent. What are the conditions? Ron asked calmly. As the facts said, Nek will invest in technology, and you will invest $10 million to establish a joint venture, Oda said with a smile. Technology investment? Yes, LCD technology is valuable. Nek will hold at least 75% of the shares in the joint venture. This is our bottom line. Ashish and the others looked solemn. Was the price too high? But it was LCD after all. Fascinating. Oda was full of confidence. He firmly believed that Nek's technology was like a bomb for Sir Electric. Everyone in the conference room turned to look at the main seat, but Ron suddenly smiled. Why don't we talk about CRT TVs? What? Oda was stunned. I only have one question. Ron looked at him. How much does this TV cost? About 300,000 yen. This price is indeed expensive, but LCD is a groundbreaking technology. 300,000 yen, which is about $3,000. Ron turned to Ashish and asked, what is the average salary of Indians? 1,000 rupees, $32. What? Oda couldn't hold it anymore. Look, Ron spread his hands. 100 times, that's almost impossible. Which country in the world is willing to spend 100 times its monthly salary to buy a TV? Pre-consumption is not that excessive. In many cities, a monthly salary of 100 times may be enough to buy an apartment. But it can be used as a technical reserve. The cost of LCD TVs will inevitably decrease in the next few years, and the Indian market will have developed rapidly by then. Oda was still unwilling to give up. Too early, Ron shook his head. Indians don't need such advanced TVs, Mr. Sir, you underestimate the speed of technological iteration and update? No, like I said, this place is different from Japan. No one knows India better than me, Ron said shamelessly. Then Oda suddenly felt a little absurd. In other countries, those peer companies are salivating over next technology. They are trying their best to please in the hope of obtaining next technical support. India is so good that it doesn't eat the meat that is delivered to its mouth, wasting it. CRT TVs are the future of India. Let's talk about it. Ron's eyes are burning. I wonder what you think. Oda was not interested. Is NEC willing to sell its production line? Both black and white in color. Black and white TVs have been eliminated by NEC, Oda said disdainfully. Only the University of Tokyo has that kind of rubbish. What about the color production line? Ron continued to ask. Color? Oda's eyes turned. We can consider transferring the color CRT TV production line, but we still have to follow the proposal just now. Joint venture. Ron's eyes flickered. Or technology investment. You invest $5 million. NEC holds 60%, $2 million. Seoul Electric holds 70%. Ron bargained. NEC's color TV is not inferior to Sony's Trinitron. This offer is too much. We are also negotiating with Sony. What? Oda raised his voice. Like you said, CRT color TV is not an advanced technology, and there are too many manufacturers who have mastered it. NEC provides not only the production line, but we will also be responsible for the training of Sir Electric workers. I think everyone should take a step back and each hold 50% of the equity. This is NEC's bottom line. If NEC agrees to license the technology to Sir Electric for key parts such as cathode ray tubes, then we can reduce our shareholding ratio to 60%. We can't accept such an offer, Mr. Oda. Ron reminded him. This is also the biggest concession we can make, because Indian law has restrictions on this. What? Oda was puzzled. According to the Foreign Exchange Management Act, the shareholding ratio of foreign capital in a joint venture shall not exceed 40%. Ron spread his hands. Zio Rezi and the others looked at each other. They thought that India had already liberalized its policies and this was a free economic market. Of course, as compensation, Sir Electric will bear all the training costs, including the expenses of Japanese personnel. We need to discuss it. Oda turned around and whispered to the people around him. NEC has never simply wanted to sell production lines. They are eyeing the vast market of nearly 1 billion people in India. They knew that India was poor, but as long as 1/10 of the population had demand, it would represent an extremely large market. Therefore, establishing a joint venture was an inevitable choice, and NEC would not be so short-sighted as to make only a one-time deal. Besides, it was just a CRT TV production line, and it was not really cutting-edge technology. NEC had 5 or 6 competitors in Japan. Sir Electric was definitely not just approaching them. If South Korea was included, NEC would have even more competitors. LCD was the future, and Oda expected that this technology would be officially available in 2 years. CRT, another technology that was about to be eliminated. We agreed to the share allocation, but before the technology transfer, the joint venture company must first purchase core parts for a period of 2 years. After the expiration of the period, we will authorize key technologies such as cathode ray tubes. In addition, in the newly established joint venture, Japanese personnel must serve as the chief technical officer. Zio Ree's calculations were clattering. The technology authorization was possible, but it would have to wait 2 years. The core components used in the early production line could only be imported from NEC in Japan. Well, this was to cut off the bulk of the profits from color TVs first, and let the joint venture company work for it for nothing for 2 years. Ron knew what was going on, but he still agreed. No problem. Well, Mr. Soul, Oda stood up and held out his hand with a smile on his face. Happy cooperation. Welcome to India. Ron shook his head. The two sides reached a preliminary cooperation intention. One provided money and the other provided technology, and everyone was happy. The people of Nek were very happy. They didn't spend a penny, but they took over the Indian market. Ron was also very happy. Finally tricked someone in. As long as the conditions were not excessive, he would agree. Let the person in first, and then the work would come later. The preliminary negotiations were completed in just 1 day, and the people of Nek were smiling. They changed from being serious when they met, and shouted that they wanted to experience the Indian style. Easy. Ron directly asked someone to take them to a high-end bar, where there were many call girls. Alice, it was a pity that the palace was set on fire by him, otherwise he would have opened the eyes of these little people. Oda had a lot of fun, and in the bar he even laughed at the stupidity of Seoul Electric in Japanese. The investment of $2 million, most of which will be used to purchase Nek's color TV production line. This deal itself is not a loss, and they still have 40% of the shares in the newly established company. This is completely free, and a market of nearly 1 billion people is waiting for them. As for the promised cathode ray tube technology, it's not that Oda looks down on Sir Electric, but this thing is not available in the whole of India. What's wrong with giving it to them? This country can't achieve self-production within 5 years. Besides, it's not free, and there are a lot of hidden licensing fees waiting for them. There is also the chief technical director, who is also in charge by the Japanese side. Nek has countless ways to delay Sir Electric's independent research and development. In the end, the company can only rely on Nek and let them control it. A great victory. Zia Azizi is very proud. Boss, is today's negotiation too fast? We can still strive for more favorable conditions. Ashish always felt that Sir Electric would suffer if he agreed to the Japanese so easily. They are thinking the same as us, making a fortune out of nothing. Ron smiled. You know, even a fool can see that. Maybe they are laughing at us now, boss. How are you going to deal with them? Ashish's eyes sparkled. No hurry. What we want is a TV production line. We'll talk about it after we get it. Do you really think he doesn't know what the Japanese are thinking? You don't need to guess that there will be countless tricks waiting for him. There are many traps in the procurement of core components and technology authorization alone. Who would honestly hand over technology to others, not even the partners? If Sir Electric grows and becomes stronger, what will Nek do? Zia Azizi will most likely use this as a handle to make things difficult for him. As for exchanging technology for market, this trick has been played out by the Japanese in a certain big country in the East. Zia Azizi is sure that the other party wants technology. Not to mention all kinds of overbearing terms, he never gives them a good face in daily work. The Japanese are addicted to being the boss and are ready to play the same trick in India. Haha, does Ron care whether India's technology is backward or not? Naive. When Nek comes in, the Indian package will be given to them no matter what. Ashish, we should send someone to the East University. Where? East? Ron tilted his head. You don't really think Seoul Electric will focus on color TVs next, do you? Chapter 235, Mixi Plank Road. Boss, why did we spend millions of dollars to buy Nek's production line? Ashish was puzzled. Because this is our technology reserve for the next few years. LCD TVs are something we need to consider 10 years later. Oh, Ashish suddenly realized, so black and white TV is the first step. That's right. Dongda has a mature black and white TV production line. Their price must be cheaper than the Japanese. The price of a 14-inch color TV in India is as high as 20,000 rupees, and the price of a new 21-inch color TV is doubled. This is still a cheap product produced by a local assembly plant. If it is an imported TV such as Sony or Panasonic, it is normal to double it. How many families in India can take out 20,000 rupees to buy a color TV? Not even a million. The plate is too small, and Seoul Electric has no advantage in squeezing in now. After all, they have no experience. It will take 2 or 3 years to fully understand Nek's technology. Ron was unwilling to wait in vain, not to mention investing $2 million. Black and white TVs are much cheaper, less than 10,000 rupees. This is not unbearable for most families in Mumbai. The price-performance ratio is more affordable, which is the specialty of Sir Electric. but it has to be fast. As the policy becomes more and more relaxed, other domestic electrical appliance manufacturers in India are also seeking to localize TV production. As far as he knows, Videocon and Oneida have been making frequent moves recently. They used to be assembly plants, but they assembled parts without much technical content. It is basically the model that LG wants to play. All parts are imported from abroad, and the finished products are shipped from Indian factories. The only difference is that Videocon and Oneida are allowed to put their own brands. But there is no doubt that the profit of this kind of TV is extremely low, and the bulk of it is taken away by foreign manufacturers. If India completely opens its doors, or strong local competitors emerge, then bankruptcy will definitely be waiting for them. There is no advantage in technology and cost, and defeat is inevitable. The two brands have seen this and are now negotiating with foreign companies to introduce real technology. Sir Electric has to be fast, at least faster than these two competitors. Looking around the world, which countries people work the most quickly and efficiently? Of course it is Dongda, and the speed of China is world-renowned. You lead the team yourself and find a manufacturer willing to sell us a complete production line. As long as the technology is mature and the price is negotiable, we will buy it in US dollars, boss. Can they really make TV sets there? Ashish was a little skeptical. In his impression, Dongda is not as good as India. It's 1994, not 1949, Ron chuckled. I can be sure that their technology is more than enough for India. Then what is our bottom price? 500,000 US dollars, and promise them that the cathode ray tubes and circuit boards will also be purchased from Dongda in the early stage. The production line of core components in the later stage will be discussed separately. Hiss, Ashish took a breath. He could already feel the ambition of his boss. This is to prepare to build a complete TV factory including core components. I know what to do. Ashish knew what to do. If there are any problems during the negotiation, call me on the satellite phone at any time. Ron planned to let Ashish leave in the next 2 days, the sooner the better. He also had to thank the Japanese for reminding him that his hometown had been playing black and white TV sets for a long time. The entire industrial chain has been opened up, including some of the most core components. The reason why he felt relieved to go to Dongda to buy the production line was that he knew there was no risk in the supply chain. India does not have the ability to produce cathode ray tubes and circuit boards, but Dongda can. It is better to buy than to make, so let's do this in the early stage. Ron equipped Ashish's team with translators, technical experts, and various personnel. With a golden signboard of Sir Park, top talents from the University of Mumbai and the Indian Institute of Technology have all sent their resumes. The large construction site and the concrete skeleton that is getting taller day by day are proof of strength. It is not possible to be low-key in running a business. Ron doesn't mind Kavya bragging about herself a few more times in the newspaper. As soon as Ashish left, next negotiation team also returned to Japan with satisfaction. Very good, two-pronged approach. He wants both color and black and white TVs. You haven't come to us much recently, you know. Sir Electric is negotiating cooperation with the Japanese, and those dwarfs have a lot of ideas. Wow, Japanese? Mary raised her eyebrows slightly with contempt. Have they offended you? Ron was a little surprised. Yes, but I can't stand it, she chuckled. Okay, I know, Ron shrugged. The relationship between Mao Shuang and Zhao Ri is not good. Wait until director Chopra finishes shooting this scene, then we'll talk about it in detail. Mary stared at the film and television city not far away. Today, the finale of Love in the Time of War was filmed. Chopra has a habit of destroying the set at the end of the film. The huge set in front of them cost 8 million rupees, but now it was going to be burned down. Just think about how exciting the scene would be. Not only Ron was curious, but many Mumbai officials also came to watch the fun. Chopra was in his early 40s, tall and energetic, wearing his signature baseball cap on the set. This was not because he liked sports, but purely to cover his slightly sparse hair. He held a microphone and shouted at the crew, warning them to make sure they did it in one go, because the set could only be burned once. To be honest, the environment here is not very good. It is late April and the weather is hot. The microorganisms in the water near the film and television city rot and decompose, emitting a strong stench from time to time. Chopra and the crew worked here for more than a month, trying to control the water, fog, and wind to the most ideal state, until they were full of stench and could not be completely removed no matter how many times they took a shower. From time to time, The wind blew with the smell of gasoline, which was the fuel for the explosion, a full 750 liters of gasoline. After confirming that all the camera positions were set up again and again, Chopra shouted into the microphone, "Start!" Boom! The specially built 10-story shed was engulfed by a blazing column of fire. The explosion caused rubble and ash to fall like heavy rain, and then it was blown by the wind to dazzle people's eyes, and the crew members fled. Because Chopra was too close, the impact of the explosion knocked him upside down and flew out. A nervous exclamation came from the loudspeaker, and soon an order came from the big speaker on the set. "Hurry up and get some ice, the director's butt is injured." Ron laughed at this, and pulled Mary and the others' hands and ran to the hillside next to the artificial lake. The fire was so big that even from such a distance, one could hear the continuous explosions of the gas pipes on the set. People standing on the hillside could clearly see flames of various colors rising from all directions. Various burning props fell from the sky and set fire to the ground. The scene was quite spectacular. The panicked crew members ran around, trying to put out the flames. Several officials and their wives who came to join in the fun stopped running up the mountain, turned around, and watched with relish, with a little pleasure of watching the fire from the other side of the river. Such a big scene is rare, and even Ron was very excited. After the situation was slightly under control, Ron took Mary and the others back to the film and television city. Chopra limped and covered his buttocks, communicating with the photographer, as if he was concerned about whether the previous shot had been captured. "Do you need me to help you? I'm a doctor," Ron joked. "No thanks, I'd rather let the nurse take a look." Chopra waved his hand unhappily. His baseball cap was gone, and his sparse hair was still covered with ashes. He held an ice pack against his butt with one hand, and his whole face was covered in dust. He waited until he confirmed that the last shot was recorded perfectly before waving his hand to indicate that the shooting was finished. Cheers came from the set, and the crew members hugged each other to celebrate. "Is it going well?" Ron asked him. "What, about the record?" "Oh, of course." Chopra was delighted. "T-Series has signed a contract with us, and it's still at the same price as before." "That's great. What about Nadeem from the band?" Ron didn't ask about such a small role personally. "He ran up to me the next day and touched my feet." Chopra laughed. "These people are just bullies." Ron was not surprised at all. "Not only him, but even Salem called me and said, 'We are all brothers, and we offended each other before.' The police in Mumbai have a long way to go, brother. To be honest, it's more useful to ask you than to ask the Mumbai police. It just happened. There are still good police in Mumbai." Speaking of this, when should AJ be transferred back? He can't always stand aside. "By the way, when will the movie be released?" Ron asked casually. "Probably in July, and the remaining 2 months will be used for post-production." "Okay, I'm looking forward to the film." The contract of 300 million rupees was won, and the profit of 50 million was already a foregone conclusion. Of course, Ron wanted more. If the movie was a hit, he would have more confidence to invest in Nasser Park. In order to cooperate with the next TV production line, he even suspended the progress of the office building and focused on the construction of the factory. At most 1 month, when the infrastructure such as water and electricity are in place, the production line can be pulled over and started. NEC has given a preliminary reply. In principle, they agree to this cooperation. The specific details will be finalized in the next negotiations. As Ron expected, they require that the key parts of the televisions produced in India, including the cathode ray tubes and integrated circuits, must be imported from Japan. In addition, the NEC logo must be on the produced televisions, and of course the logo of Sir Electric can also appear at the same time. Life is very bad. Not only do they want profits, but also reputation. The cost of a television is mainly concentrated on those core components. If all are imported, it means that the bulk of the profits will be taken away by Japanese manufacturers. Then, for every television sold in India, 40% of the profit will be given to NEC. Sir Electric is equivalent to being harvested by them twice, and all the money earned is hard-earned money. Maybe NEC will pick peaches after it gets better. Because as more and more televisions are sold, NEC's reputation will gradually spread in India, and their logo will be on it. When the time is right, they will kick Sir Electric away, and it is not impossible to create their own brand. OEM manufacturers really have no future. But Ron still agreed to them. As I said, stabilize the other party first. At this time, Ashish, who is on a business trip in Donda, also brought good news. Chapter 236, Two-Way Running. Ashish didn't want to go to Dongda. It was totally his boss' bad idea. Just because of a few sarcastic remarks from the Japanese, he actually took it seriously. Ashish couldn't understand why India, which was so advanced, would go to a backward country to introduce technology. It was too fake. But he could only do his best to follow his boss' instructions. His sister Laz, who served him every other day, and it was no different from a family member. Well, Ashish also regarded himself as half a family member. Since they were a family, they had to do this thing well. In India, family is the most reliable bond. After going through various complicated procedures and approvals, Ashish finally arrived in the neighboring country with his team. Soon after landing, they were refreshed by what they saw and heard here. It's hard to describe that feeling. At first, they were skeptical, then sighed, and finally silent. 3 days later, Ashish cursed. Indian media, they're all liars. Without taking the time to explore further, they hurriedly started their inspection trip. Long before coming, Ron sent several consultation letters to Dongda. He was familiar with the place and knew which department to deal with, and he didn't even need a translator. Ashish and his group didn't take a detour. Someone took the initiative to receive them and provided the yellow pages of the entire national television industry chain. So they were shocked, and Ashish realized that he didn't know this neighbor at all. This country began to produce televisions in the 1950s, color TVs in the 1970s, and more than 100 color TV production lines in the country in the 1980s. In the 1990s, the production of color TVs alone exceeded 10 million units. What about India? Are there 100,000 color TVs sold each year? Ashish expressed doubt. What shocked him even more was that at this time, a price war for TVs was going on in Dongda, color. There are more than 90 color TV manufacturers in the country, with an annual production capacity of 40 million units, but the utilization rate is only half. There are too many color TV brands on the market, and they can only fight price wars. As for black and white TVs, various manufacturers are eliminating this backward product. Elimination, backwardness. Ashish just felt magical. After calming down, he almost immediately called Ron's satellite phone and told him all the details of the situation here. You mean the manufacturers there are dismantling and eliminating the black and white TV production line? Yes, boss. People here don't seem to care about this kind of junk. What a good opportunity. Ron was overjoyed. I asked a TV factory called Venus casually, and the production line with an annual output of 100,000 units is only sold for $300,000. If you buy 2 at a time, you can get a 20% discount. Ashish just felt it was ridiculous. The other party seemed to be really selling junk, and from the tone, there was room for bargaining. Buy. No, ask a few more, pick the cheapest one, buy 2. Whatever conditions you can get, the professors are selecting manufacturers for inspection, and we can get this done in half a month. Where are the accessories, the core accessories? This is another thing Ron is concerned about. Oh, yes. Ashish flipped through the yellow pages in his hand. There are 12 manufacturers that produce color tubes, with a total annual output of 25 million. Color tubes? Just what you think. The picture tubes for color TVs. As for black and white tubes, there are even more manufacturers that can produce them. Too many to count. Can they produce completely independently? I think so. The professor said they have the entire industry chain and sufficient production capacity. Ron was excited, and he walked around with the phone. The production line and the supply of black and white tubes are the most important. Take care of this first, and then you can contact their color tube manufacturers. Boss, what do you mean? NEC wants us to buy expensive imported color tubes, but I won't. We'll pick the cheap ones. What about the Japanese? Don't worry about the Japanese, we are Indians, and Indians never follow the rules when doing business. You're right. Ashish almost forgot his ancestral skills. Remember, the sooner the better. Our TVs will be put into production this year. Oh, after hanging up the phone, Ron felt very relieved. The development of his hometown was faster than he expected, and he could just take advantage of it. Unfortunately, he didn't know whether the color TV of Dongda also relied on Japanese technology. If it could be completely independent, Ron would not have to deal with his small life. But there was a great opportunity. At least now he didn't have to worry about being strangled by Nick Humph. If they didn't give the Japanese a pig-killing plate, they would think that India was easy to bully. While Ashish was picking up scraps at Dongda, Ron talked to Nick again in Mumbai. Because he had a bottom line in his mind, he hardly bargained. The only requirement was to insist on keeping the price of the color TV production line down to $1.8 million. In view of the extremely cooperative efforts of Sir Electric in other aspects, NEC agreed to his request. One was affectionate, the other was intentional, and the two sides quickly finalized the final details. At the signing ceremony in early May, Maharashtra Minister Nawal not only attended in person, but also brought a large number of media to show their support. Ron and the president of NEC, as representatives, sat at the table, picked up pens, signed, exchanged, and then shook hands. The flashing lights almost never stopped. Yes, the sign of Sir Electric is brighter. The newly established company is called Sir NEC Electronic Technology Company. The temporary office is in the Sir Electric building, and a special area will be allocated in the park later. Of course, this is just a plan. Who knows what will happen next? Mr. Minister, can you please have a word with me? After dealing with a reporter, Ron found Naval. What's the matter? According to the agreement with NEC, the purchase of color TV sets must be in US dollars. Ron blinked at him. Oh, Naval suddenly realized, I will say hello to the bank and approve your $2 million first. Sir Electric's future achievements cannot be separated from your help. Ron was overjoyed. I will come again when the TV is offline. Naval left with satisfaction. Ron was also satisfied, and his small treasury of US dollars was saved. From the opening of the travel company, to the smuggling of drugs later, to the pharmacist business, Ron earned a total of $1.2 million. It was quite hard-earned. The original intention of this money was to purchase a TV production line. Originally, it would be enough to deal with NEC first, but the University of Tokyo also needs dollars. Ron's small treasury was in urgent need of money, and he suddenly had an idea and went directly to Minister Nawal. Sir Park is a strategic plan of Mumbai, and it is reasonable for the government to allocate some resources. The $2 million promised by Nawal refers to the amount of rupees to exchange for US dollars, and Sir Electric Appliances has to pay for the exchange. No problem, according to the official exchange rate, Ron only needs to take out 62 million rupees to exchange for $2 million. This is a great deal, 20% cheaper than the black market, and the latter may not be able to collect so much. The US dollar is still a scarce resource in India. In the past 2 years, the Indian government directly took gold to Europe to exchange for US dollars. The economy has only been open for 3 years, and foreign capital has not yet entered on a large scale, and the government still has few reserves. Nawal can give this amount, which is already a special case. Yes, the money he gave before was not in vain. Ron has no shortage of rupees, and the sales of Sir Electric Appliances have been rising steadily in the past few months. As the weather is getting hotter and it will be a hot summer soon, water-cooled air conditioners and electric fans are becoming more and more popular. From the beginning of the year to May now, there is an additional profit of 150 million rupees. If Nawal agrees, Ron would like to convert all the money into US dollars. In today's incremental market, the profit of Sir Electric will gradually rise. The rupees are increasing, but the US dollars are becoming increasingly scarce. We have to find a way to wash them. After sending Nawal away, Ron turned around and tried to make friends with Zia Orzi. According to the agreement just signed, the joint venture company needs to pay a 30% deposit, which is $600,000. Then NEC will successively contract an 18-inch color TV production line within 3 months. Wait until the equipment is landed and assembled, and then settle the subsequent balance. Ron gave the deposit very happily, without any nagging. He is a businessman, and with India's reputation as a guarantee, the joint venture company will definitely have no problem. NEC is also quite satisfied, and it is said that it is already packing the production line. Do you think Zia Orzi has never dealt with the Indian government? Naive. Before Suzuki entered the Indian market, it took 7 years just because of various approvals and political factors. Toyota also wanted to develop in India in the 1980s, but the land promised by the government was granted to a local private enterprise 3 months later. Sony and Panasonic began to discuss cooperation with the Indian government in the 1970s, but they have not entered the market until today. NEC has made rapid progress, okay? It took them only more than a month to complete the negotiations and sign the contract, and even the factory building is almost completed. Compared with the marathon of its peers, NEC's progress is as fast as cheating. The legend that Indians are slow and scheming is a myth. NEC testifies that it has met good Indians. You can see that the deposit was paid without saying a word, which is more efficient than some Japanese payers. It's so beautiful, the process is so smooth. In order to show the credibility of the Japanese, NEC also cooperated with them. They are going to contract a brand new production line, which is enough for decades. Of course, the subsequent service fees and authorization fees will not be less. One thing is one thing, the real gift package is still to come. Coincidentally, the good man Ron also thought so. This wave is really a two-way rush. Each side has its own ulterior motives, and both want to stab the back, but the result is that the efficiency in the early stage is surprisingly high. Mumbai newspapers have touted this cooperation as a model for the Indian and Japanese economies to enter a new stage. NEC's products have already gained a reputation before they are even sold. There is no way. Indians also worship foreign things these days. Imported goods are naturally superior to domestic ones, and rich families are proud to use foreign brands. Electric also needs to borrow the skin of NEC. Electric fans are completely incomparable to expensive appliances, such as televisions. After spending tens of thousands of rupees, who doesn't want to buy imported products with more reliable quality? Well, this is reality. It's no wonder that the Indian people think so. Indian domestic products are indeed lousy, and Electric is already a breath of fresh air. The color TV project is in place, and Ashish's black and white TV is also progressing fast. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 237, Sounding the Alarm Bell. Not only India lacks dollars, but also East China University. Although the exchange rate unification and reform this year has eased the situation. However, according to regulations, enterprises and individuals must sell their foreign exchange income to designated banks, which will then be centrally managed by the banks. To put it bluntly, the foreign exchange quota is still not freely disposable, and it is far from being rich. After hearing that Ashish paid for the black and white TV production line with dollars and bought two at a time, those manufacturers who were worried about having no place to eliminate the broken ones were overjoyed. They took the initiative to come to the door, serving Ashish and others with good wine and food, just to get rid of the burden in the factory as soon as possible. The initial offer of $300,000 went straight to $200,000 because too many competitors joined. In the end, the relevant departments could not see it and coordinated the transaction. A TV factory in Shanghai was close to the water and got the moon first. Two production lines in good condition of 80% new were discounted by $450,000. In line with the principle of first transaction and long time to come, they also gave Ashish 2 sets of spare parts for maintenance. Of course, with Ron's approval, Ashish also reciprocated on behalf of Electric. They signed a contract with several TV parts factories in Dongda, the main content of which was to purchase certain core components. According to the agreement, in the next 2 years, Electric will import 200,000 cathode ray tubes and circuit boards from Hongguang, Shangdian and other parts factories. There is no way India cannot handle core parts such as cathode ray tubes, so they can only import them. However, Dongda's quotation is very cheap, $20 per 14-inch cathode ray tube, equivalent to 172 yuan, about 620 rupees. When Ron received the call back from Ashish, he thought he had heard it wrong. It's not that he hasn't consulted the international market about cathode ray tubes. The same 14-inch cathode ray tube, Europe and the United States quoted $100 each, Japan and South Korea are cheaper, $80. Dongda's quotation is only equivalent to 1/4 or 1/5 of theirs, a complete bargain price. What else can be said about this? Buy it. In fact, they don't know that Dongda's manufacturers are also uneasy after quoting the price. Because this thing has overcapacity in China and is on the verge of being eliminated. Black and white TVs are sold in addition to rural areas, and urban residents have long ignored them. The cost of producing a 14-inch cathode ray tube was only about 100 yuan. And they sold it to the Indians for 172 yuan, which was really a big profit. Then a strange scene appeared. Ashish wanted to bargain but didn't dare to, and the Dongda manufacturer wanted to give in but was afraid of showing weakness. It's a waste of time to fight a wolf with a straw. Finally, Ashish tentatively asked them to bear the shipping costs and the subsequent training costs, and the Dongda manufacturer immediately agreed. Well, one bought a good and cheap product, and the other accidentally opened up a channel for earning foreign exchange, and everyone was happy. The atmosphere was extremely warm when the contract was signed, just like when Nek signed the contract in Mumbai. Ron was extremely satisfied with the deal. And he found the code to wealth. The main cost of a TV is the cathode ray tube, which accounts for about 30% minus 50% of the total. India can handle other parts by itself. After taking into account tariffs, other accessories, labor, and electricity costs, the total cost of Sir Electric to produce a 14-inch black and white TV is about 1,700 rupees. Damn, it's better to buy it than to make it. The price of black and white TV sets in India is not less than 8,000 rupees. How can this be done? For a moment, Ron even planned to become a comprador in the future. Dongda's products are completely dumped in India, and there is no competitor at all. Unfortunately, the road of compradors will not last long. After 2 years, when India completely opens its doors, more and more people will focus on this market. Without technological advantages and unable to keep up with the pace of iteration, it is inevitable to be eliminated. Fortunately, there is no need to consider this issue for the time being. Ron can start as a comprador. The total cost of 1,700 rupees is a complete dimensionality reduction blow to the other two peers in India. However, this matter must be kept low-key and cannot be publicized as it was when cooperating with NEC. The relationship between India and Dongda is understood by everyone. Ron can only enter the village quietly, and he can't shoot. It just so happens that NEC is covering in front, so it's not a big problem. According to Ashish's news, the production line from Dongda is expected to arrive in Hong Kong in a month, which is incredibly fast. Ron is looking forward to it. He wants to see the TV with the Sir logo off the line with his own eyes. However, a call from his hometown in Uttar Pradesh forced him to put aside his affairs in Mumbai for the time being, as there was trouble at the mine. Muna now felt that he was living in heaven. Not only could he eat curry and roasted chicken every now and then, but he also had time to read books. What a luxury! It was a privilege only for the rich and the masters. Now Muna also had this privilege, which was a gift from his master. The books on his bedside were proof of this, ranging from Indian encyclopedias to introductions to social customs. Muna cherished these books as much as he treated rupees. However, he usually did not read in the house because George would always make sarcastic remarks. George wanted to leave the mine and return to Varanasi or stay with his master Rutan, but he never did. He vented all his anger on Muna. The two lived in the same room, only 1 meter apart, but they never said a friendly word. Not even a hello or how is your mother, or similar greetings. The first thing George did every morning after getting up was to bow and pray to the 20 or so images he had posted on the wall, chanting At this time, he would glance at Muna from the corner of his eye, as if to say, "Don't you pray? What do you do? Are you a traitor in disguise of a herdsman?" Muna was so angry that one evening he went to the market and bought all the images of Lord Rama and the monkey god he could find, about 24 or 25. He posted all the images in the house, so that he and George had the same number of images. Every morning, after bowing to these gods, they both prayed loudly, trying to drown out the other's voice. After persisting for a few days, Muna realized in time that there was no need to waste time with that guy. Wouldn't it be better to read more books? So under Dodgy's smug eyes, Muna no longer competed with him to see who was more loyal to the gods. Muna got up very early. Before the sun rose, the roosters were crowing like crazy in the village. He left the house carefully, took his books, and climbed towards the hill near the mine. The sun was about to rise, and the pond at the foot of the mountain was sparkling. Occasionally, a stone would roll down from the top of the mountain, rolling and roaring all the way into the pond. Half of the stone that fell into the water was submerged in the water, and the surface was smooth and wet, like a large pebble. The surface of the pond was full of lotus and water lilies, and the ripples between the flowers were dotted with silver light. As usual, the village buffaloes waded in the water, chewing the leaves of water lilies, and their noses would arch out a big V-shaped wave wherever they went. The sun slowly rose, spreading its glory on the buffaloes, on Muna, and on this land. Muna looked up and saw a stone wall with rows of observation holes on it that looked like bright red lines at sunrise. Yes, there was an ancient fort on the top of the hill. The villagers preferred to call it the Black Fort. It was said that the Black Fort had a history of at least several hundred years, but no one knew who built it. Perhaps it was the Ottomans, perhaps the Persians, perhaps the British, or other foreigners who had ruled India. Munna curled his lips in disdain. He had read history and understood that India had never been truly free. At first, the herdsmen had the final say, and then it was the British who ordered them around. The British left in the 1940s, but only idiots believed that India was truly free. Now the Black Fort has long been abandoned, and a group of monkeys have taken over the fort as their kings. Except for shepherds who sometimes go there to graze their sheep, no one has ever gone up there. The closer you get, the more obvious the monkey's squeaking becomes. Their agile figures jump back and forth along the wall, climbing up and down, and sometimes fighting each other, as if the dead Black Fort warriors were possessed and wanted to fight their decisive battle again. Munna climbed to the top of the mountain, passed through the gate, and entered the Black Castle. He looked around. There were only a few dilapidated walls and a group of frightened monkeys looking at him from afar. The stones in the pond at the foot of the mountain were probably dropped from the stone walls of the Black Castle. Munna ignored the monkeys' squeaking threats and climbed to an exposed platform on the top of the Black Castle. The light here was just right, there was no obstruction, and there was an ancient stone table left. It was Munna's desk, solid and durable, and preserved for hundreds of years. Munna liked to read here, no one disturbed him, and it was also a perfect sentry post. As long as he stood up and walked to the stone wall, he could overlook the mine and cement factory site at the foot of the mountain, as well as the small village not far away. Munna saw the tower and the temple near the village, the small market, the sparkling stinking ditch, the mansions of the beasts, and his home. There was also a small black dot at the door of his house. Munna knew it was a buffalo. This was simply the most beautiful view in the world. He leaned out of the castle and wanted to shout twice. Well, he didn't do that. Because he was afraid that the people from the mine would come up to check. Hey, just as Munna was about to turn around and go back to read, he was suddenly stunned. There was a row of small black dots coming from the distance. There were cars and pedestrians coming from the south, and they were very large. Munna was surprised. There were very few outsiders coming to Kana village, especially those from the south. Everyone was used to seeing workers coming from Varanasi in the north, but why from the south? Munna squinted his eyes and looked at it for a while, and suddenly his face changed drastically. Not good, it must be someone from Mirzapur. The king of Mirzapur, Kalimbe. Only he can mobilize so many people. Munna ran down the mountain, not even taking a buck on the stone table. Munna kept in mind what his master had told him to do, and kept a close eye on any movement near Kana village. He ran too fast, like a soldier charging down from the Black Castle, and almost couldn't stop when he passed the pond and fell into it. Daji! Daji! Hurry! Kalimbe's people are coming, Munna shouted. The workers who had just started working in the mine were confused and had no idea what he was shouting. Until Daji heard the news and came out, he tried his best to ring the bronze bell under the eaves. Ling! 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 The mine was awakened and became a commotion. Chapter 238 Making Trouble. The rapid ringing of the bell quickly woke up the guards at the mine. They shouted and rushed out of the house with their guns. Some of them were bare-armed and had no time to put on their clothes. Others had just finished half of their meal and their mouths were full of food. Munna, who is causing trouble, Daji didn't bother to argue with him. The important thing was important. Over there are a lot of people. Munna pointed to the main road in the southwest. After such a delay, the team had already arrived at Kana village and was turning towards the mine. The leading truck was hung with a banner, "Give me back my land, get out of Mirzapur." The crowd shouted slogans and slowly approached the mine. Quick! Stop them, Daji shouted, then ran into the house and called Rutan in the manor. The mine and the manor were not far apart. As an employee of the telecommunications company, Rutan had already set up telephones in both places. The guards who heard the order directly blocked the procession with guns, and kept the procession far away from the mine and the cement factory. "Give me back my land, get out of Mirzapur." The leading man stood on the truck and shouted loudly, and the ragged farmers around him repeated numbly and mechanically. Click, click, the reporters with cameras were busy on the sidelines, looking for the best angle. At the end of the team, a car with a license plate of Kalimbe followed slowly. Sitting in the passenger seat, Ram was wearing sunglasses and watching this farce with a smile. "Brother Ram, you still have a way." As long as the newspapers expose it, the people of Varanasi will definitely be in trouble. The little follower next to him flattered him. Although the Triparthi family is in charge of the arms business in the East, we should use our brains more. Ram was proud. Well, this sentence was said by his father Kalimbe, and Ram learned it and put it into practice. Will these guys on the other side be fooled? The follower stretched his neck to watch the fun. The people of Varanasi are arrogant and conceited. They will definitely not be able to withstand provocation. After the last incident, Ram learned his lesson and he no longer acted recklessly. He is a student at Mirzapur University, not a country bumpkin, and knows how to use the power of public opinion. The man at the front of the team shouted slogans louder and louder. He waved his hands vigorously, like a general commanding soldiers to charge into battle. The farmers around him were originally tenants of the two beasts' homes. Later, Ron built a cement factory here and requisitioned about 100 acres of farmland. I don't know what happened, but some of them were suddenly gathered here today to protest and march. Seeing that the atmosphere was getting more and more tense, the guards of the mine had already leveled their guns at the crowd. Realizing that something was wrong, Muna suddenly jumped into the middle of the crowd. You took Mr. Sir's compensation, but now you are here to make trouble. Where is your conscience? The crowd was stunned, not understanding where this young man came from. The people of Varanasi only used 500 rupees to send everyone away. Is this money enough to support a family? The leading man on the opposite side shouted. Not enough. Not enough, the farmers echoed. That's our land, the land that our whole family depends on for survival. Give me back my land. Give me back my land. Ram laughed at the back, and the accompanying reporters took the opportunity to pick up their cameras and take pictures again. The land belongs to the two beasts, Muna shouted. Have you forgotten how the two landlords treated us? The crowd was slightly agitated. Not only the farmers across the street, but even the workers here in the mine were whispering. In the nearby villages, everyone knew the two beasts. They have ruled here for generations, and I don't know how many villagers they have persecuted. They died, but the landlord's power is still there. The two beasts armed themselves against the minister, but were wiped out by Mr. Sir. Now the land belongs to Mr. Sir, and he didn't take it directly, but gave money. If it were the two beasts, would they give money? No. They would whip us with whips, and then continue to collect membership fees from us. What will we do in the future? Without land, 500 rupees will only be enough for a few months. Someone made a fuss. Then come to the mine. Come to the construction site. Muna pointed to the factory rising from the ground behind him. Mr. Sir will not reject any hard-working person, and the salary he gives is enough to support all your families. The crowd gradually fell silent, and they knew that Muna was telling the truth. It's just that some cunning people are unwilling to work, and they just enjoy themselves after receiving the compensation. The money was quickly spent, but they didn't want to suffer at the construction site. It happened that someone linked them to make trouble, and everyone would get a tip afterwards. These people were tempted. Why would the land that they had cultivated for generations be suddenly taken away? However, Muna's words revealed the cruel truth. They have never really owned the land. They are serfs and serfs. They have been like this for generations. They have no reason to make trouble. These lands have nothing to do with them. The memories of being abused by the beasts began to awaken, and a series of tragic past events emerged in their minds. The farmers who were forced to come began to retreat. They still have families. How could they bear to let those tragedies happen in their own homes? Seeing that things were not going well, the leading man started to make noise again, but his morale was far less enthusiastic than before. He gritted his teeth and prepared to lead the charge to capture the boy first. Suddenly, the roar of an engine came from a distance, and a truck full of people was speeding over. Everyone had weapons, and they all shouted and fired into the air. The sound of gunfire was the most effective signal for expulsion, and the farmers who were already timid scattered. The leading man couldn't shout back, and the fear buried deep in his blood was awakened, and everyone was scared to death. Brother Ram, that's an AK. Hurry, let's run. The little follower slapped the driver repeatedly. Ram wanted to say a few harsh words, but he was also a little scared when he saw the aggressive truck on the opposite side. The farmers and reporters who were found had already scattered, and there was no need to stay here. So he turned the car ahead and slipped away. The footage shot was enough to make the people of Varanasi busy. Rutan and his men came over aggressively, but they had no chance to attack. Who is causing trouble? He glared at everyone, and everyone retreated in fear. sir, it's the people from Mirzapur. Muna stepped forward to answer. Did you see clearly? There's a car behind the team with a license plate of Kalan Bay. Muna, tell me what happened in detail. Rutan narrowed his eyes. Yes, sir. Muna stepped forward and roughly told him what happened just now. Others around him also supplemented it. Daji was jealous. This little bastard was getting smarter and smarter. After listening to Muna's story, Rutan looked at him unexpectedly. Who taught you these things? What? Muna was a little nervous. Master, I know. Daji suddenly jumped out from the side. He had been watching from the side. This kid is secretly reading a book, hiding in the mountains to read a book. You can read. Rutan was even more surprised. It's the book that the master gave me, Muna tried to explain. Oh, I remember now. Rutan had some impression. Ron even asked him to bring a lot of books from Varanasi. Master, servants should not be able to read. That is treason, Daji said, adding fuel to the fire. Go. Rutan kicked him away. Rutan was impulsive, yes, but not stupid. He not only went to high school, but also attended a local religious university. Although he was not very knowledgeable, he was also at the elite level in terms of knowledge. He knew very well that in Uttar Pradesh, educated people and illiterate people were completely two different species. The former were human beings, and the latter were ignorant slaves. Muna impressed him. This kid had great potential. Well, more potential than Daji. From today on, the gates of the mine and the construction site are in your hands. Outsiders, especially those who cause trouble, cannot be allowed in. Yes, sir. Muna puffed out his chest and tried to hold up his fat khaki uniform. Rutan waved his hand to send them away. He already knew what happened. The other party actually brought reporters with him, which was a bit troublesome. Ron had to come back to deal with this matter. He was not good at drama and had no patience. Ron was very busy now, and he expected that he would be busy. The cement plant in Uttar Pradesh was under construction, and the Sir Industrial Park in Mumbai was also under construction, along with a newly launched TV project. It would be strange if he was not busy. Today and next year, he would probably travel between the south and the north. When he returned to Varanasi, he did not even go to his hometown, and directly asked the driver Ishan to drive to the mine. The manor of the two beasts had been occupied by the Sir family, and Rutan usually lived here. If Ron came to the mine, he would also stay temporarily in the manor, and there were many empty rooms. He already knew what happened, and Rutan gave a general idea. Moa was very detailed, even the process of his going to Black Castle to read books was clearly described. These guys are really restless. Ron frowned and spread out the newspaper on the table. The other party acted quickly, and what happened just yesterday was published in the newspaper today. The local daily news in Uttar Pradesh reported directly on the front page, probably about farmers demonstrating at the Sir cement plant site. The focus of the conflict is on land acquisition. Although it is not stated explicitly, the accompanying picture is clear. On one side are ragged farmers, and on the other side are fierce security guards holding guns. People naturally sympathize with the weak, and I guess some people are talking about it behind their backs. The tabloids in Mirzapur are even more impolite, saying that the Sir family occupied farmers' land and shot many rebels. Well, those two beasts are rebels, and their families have spoken out in the newspapers to testify. This is a very good way to play public opinion. It seems that the Triparty family has invested a lot this time. If you ask me, we should kill the king of Mirzapur in one fell swoop to ensure that there will be no trouble. Rutan's method is very direct. Although the East is crazy, it has not reached the point of chaos. Ron glanced at him helplessly. Uttar Pradesh is indeed against the sky, but it has a stable government after all. An occasional fight is not a big problem, but don't even think about large-scale armed conflicts. Do you really think you can do whatever you want with guns? If we alert the troops here, no one will suffer. The government of Lucknow, more than 100 million people, and the majority of businessmen do not want Uttar Pradesh to be in chaos. Ron is the same. An environment where people can live and work in peace and contentment is suitable for doing business. Otherwise, why would you open a cement factory? Master, we can also use this method to deal with them. Muna suddenly spoke up boldly. Huh? Ron and Rutan looked over in surprise. Chapter 239, Changes. Muna, what do you suggest? Ron slowed down his tone. Master, the peasants who are making trouble must have received money, but there are not many of them, Muna explained carefully. Well, continue. Ron nodded. Most of the villagers whose land was expropriated are here with us, on the construction side and in the mine. They are our people. What do you mean, master? You give them work, pay them wages, and don't take their share of the money. Everyone is grateful to you. Those lazy people, who go against you for a little tip, everyone scolds them, calls them conscienceless, calls them ungrateful, and they are all traitors. If it were you, what would you do? Ron had a smile in his eyes. Let the whole of Mirzapur know your mercy. I will organize a parade to praise your virtues and give those grateful villagers a chance to repay your kindness. This kid is now like an elector, Rutten said on the side. Ron laughed. It was really interesting. Muna, you've made a lot of progress. They're all stories from books. Mahatma Gandhi organized many marches when he was young. That book for young people. Yes. What else have you read in the past few months? History and social encyclopedias. If you have time, take a look at Indian politics and elections. Yes, master, I'll leave this matter to you. Yes, Muna suddenly raised his head. Just do as you say. Two voices are not allowed in Mirzapur. I will assign you some people. Yes, master. Muna's clenched fists trembled slightly. This was a feeling he had never had before, and his heart was beating hard. Okay, let's go to the factory first. Ron stood up. The newspaper was not urgent. He cared more about his cement factory. The small hills that originally belonged to the crows have completely changed. The bumpy and gravel-covered earth slopes have disappeared. They have been repaired into solid platforms, extending from the foot of the mountain to the outside of the mountain. Amid the roar, the yellow heavy truck sped by, raising a trail of dust. The loaded cargo box was piled high with ore. The unloaded ore was automatically transported away by the conveyor belt, and at the end, the giant jaw crusher opened its iron teeth and swallowed it in big mouthfuls. Whenever its mouth was full, it would bite hard and tear the boulder into fist-sized pieces. These roughly processed gravels were then transported away by trucks and taken to the cement plant outside through the newly paved asphalt road. The towering calcining furnace rose from the ground, and standing on it was enough to overlook the lush forest in the distance. A large area of industrial land stretched far away at its feet, with a feeding tower, a rotary kiln, a dust collection workshop, a warehouse, and a transportation pipeline. At the top of the feeding tower, there was a high observation deck surrounded by steel, and the elevator leading to it was slow and shaky. Ron, wearing a safety helmet, looked down from a height with pride at the huge project that was about to be completed. When is the first phase of the production line expected to be completed? He asked. It will take at most 2 months for most of the equipment to start debugging, the general manager, Gore, replied. Are there any difficulties? Electricity, the external power is unstable, and our own generators can't meet the needs of all the equipment. I remember when we designed it, there was a power station reserved here. Yes. It's right there. Gore pointed to the distance. It was a red and white chimney, the main body of which had been completed, but it was quiet at the moment, without any movement. What do you need to make it work? A 5 megawatts generator set. Increase the budget. Ron frowned. Only $1 million, 30 million rupees. It can meet all the needs of the cement plant and the mining field. From a long-term perspective, this can save us 70% of the electricity costs. Besides the generator set, what else do you need? Ron was a little tempted. Coal. Gore's eyes sparkled. I'll take care of the coal. Ron waved his hand indifferently. This thing was the least valuable. There's a coal mine in Sonbhadra in the south, less than 2 hours drive from here, very close. Yes, he was very satisfied with the progress of the project here. In less than a year, the original farmland has become an industrial center of initial scale. Of course, this is only the first phase of the project, purely to speed up the progress of the production line. It will take at least 2 years to complete the construction of the 100 acres of industrial land, which will probably be the end of next year. I will try to stay in Uttar Pradesh for 2 more months until the cement plant starts trial production. It will definitely go smoothly. This is just the first line. Gore is full of confidence. The current annual design output of the cement plant is 100,000 tons, which can only be considered small and medium-sized, and there is no difficulty. Gore has done similar projects, and his ideal goal is 500,000 tons, which can match the reserves of the mine. But this is a matter for the future. Take it slowly. The first step is the most important. Ron is very greedy for the view from the tower, from which he can overlook the entire construction site. Busy workers move like ants under his feet. The newly built asphalt road is black and shiny, and 2 rows of neat plywood houses are lined up next to the factory. Because of the proximity to the water, the living area where the workers live is also paved with cement. The small workshop left by the 2 beasts has been used. The quality of the cement produced was average, so it was simply used to meet the internal construction of the factory. Unfortunately, the cement road was too rigid and not suitable for bumpy slopes. It was easy for heavy trucks to break it. After the cement plant was put into production, Ron planned to build a wide cement road from the factory to Varanasi. In this way, a steady supply of cement could be quickly delivered to Varanasi railway station and then transported to various parts of Uttar Pradesh. If you want to get rich, build roads first. This is a wise saying. After inspecting the construction site, Ron finally prepared to go to Lucknow. The fastest way to solve the recent turmoil is to start directly from the top. As for the media reports, you can ignore them. Uttar Pradesh is just so wild. However, Ron attaches great importance to his reputation, and he decided to take a 2-pronged approach. Muna was responsible for changing the direction of public opinion from the bottom, and he went to solve the conflicts of interest behind it. Mirzapur, Tripathi family. Did you do this? Karim threw the newspaper on the table. Dad, I didn't shoot this time, let alone use a bullet. If you don't believe me, ask Makbu. Makbu, who was standing next to them, nodded slightly. He was in charge of the Tripathi family's guns and had the key to the armory. Did I tell you not to provoke them now? Karim stared at him. Their factory will start operation soon, in no more than 2 months. Dad, you said that we should wait until they have everything settled before we take action. Where did you hear this news? Karim narrowed his eyes slightly. There's a student from our school working there, and I found him. Ram smiled proudly. In Mirzapur, Karim Bey means an order, and no one dares to refuse the Tripathi family. Ram has already learned about the progress of the cement factory through the relationship of that student. He couldn't help but prepare to cause some trouble for the other party and prove himself to his father. The king of Mirzapur cannot always be Karim Bey, but can also be Ram Bey. This small city will belong to him after all. The people of Varanasi are not easy to mess with. You will only alert the enemy. Dad, you said I was idle all day. Now I just want to do something for the family. Ram was dissatisfied. I'm not saying you did something wrong, but you were too gentle. What? Ram was stunned. Why don't you let someone shoot from behind? In that case, the other side will definitely shoot back. Just kill a few more farmers, and it's better to kill the reporter as well, so that the matter can be made bigger. This kind of insignificant report will only cause trouble to the other party, but it won't hurt them. Have you become stupid after reading? When did the Tripathi family do things so restrainedly? Then I'll take people there in 2 days. Stupid, it's too late. The people of Varanasi have already been prepared. Karim cursed with regret. This son is good at being domineering and a little smart, but his vision is too narrow. He is not mature enough, and he is not ruthless enough. What about the daily news? Karim asked again. The tabloids in Mirzapur are understandable, but the daily news is in Lucknow, and the Tripathi family can't stretch that far. I asked Rao's daughter for help. Ram hesitated. Congressman Rao? Why should his daughter listen to you? Karim was stunned, and then his eyes were strange. I promised to watch a movie with her. That's it. Ram shrugged. The atmosphere in the living room became more and more strange. The old man, who rarely asked about family affairs, smiled in his wheelchair. Stepmother Bina also glanced at Ram. Her eyes were gentle, as if water was about to drip out. Don't make it difficult for Congressman Rao. He has only one daughter, Karim warned him. It's just watching a movie. She wanted to help me. Don't interfere in this matter anymore. The family will handle it. Dad. Ram was about to speak when Gupta from the police station came to visit. Karim waved his hand and motioned him to come forward. Karim Bey, there's movement outside. Gupta clasped his hands together and smiled flatteringly. What's going on? Someone is marching, huh? People from Varanasi, right outside. Karim remained silent. Just as the people in the living room exchanged glances, he suddenly stood up and walked outside. The Tripathi family's estate is in the best location in Mirzapur. It is a high ground, overlooking the central square of the town. The plaster statues of Karan and Grandpa Ram are placed there, which is a symbol of the Tripathi family's rule over Mirzapur. At this moment, a huge crowd gathered in the square, waving flags and shouting slogans. Great Mr. Sir, give us jobs, highways, tap water, praise Mr. Sir. The leading teenager tied a yellow scarf on his head and stood on the truck like a fighter, raising his fist and shouting. There was a portrait behind him, a portrait of Ron, sir, and everyone could see the gentle smile. There were also people distributing leaflets in the mobile convoy, with very little content, only one sentence, 300 rupees a month, this is a gift from the great Mr. Sir. There are too many illiterate people in Uttar Pradesh. You have to write 300 rupees in large letters. This is more effective than anything else. The crowd in the square gradually became agitated. 300 rupees? It's too much? Almost without slogans, people joined the team voluntarily. They couldn't wait and wanted to go to the cement factory in the north. Karim watched the crowd follow the parade and leave. The town square became visibly deserted. 2 plaster statues? No one cared. Chapter 240, Bandit Style. Lucknow is actually quite good. There are many well-preserved ancient buildings, and its modernization is only slightly inferior to that of New Delhi. The train station here is more spectacular than Mumbai's Victoria Station, and King George's Medical College is even internationally famous. If you only look at the city center, Lucknow is already a modern city. Ron flew here from Varanasi. He wanted to rest for 2 days before visiting Yadav, but reality did not allow it. Somehow, the daily news that had been quiet suddenly went all out, reporting on the demonstrations at the cement factory for 3 consecutive days. Damn, is the Tripathi family crazy? Come in waves? Abandoning the leisure of sightseeing, Ron immediately called Kavya, who was far away in Mumbai. Half an hour later, he met the local editor-in-chief of the Times of India in a cafe in Lucknow. He has never been inferior to anyone in the public opinion. The Daily News is just a mere Times of India section. It just so happens that Muna is doing publicity in Mirzapur, and even the materials are ready. Ron gave the editor-in-chief a small gift, and the 2 sides agreed that the materials would be delivered before the evening before the newspaper was published tomorrow. After a little preparation, Ron went to see Yadav without stopping. His intuition told him that the king of Mirzapur seemed to have quickened the pace. Ron did not go to Yadav's office this time, but visited his official residence. This was not the first time the 2 sides met, and there was no need for a middleman to pass the message. After sending nearly 9 million rupees, Ron was now an important figure on Yadav's list. After hearing about his visit, Yadav directly asked the servants to greet him. The meeting place was in the garden. When Ron came in, Yadav was grabbing a mango and feasting on it. Would you like some? He licked the juice on his fingers. My stomach has been bad recently, Ron declined. It was hard for him to have an appetite with this eating posture. The fruits in Uttar Pradesh are no worse than those in Mumbai. That's right, so I came back, but you will still go. He put down the towel he was using to wipe his mouth and looked over. You need to pay more attention to the cement factory. We have made a promise in front of the reporters, the cement factory is fine. There will be an answer in the newspaper tomorrow. Newspaper, not a tabloid like the Daily News. The cement factory provides thousands of jobs and solves the road problem in the north. Isn't it worth promoting, road? What are you going to do? Yadav waved his hand to let the servant go down. Build a cement road from Mirzapur to Varanasi, a total of 60 kilometers, which is unique in the east. Not bad, Yadav nodded with satisfaction. This is also his political achievement. The Daily News? Ron looked up at him. I will say hello, but you have to deal with those farmers as soon as possible. Some reporters want to make big news every day. I understand, Ron nodded. Again, don't let it appear in the newspaper, and everything else will be fine. Ron's expression moved slightly. He didn't hear the sentence "don't kill anyone." Are you sure the cement plant can be completed on time? I've included it in the strategic plan for Uttar Pradesh. If something goes wrong, you and I will become a laughingstock, Yadav warned. Of course, the cement plant will be put into trial production within 2 months. But, the power supply is not stable enough. I plan to build a power station myself. Tell me what you need, Yadav asked directly. Coal. Coal from Sonbhadra. Yadav leaned his back on the chair, and looked at Ron. He was about to say something when someone suddenly came in. It was his younger brother Satya. Hey, Satya, come here. He tilted his head and introduced them to each other. Satya looked very similar to his brother, with the same dark skin and round face. He saluted Ron and then asked his men to unfold the poster with expectation. This is the campaign poster I made, brother, what do you think? Oh, you are going to participate in the regional election. Yadav looked at the poster. Yellow background with red letters, typical Indian style. There are two figures on the poster smiling and saluting. They are the two brothers. The slogan is "Long live the great Socialist Party." Just like the slogans on the streets, it can be seen everywhere. This is the final version that I asked the Saint Master to guide. He said I will definitely win. Satya smiled with anticipation. Yadav didn't say anything. He looked up and looked at his brother. How tall are you? 172 cm. Satya didn't hesitate. How high is your position in the party? Yadav asked again. Satya was stunned. Why are you as tall as me in the poster? Can you be on par with the chief minister? Satya's smile froze, and there was embarrassment on his face. It's just a small regional election, and you still have to borrow my reputation. What about the state election? I'll change it immediately, Satya replied with a far-fetched smile. How many copies did you print? 200,000. Yadav didn't say anything, and suddenly turned his eyes to Ron beside him. Huh? Ron looked up and met his eyes, and then he understood something. Mr. Yadav, print the posters and send me the bill. Why don't you thank Mr. Sir? Dr. Yadav looked at his brother. Thank you very much for your help. Satya bowed to Ron again. You're welcome. Ron shook his head, with a hint of helplessness. Go down. Yadav waved his hand and sent his brother away. He's participating in the election for the first time and doesn't know the rules. Support the Socialist Party. This is our common goal. Ron nodded politely. Everyone says that politicians are greedy bitches, but in fact, voters are. They will vote for whoever gives more money. Yadav spread his hands helplessly. That makes sense. By the way, where were we just talking about? Power plant, coal mine, it's yours. Yadav wiped his hands, stood up and left. Ron pouted, stood up and turned around silently. What a greedy guy, as rude as his caste. Things like coal mines, the government gave them to enterprises, no one wanted them. But for Yadav, it was like a gift. The printing cost of 200,000 posters, who knows how much he will bill. These bandits almost never miss any opportunity to make money, and no amount of money can stop them from talking. After leaving Yadav's mansion, Ron even thought about whether to contact other opposition parties in Uttar Pradesh. He is a businessman, and it is not a common practice to bet on several parties. Yadav's style is too bandit-like, and Ron does not want to bet all the treasures on one party. Thinking about these problems, Ron got into the car and asked Anand to go directly to the airport. As soon as he left, an off-road vehicle with a Mirzapur carrying bay license plate also stopped at Yadav's door. Back to the cement factory, Ron was shocked by the scene in front of him. The long queue of people was several hundred meters long and lined up directly on the cement road outside. What's going on, Master? They are all here to sign up. Sign up? Yes, the whole Mirzapur knows that this place is recruiting workers, and the great Mr. Sir offers generous salaries. Muna has changed. In just a few days, he has become a completely different person. He stopped guarding the mines and started propaganda. He seemed to be born for this job. Every time he went out, he was stronger than before. He had a yellow cloth with a sun symbol tied on his head, which meant that he was a supporter of the Sir family. Every day he gave a loud speech in front of the tea shop, or followed the trucks bumping back and forth in the dirty streets of Mirzapur. He held a microphone and shouted loudly, Mirzapur needs the great Mr. Sir. In less than a week, the 200,000 people in this town knew the name of Mr. Sir. Of course, the salary of 300 rupees played a great role. Has anyone come to make trouble in the past few days? Ron pinched his chin, his eyes flickering. No, the farmers before didn't dare to come, Muna reported excitedly. Huh? They will be beaten back by the villagers, calling them scum and traitors. If they still want to live in the village, they will never dare to make trouble again. Not bad, you did a good job. Ron didn't expect that Muna's performance was far beyond his expectations. Master, the tricks played by the Tripathi family will not cause any harm to you. The cement plant is about to start production. At the critical moment, be careful of their hidden arrows. Yes, Master, I will keep an eye on it. Muna is now full of fighting spirit. By the way, what is your last name? Master. Muna hesitated and didn't know how to start. Don't worry, I just asked casually. The caste is not important, Ron comforted him. Halvi, Muna answered nervously. Are you a sugar maker? Yes, Master. Harvi, in Sanskrit, means a person who makes candy. This is Muna's caste and his destiny. Everyone living in Mirzapur will understand it as soon as they hear it. This is why Muna went to work in the tea shop at the entrance of the village. When the boss saw him, he thought, oh, their last name is Harvey, born to make sugar and tea. Muna used to think, if they were really born to make candy, why didn't his father make candy but pull a rickshaw? Why did he spend his childhood smashing coal and cleaning tables instead of growing up eating sweetened eggs and rose fruits? Why was he thin, small and flexible, instead of being plump and white with smooth skin like a child who grew up eating candy? Muna gradually realized that his father might have really been a candy maker. But when he inherited the candy store, people from other castes must have robbed the store with the help of the police. His father was not strong enough to fight back. So he fell to the point of pulling a rickshaw, and he did not become a plump and white person with smooth skin. Only when you have power can you speak with confidence. This power is not just fists, but can also be other things. He has tasted a little bit of it these days, but he has not figured it out yet. In short, in the past India, caste determined everything. It is still the same now, but it is a little different after all. Thousands of castes, thousands of destinies. Until now, there are probably only 2 destinies, eat people or be eaten. Muna's Harvey is a Shudra caste, and in Mirzapur, he can only be eaten. He has read a lot of books recently and has understood this truth. The caste of sugar producers Ron had some understanding in his mind. Sugar producers are good, and sugar cane is everywhere in Uttar Pradesh, which is a pillar industry. Muna, are there many people of this caste? A lot, master, Muna was curious. It seems that the master's focus is not on the high and low castes. Chapter 241 Slaves. Yadav means cowherder and Harvey means candy maker. They are both Shudras, a low caste. In North India, cows and sugar cane are everywhere. They are symbols of agriculture and economy. It is not surprising that the castes representing these two are huge in number. There are 20 to 30 million Yadavs. Even if Harvey cannot compare, it will not be far behind. Ron had some ideas in his mind, but they were not yet formed. Brother, how did things go in Lucknow this time? Rutan came over. It's solved. The Daily News will not report our affairs anymore, Ron shrugged. Did it those lowly Yadavs blackmail you again? You guess it. The bill will be sent in the next 2 days, bastards are bastards, Rutan cursed. Muna's heart tightened. He used to not take such words seriously. This is the fate of their caste, born this way. I don't know when it started, maybe it was picking up books again, or maybe it was the recent marches. He was no longer indifferent to such words. Yadav is still a law-abiding person. He gave us the coal mine in Songbhadra, no one wants the thing. We can't take it away or sell it. It's useless. Rutan was disdainful of it. It's better to have it than not. At least we can solve the electricity problem of the cement plant and the mine. Brother, you are too law-abiding, so Yadav bullies you. Sometimes you have to show them your guns. Okay, now everyone cooperates well. There is no need to make trouble. Ron hooked his shoulder and walked into the manor. This kind of business is too troublesome, Rutan muttered. Forget it, let's go for a drink. You haven't been quiet since you came back from Mumbai. Daji. Muna. Let's buy whiskey? Yes, master, the 2 servants responded. There is no high-end goods like whiskey in Yakana village, not to mention that the landlords want to drink foreign liquor. Daji doesn't like Muna, but he has to pinch his nose and act with him. They were going to the town of Mirzapur, where there were shops selling foreign liquor. The streets were noisy, and occasionally you could see flyers distributed by the parade 2 days ago. Some were posted on the wall, and some were stepped into the soil, leaving footprints all over. Country mouse, what books have you read recently? Daji was making small talk. Poetry collection? What is that? Great words, only God is great. Are you stupid? You don't understand. Tisk. Daji pointed with disdain. Then do you know those words? Muna looked up. It was a newspaper thrown on the ground, in English. Look, you are not pious enough to God in words, you are half-baked. Muna was speechless. Daji was right, he was a half-baked. Not only him, most people in this country are half-baked, they have no chance to complete their studies. They are between illiterate and literate, with a bunch of things stuffed in their heads, like an unorganized museum. A few years and events learned from history textbooks, a few formulas learned from math textbooks, political discussions read from newspapers when passing by on the street, a few triangles and pyramids seen from the pages of the tattered geometry textbook used to wrap snacks in the tea shop at the entrance of the village, and a few news reports heard from the news program of the All India Radio and Television. All these confused, half-understood, Half-right and half-wrong information are mixed with other half-baked ideas in their minds, fighting each other to death. And finally making them have more half-baked ideas. This is the process of the worldview of most Indians, and it is also the principle of their conduct and work. Muna suddenly realized that he was still a half-baked person in essence. He couldn't even read English, so how could he have the face to study poetry? Country mouse, we're here, get ready, George shouted next to him. The shop in front of them had a sign outside, First Prize British Foreign Hotel. This was the only foreign hotel in the town, and the nearby landlords would send servants here every week to buy wine. Moreover, two servants always go out together, probably because they are afraid that the other servant will abscond with the wine. The shelves of the First Prize Hotel are full of colorful and various bottles of wine. There are two teenage boys behind the counter, running around collecting money and taking out wine amid the noise of customers. A price list written in red paint is posted on the white wall of the store. There are hundreds of kinds of wine, divided into 5 categories: beer, rum, whiskey, gin and vodka. There are the most whiskeys, with 3 categories. The top first-class ones include Johnny Walker, Black Dog, Teacher's Strong Drink. The price starts at 1,000 rupees, and it can be sold by whole bottle, half bottle, and quarter bottle. There is a line of small words at the end of the price list. The store also sells more affordable whiskeys. If you want to buy, please ask the counter. The interior of the hotel is not big. The 3-meter wide area in front of the counter is crowded with more than 50 people buying wine. Everyone waved large bills and shouted at the top of their voices, a liter of Kingfisher beer, a half bottle of Old Monk rum, a bottle of Pili. Pili, these drinks were not for their own consumption. Muna could tell from their tattered clothes that they were servants who bought drinks for their masters, just like him and Daji. Fortunately, it was not a weekend, otherwise the counter would be crowded like a war. When they got here, Muna and Daji suddenly cooperated well. He was responsible for restraining the enemy, while Daji was charging in front. While he was pushing forward, he shouted, "Johnny Walker." A whole bottle. Johnny Walker was the first of the first-class whiskies on the price list just now. Rudd never drank other brands. After Daji got the wine, he protected the bottle like a baby. Muna started to punch hard and cut a bloody path through the crowd. He was already 18 years old and much taller than before. And because of the curry roasted chicken, his body was much stronger. Only in the liquor store did Daji and Muna have a sense of cooperation, not ignoring each other as they did in the mines. On the way back, Daji would stop from time to time, then carefully take the bottle out of the box and play with it in his hands. He said that this was to check whether the First Prize Hotel was selling inferior products, but Muna knew that this was completely nonsense. He just wanted to touch the bottle and experience the feeling of holding an intact bottle of first-class whiskey in his hand, imagining that this was the wine he bought for himself. After satisfying his craving, he put the bottle back into the box and walked all the way back. Muna's clothes were also tattered, but he looked down on Daji's little actions. He remembered the poem written by Apple in the poetry collection. They are slaves in the end, because they do not know where the beauty in the world is. The Daily News really shut up, and its front page was replaced by a kidnapping case from a private high-level English school. This kind of thing is sparse and common in Uttar Pradesh, and it can't even be considered news. But there must be something on the front page to fill the empty space. The Times of India took over from the Daily News, and its report was a complete 180-degree turn. The farmers marched for the Sir cement factory, yes, but it was to thank the great Mr. Sir. Ron was transformed in the Times of India and became the gospel of Mirzapur people. He brought factories, provided thousands of jobs, and planned to repair the poor roads in the east. He is obviously a great man, and the previous reports were all false. To increase the persuasiveness, the newspaper also published 2 pictures. One was a celebration parade in Mirzapur town, and the slogans were all praises and praises for Mr. Sir. The other was a long queue in front of the Sir cement factory, all of whom were villagers who came to apply for jobs. The readers of the Times of India cover all walks of life in Uttar Pradesh, and Ron Sir's reputation turned around almost overnight. After the news fermented for a few days, the prominent figures in Uttar Pradesh began to pay attention to Ron. They called him, not for anything, just to say hello. We are all businessmen, and if there is a suitable opportunity in the future, cooperation will become a matter of course. One of them tried hard to invite Ron to meet him. His name was Subrata Roy, and he was from Bihar. Ron asked Ratan about him, But he didn't expect that this guy was very famous. When he was young, he studied in Gorakhpur in eastern Uttar Pradesh. After graduation, he did not look for a job, but rode a Lamida motorcycle to deliver fast food everywhere. Roy didn't want to work for others, he liked to do business on his own. After saving some money, he bought goods from low-end factories and then sold them to make a profit. However, there were too many poor people in India, and those things that seemed ordinary in Roy's eyes were still unaffordable for the lower-class people. One of his customers, a poor man, said bluntly, "I give you money, and my money is less. Unless you have a way to make my money more, why should I believe you?" This sentence opened Roy's mind, and a bold business plan took shape in his mind. Roy found that Indian banks were almost only opened in big cities, and even small county towns rarely had bank offices. However, most of the population of Uttar Pradesh or northern India live in rural areas. Where do they put their money? The poor have no money, but they always have 1 rupee or 10 rupees. In the late 1970s, Roy bought the bankrupt Sahara Financial Company for 2,000 rupees and formally established his own private financial bank. His main customers are in rural areas. He provides high-interest investment projects for poor people who cannot enjoy formal banking services, such as farmers, rickshaw drivers, servants, small businessmen, etc. He accepts everyone and allows customers to deposit as little as 10 rupees and promises them an annual interest rate return of 300%. At first, many people did not believe it. Roy simply spread piles of banknotes on the table, and everyone was stunned. After attracting the first batch of customers with high interest rates, Roy began to lend to those in need. In his words, "It is savings and mutual assistance, people with spare money help those in need, and the latter pay the interest of the former." Slowly, he attracted more and more customers. When he had more money in his hands, he lowered the interest rate to around 15%. Because they were deeply tied to each other, the poor customers did not leave Roy. His Ponzi scheme was successful, and those poor clients wanted to crawl on the ground every time they saw him. Today, more than 10 years later, Sahara Finance has developed into the largest private bank in Uttar Pradesh. Its business is no longer limited to the financial field, and it has begun to expand into the real economy, including real estate, electronics factories, hotels and other industries. Being able to turn a Ponzi scheme into a real bank is also a leader in the world of weirdos. Ron is ready to meet him. Since they are both in Uttar Pradesh, it is never a bad thing to say hello. Chapter 242. Just in case. The headquarters of the Sahara Group is in Lucknow. After Roy's wealth rose, he also built a huge villa named Sahara Shah in the eastern suburbs. Ron was invited by the other party to visit his villa. It must be said that it is really amazing. There are green lawns and shining white marble decorations everywhere in the villa. Concert halls, cinemas, golf courses and cricket fields are also available. It is better to call it a modern manor than a villa. In terms of area alone, it is much larger than Ron's villa in Mumbai. The most strange thing is that the servants in Roy's manor all wear black and white clothes. Black uniforms are white shirts inside, white socks are black shoes outside. When Ron saw Subrata Roy, who came out to greet him, also wearing a black vest and a white shirt, he understood what was going on. This guy either has obsessive-compulsive disorder or likes to engage in personality cult. Roy is tall and thin, his black hair is always waxed, and his mustache is also meticulously groomed. Mr. Sir, welcome, he put his hands together. Hello, Mr. Roy, Ron returned the greeting. Let's go in and talk. There is a good silver tip tea prepared there. Indians also drink tea, not the milk tea that is everywhere, but the real brewed green tea. Roy is already in his 40s and has begun to pay attention to health preservation. He took Ron to every corner of the villa, and the pride on his face was beyond words. Indian businessmen all have this problem, that is, they like to show off. The more the media reports, the more excited they are. This is not only to show strength, but also to give confidence to the investors behind them. The poor people who deposited money in Roy's bank would think after seeing the news of showing off their wealth, he is indeed a big businessman who knows how to make money. I will definitely make money with him. I read the news. Your Sir Park is great. India needs patriotic young people like you. Roy especially likes to wave the banner of patriotism. I didn't expect the news to spread to Uttar Pradesh. Ron was a little surprised. Businessmen will not miss any meaningful news, and our minister is the same. Roy smiled with a deep meaning on his face. Ron suddenly thought of his meeting with Yadav some time ago. The other party had already expressed dissatisfaction. On the surface, he blamed Ron for focusing all his energy on the Sir Park in Mumbai, which led to the negative news about the cement factory being published. In fact, the minister was thinking, why is the Sir Park, which costs hundreds of millions of dollars, not in Uttar Pradesh? That way he can make more money. Some businesses are suitable for Mumbai, and some businesses are suitable for Uttar Pradesh. Ron shrugged. That's right, Uttar Pradesh is now in ruins. I wanted to build an apartment in Lucknow, but I couldn't even buy cement. I wanted to do building materials business, but, Roy spread his hands, you got the cement factory first. To be honest, I also wanted to do banking. I found out that Mr. Roy had been in the industry for more than 10 years. It seems that our vision is surprisingly consistent. Roy laughed. Ron also laughed, a relaxed laugh. They're all old foxes, so no one should play the role of the other. Seriously, does your cement factory need funding? We can make it bigger, Roy said temptingly. The cement factory is almost finished and will be put into production soon, so soon. The terrain there is good and there is a little foundation. If it is just a preliminary trial production, it will take about a year. It seems that I should concentrate on my real estate business. Roy nodded indifferently. If you need cement, just tell me. The mine in Mirzapur is of good quality, of course, but I heard that you have some conflicts with the Tripathi family, huh? Ron put away his expression. I think there's a piece of news that you will be very interested in, about the Tripathi family. Roy smiled and said nothing. The value of intelligence lies in the moment before it is spoken. What do you want? Ron asked directly. Cement factory. The cement factory has no plans to expand for the time being. Ron's words blocked this road. What about the Sir Park? You must have a place where you need funds, right? Roy did not give up. He runs a bank, and only when the money is put into use can there be income. It can be an investment or a loan. I'm going to develop the coal mine in Soundbadra. Coal? Roy shook his head. No, this business is not worth doing. Let me put it this way. I'm going to build a backup power station for the cement plant and the mine. I need about 30 million rupees. What's the interest rate? Roy's eyes lit up. Same as the bank. Deal. Lending is also a lucrative business. It's the main business of banks. Roy's Sahara Finance is also a bank. 30 million rupees is not a small amount. The loan interest rates of Indian banks are generally high now, basically maintained at around 10% minus 15%. Based on a 5-year period, Roy can easily earn 10 million rupees from the interest. It's a good deal, very good deal. So what is the news that interests me? Ron asked. Karan Tripathi recently visited our minister. When? Ron's eyes moved slightly. The earliest was 2 weeks ago, and more recently. Roy smiled, the kind of smile that is watching the fun. Ron silently calculated that it was exactly the time when he visited Yadav last time. Interesting, he hadn't received any calls from Yadav in 2 weeks. Did Tripathi just come to catch up with him? Ron didn't believe it. This kind of news is not valuable at all, he said calmly. In Uttar Pradesh, this is enough. Our minister Yadav never meets businessmen easily unless it's for money. I know the Tripathi family is in the arms business. Do they have any competitors? Ron asked. Sambadhara, you can go there to ask. Roy smiled. He had a feeling that things would become more and more lively. Sambadhara, coal mine, Tripathi family, what a coincidence. Things are indeed getting more and more interesting. Thank you for the news, Mr. Roy. I also want to smoothly collect my interest. Looking at Ron's back as he left, Subrata Roy chuckled. If the deal is done, he will collect the interest. If the deal fails, he will collect the mortgaged shares. It's not a loss anyway. In the southern suburbs of Mirzapur, a black SUV with a license plate Kalimbe drove straight to the gate of a factory. Judging from the sign outside, this is a copper factory. Entering the yard, dozens of workers were hammering at the iron frames on the ground. The corners of the yard and the wooden platforms on the walls were all patrolled by armed men. Seeing the black SUV coming in, the workers and patrolmen bowed and saluted, saying Karimbe. Dad, I have been here many times. Ram was bored. Before, you just watched the fun. This time you are here to understand the operation process of the factory. As the heir of the Tripathi family, you must master these. Ram didn't care. Although he said he was the only heir, he never let him interfere in the affairs of the town. Entering the dark workshop, there were more people here. Near the outermost work area, there were workers sitting on the ground polishing copperware. Everything seemed normal. These were all cover. The innermost part of the factory was the core area. Callan led his men straight in, passing through one door after another. The guards with AKs saluted him one by one. "Sir, the materials for the iron part are ready." Someone brought a list to confirm with Callan. Ram looked at the workshop in front of him and found that there were many changes here. Workers no longer make guns by hand, but several lathes and milling machines are humming. Whenever an iron pipe approaches, there will be a harsh sound of metal friction, with sparks flying all over the floor. The quality of the homemade pistols before was unstable, and many customers had complaints, so we changed the equipment. Karan came over to explain. "Where does our steel come from?" Ram kicked the pile of junk under his feet curiously. "Truck steering wheels, cheap and easy to use." Karan shook his head. "The homemade pistols on the table, their gun bodies and barrels are all remade from those junk. To be honest, they look very shabby, and you can tell at a glance that they are cheap goods. We used Ambassador cars and Yamaha motorcycle parts before, so the barrels should not explode." You are responsible for the quality, what do you say?" A bald middle-aged man ran over. "Karan Bey, it may be that the barrel is uneven, or the bullet is unqualified. Don't let it happen again," Karan warned him. "Yes, Karan Bey." The middle-aged man retreated respectfully. Ram pulled out the pistol from his waist, a fine Lockheed Martin pistol. "Dad, this gun is cooler." "Yes, but we didn't make it. We imported it for special customers. Of course, we also use it for our family. All high-end goods in India are made in foreign countries, from foreign liquor to arms. Domestic goods are for the poor, and the quality is fine as long as they don't explode." "This is a bullet?" Karan grabbed the yellow shell from another person. "Did we make this ourselves?" Ram asked. "We picked it up on the road." "On the road?" "Yes, the higher the toll, the better the road." The police in Mirzapur practice shooting regularly, and only the police know how many shots they fired. When Chief Gupta asked, the police officers below would say, 65 shots were fired. How many empty shells were picked up? 30. What about the rest? Gone. Chief Gupta laughed, and the police officers laughed too. This is their tacit understanding, and they take notes while talking. In fact, the remaining 35 bullets were collected by Director Gupta, and then hidden in lunchboxes and sent to the Tripathi family's arms processing factory. This is where the bullets come from. The more money you give, the smoother the road. Bullets are like ink in printers. You can buy original ones or use old empty shells to fill them. Either way, the printer can work normally. In another room next to Karan Bey and his friends, several workers were manually filling bullets with gunpowder. There is no reloading production line, and everything is done manually. "Remember, there can be no fire here," Karan reminded his son. "2 new people came last month. They lit cigarettes here after lunch, and then they exploded. Fortunately, the factory was fine." "How do you send the finished guns out?" Ram asked again. "It will be sent away with the copperware outside, and no one will check it." Karan took Ram and introduced the family's arms business in detail. From the production of guns to how the transaction is carried out, every step was analyzed thoroughly. "The gun must be held in your own hands," he looked at his son. "From today on, you will watch here. We need to prepare 100 pistols." "So many?" Ram was slightly surprised. "Just in case." Karan turned and went upstairs. Chapter 243 Collusion between government and businessmen. In July, the land of Uttar Pradesh was steaming. The workers simply took off their clothes, with their black and shiny backs, looking forward to it under the scorching sun. Today is a big day, and the cement factory will start trial production. Oh no, according to the sign at the factory gate, it should be called Sir Building Materials Company. Ron and Rutan came in a car, and as soon as they appeared, the workers gathered here began to cheer. "Long live the great Mr. Sir." Muna stood at the front of the team, raising his fist and shouting. He tied a yellow cloth on his head again, like a fighter, and the crowd shouted slogans in unison under his leadership. Ron got out of the car and waved to everyone with a smile. The hot sun reflected on his sunglasses, bright and dazzling. "Muna is very good at this." Rutan was very satisfied with the pomp in front of him and cheered. "You think so too, right?" Ron stood in front of the factory and looked around. In addition to various slogans, there were also many workers holding his portraits. "Damn, it's like an election, so exaggerated. He did a great job. That's what you have to do in India. Make everyone remember your face, especially the people who work for you." "It's too crude," Ron sighed, "like a child playing house. But it works. These illiterate people can't read at all, and can't even remember complex slogans. But everyone can understand the portrait. If you give them a simple slogan, everyone will shout it every day, and eventually everyone will regard you as the truth. Brother, this is the cornerstone of our rule. Ron nodded. He knew that Rutan was telling the truth. Propaganda in India is not that complicated. You don't need to play any marketing strategies. You just go straight in. Every election season, you will see many similar propaganda slogans posted on the streets. Long live the great XXX party. The ugly XXX party step down. It's all like this. It can't be more straightforward. There is no other way. You have to make the poor understand. They are the main force of voting. The rich don't need to vote. When will the Yadav come? The sun was scorching, and Rutan was getting impatient waiting. Soon, Ron looked up at his wrist. He won't miss such a day. The Sir cement plant, which has become popular recently, is going to have a trial production, and the chief minister will of course attend the opening ceremony. Such a good publicity opportunity, no politician will miss it. Sure enough, in a few moments, 2 cars came rushing on the dirt road in the distance. Yadav and his brother got out of the car and posed and waved to the crowd. A few people with cameras got out of another car. They trotted to Yadav, kneeling on the ground, squatting, and taking all kinds of photos. Yadav was originally smiling, but when he saw that the workers were holding portraits of Ron, his face immediately became a little unhappy. Ron winked at Myrna, and the latter immediately understood what to do. Long live the great socialist party, he became a fighter again. Support the great socialists. The gradually louder slogans also made Yadav's face turn from cloudy to sunny, and the kneeling reporters took more enthusiastic photos. Good job. Yadav came over to say hello. Thank you for your support, Ron smiled and said politely. Are you okay today? Of course, everything is ready. The group entered the factory area. The towering towers, huge rotary kilns, and long material conveying pipelines were all industrial beauty. They walked from one building to another. There were posters about Ron everywhere. His HUD portrait was either overlooking on billboards or looking out from afar on safety posters. Even the walls of the towers were printed with his smiling face. There was a new slogan next to it, our leader, he knows where the direction is, points the way, and moves forward courageously. Well, these were also Muni's ideas. In his words, the workers could see the great Mr. Sir whenever they looked up. Very Indian, very distinctive. Yadav saw it, but didn't say anything. This is Ron's territory, his factory, and outsiders have no right to criticize him. Ron, you are more capable than I thought. Yadav was very impressed at this moment. When I first came here, there weren't even roads here. There were only a few scattered villages, low bushes and trees. It takes a lot of courage to open a mine and a factory in such a place. Few Indians can do it, at least not in Uttar Pradesh. How big is the whole project and how long will it take? Yadav noticed that in many places only the foundations had been laid. The first phase of the project will be completed next year, and the power station, distribution center and workers' dormitory have not yet caught up. If there is subsequent expansion, the scale will have to be multiplied several times. Now they are just rushing to complete the production line, and the perfect supporting facilities have been put at the end. This is the industrial pearl of Uttar Pradesh, Yadav commented very stylishly. It is also a proof of the minister's foresight. Ron extended his hand and led him into the workshop. The production of cement is not complicated, but the difficulty lies in scale and large investment. The limestone mined from the mine is first crushed and crushed twice, and then enters the homogenization tank to stabilize the components. Then it is preheated and decomposed, calcined into clinker, and the last step is to grind it into cement powder while adding additives such as gypsum. The entire production process does not require very sophisticated equipment. Anyone can do it as long as they are willing to invest money. As early as a few days ago, the preparations for each link were in place. Today is more like a symbolic ceremony. After Yadav nodded, Ron immediately ordered to start work. Rumble, the huge conveyor belt started, and a continuous stream of broken stones were sent to the mill. After the harsh noise, the processed semi-finished products entered the next process. The whole factory seemed to be a giant that had just awakened, shaking its body continuously until the ground trembled slightly. The outlet of the finished cement is a few hundred meters away, and there are 2 ways to load it, truck loading and bag loading. Most of this batch is for self-use, so there have been trucks waiting below the outlet. Soon the gray cement was sent into the truck bed, and the technical director Gaur asked someone to take some. He twisted it with his hands, smelled it, and then showed a happy face. The appearance is very good, better than most in northern India. How much can it produce? Yadav asked. If the trial production goes well, the annual output is expected to be 100,000 tons after the formal production. Trial production is to verify the feasibility of the process and whether it meets expectations. After acceptance, large-scale production will be carried out. 100,000 tons, not bad. Yadav was very satisfied with this number. Recently, I heard that the state government is preparing to expand the Lucknow airport, Ron asked intentionally or unintentionally. Well, I haven't made a decision yet. This requires a meeting to study. The offer of Sir Cement Factory is absolutely sincere, and our quality is impeccable, Ron hinted at him. Yadav was a little tempted, but still didn't give in. However, considering the special situation today, he changed the subject. Lucknow is preparing to build a highway that runs through Kanpur, 200 kilometers. You can bid for it. That's great. Ron was overjoyed. You know the rules, right? Of course. 10%, not bad. Yadav nodded with satisfaction. He glanced at a brand new and busy factory and nodded again. Very good. After taking some photos and talking some nonsense to the camera, Yadav left with satisfaction. This guy asked for a 10% commission right away. He's just treating us like fat sheep. Rutten despised Yadav's rogue behavior. It's already pretty good, Ron sighed. According to international standards, a 200-kilometer highway requires 600 to 900 tons of cement per kilometer. But everyone knows Indian standards 300 tons of cement per kilometer is good. This section of the project requires a total of 60,000 tons of cement. To be honest, it's a big deal for the Sir Cement plant. According to the current market conditions, cement in Uttar Pradesh ranges from 1,800 to 2,500 rupees per ton. How much is the Sir Cement plant going to quote? Of course, 2,500 rupees. For government bidding projects, the highest price is offered. This is everyone's tacit understanding. Of course, the premise is that Ron and Yadav have completed a behind-the-scenes deal in advance. Well, that is, collusion between officials and businessmen to get the project. The total bid for 60,000 tons of cement is 150 million rupees, a very impressive figure. Ron's cement plant does not cost money for raw materials. The only cost is energy consumption and labor. Cement is a high-energy consuming industry. In the calcination process, the amount of coal consumed is almost one with the output of cement. Other equipment also requires additional electricity to drive, and these two account for about a quarter of the cost of cement. As for labor, it can be ignored. The total value of cement is 150 million rupees, minus the cost. The total profit is about 110 million rubles. This kind of infrastructure project with collusion between officials and businessmen is indeed a huge profit. As long as Ron gets 2 more government projects, his cement plant will pay for itself. It's outrageous, even a little unreal. But this is not the most incredible thing. Yadav's income will shock you. According to the agreement, he will take 15 million rupees from the 150 million rupees project fee. Do you think this is over? No, this is just the beginning. As the chief minister, when he applies for funds from New Delhi, he will formulate plans according to the highest standards. What does it mean? The cement consumption per kilometer of road is 900 tons, which is the highest standard. But the actual data is 300 tons, less than 1/3 of the plan. Where did the rest of the money go? Officials in Lucknow and other contractors have something to say. This is India. The funds actually used for construction only account for 30% of the project budget. In some places, 10% minus 15% is not impossible. The remaining 70% minus 90% of the funds were embezzled by officials. 60,000 tons of cement and a profit of more than 90 million rupees are not bad. With the current output of the Sir Cement plant, it is enough for the workers to produce at full capacity for more than half a year. However, Ron was not very happy. He was thinking about other things. Is Yadav dissatisfied with us? Why do you say that? Rutten was surprised. We are the only cement plant in Uttar Pradesh, but he didn't give in on the expansion of Lucknow airport. That thing consumes a lot of cement. I just asked Goyal. There is at least 200,000 tons of vacancies. Rutten took a breath. That is a super large order that can ensure that the Sir Cement plant can operate at full capacity for 2 years. I have a hunch that he is considering whether to continue to be an ally with us. What did you hear? Rutten's eyes turned cold. The Tripathi family visited him. Ron's eyes flickered. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelists. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 244 Unusual. You want to learn to drive? George looked at Muna in front of him with a smile. I can pay the tuition. Your last name is Halvey, and you make candy. How can you learn to drive? There is no law that says people with the last name Halvey can't drive. How can that be possible? George spat out a betel nut residue in his mouth fiercely. That's like making ice with a charcoal stove. Driving is like taming a wild horse. Only people with the last name of the brave earth can do it. You have to be more courageous. Sindhis and Sikhs have the blood of fighters, and they are qualified to be drivers. Do you think a candy maker dares to drive around in fourth gear? George gestured with his hands to shift gears, and his expression was very arrogant. He is the second driver of the Sir family. When Aishan is away for something, he becomes the successor. For example, now that Aishan is far away in Varanasi, Rutan needs to go out, George has to drive. When he heard that Muna also wanted to learn to drive, he was very proud. Weren't you very capable a few days ago? He was a star in front of the young masters. Now? A country mouse is a country mouse. Daji was ready to teach Muna a lesson, but at 6 o'clock the next morning, the stove started making ice. Muna paid double the tuition, 600 rupees, plus a month of foot-touching gifts. It was too much for Daji to refuse. They practiced with the trucks that were everywhere in the mine. Whenever Muna shifted the gear wrong, Daji would slap him on the head and say, "Why don't you go home and make candy?" For every hour of driving practice, Muna would stop and work for 3 hours. He was responsible for training the workers and explaining the rules here, and he also worked part-time to learn how to repair cars. He was busy until night every day, and then he would crawl out from under the car like a pig out of a stinky ditch, his face covered with black oil and his hands covered with shiny motor oil. In less than a week, he was able to drive a truck like a real person and even make 2 trips to the mine. Listen, Daji came over after Muna had basically mastered the tricks. It's not enough to just know how to drive, you have to be a real driver. You have to have a correct attitude, understand, what? If someone on the road wants to overtake your car, you should do this, Daji said, shaking his fist. Curse him, a few son of a bitch. The jungle survival rules also apply to the road, you know? A competent driver must roar and curse all the way forward. No one overtakes in the mine, silly. I'm talking about on the road. When I drive for my master, I don't know how to drive my master's car. Muna was embarrassed. You are really a candy maker, you know nothing, Daji cursed. Cars are all the same, trucks are just a little bigger. You make crispy candy and palm sugar, just because the name is different. Are they not sweet? I know. Well, for the sake of tuition, country mouse, I'll give you something sweet today. Daji pulled him and walked towards the town. Where are we going? To show you the world. But the young masters have returned to the manor to rest, so now is the right time. Daji walked in front and Muna followed behind. It was already late when they arrived in the town. They walked through the dim streets and dark markets. After walking for about half an hour, it was already pitch black. But the two of them suddenly saw a bright light in front of them. As if they had entered a place where fireworks were blooming. The doors and windows on both sides of the street were colorful, and behind each door and window there was a young girl smiling at them. Red ribbons and silver foils were glittering and flying on the roofs, and the teapots on the roadside stalls were singing happily. At this time, 4 people suddenly rushed over and blocked them. Daji asked them to go away because it was Muna's first time. Let him open his eyes first and take a good look at these beauties. This is the most important thing. Of course, the men said as they walked back. We just want him to take a good look. Muna followed George and walked forward, staring at those voluptuous and beautiful women, his mouth wide open and completely forgetting how to close it. They laughed at Muna teasingly behind the window panes, teasing him loudly, and begging Muna to take care of their business. George introduced Muna in detail the ins and outs of this business. The woman sitting on the windowsill in that house, her legs can be seen clearly by both of them. This kind of woman is called American Miss. They wear short skirts, platform shoes, pink handbags, and English names are written on the nameplates on their chests. These girls are relatively slim and fit, suitable for men who like Western tastes. In this corner, the door is open, and the ones sitting on the threshold are traditional types. They are fat and strong, wearing saris, and are more suitable for men who pursue value for money. There were several male lovers sitting in one window, and several young girls sitting in the window next to it. Muna turned around and saw a boy's face flashing around a woman's waist and then disappearing. A blue door opened, and a dazzling light shone from inside. 4 Nepalese girls with lighter skin, wearing beautiful red skirts, looked at them. Muna suddenly stopped and forgot to follow Dorj in front of him. Okay, Dorj turned around. I like these girls too, I just like foreign girls. After half pushing and half reluctantly, Muna was pushed into the door. Dorj picked one first, and the other automatically led Muna into the house. Half an hour later, Dorj and Muna walked out of the street like drunks, staggering and excited. How do you feel now? I taught you how to be a driver and how to be a man. Is this tuition worth spending? Dorj sighed with satisfaction. Muna didn't answer, he stared straight at the other end of the street. Hey! Are you fooled by the girl? Dorj pushed him. The guy in front, Muna pointed to the distance. Huh? Dorj stretched his head and saw only a figure. It was too dark to see clearly. It seems to be someone from our mine, Muna muttered. Are you sure? Why is he running here so late? Could it be? Dorj smiled evilly. He went to the other side. Muna pointed his finger along the street and suddenly stopped. Don't worry about it, maybe he came out to date his little lover, Dorj yawned. Muna hesitated, but in a flash, the figure just now disappeared. It was late at night and nothing could be seen clearly. There was no way, he could only walk back with Dorj. The next day, Muna got up early to study, and after finishing, he climbed onto the truck without stopping, ready to go to the mine twice. No one told him to do this, and the job that Ron arranged for him was just to train workers. Well, in short, brainwashing. But Muna still worked diligently every day and never let himself have a moment of leisure. The cement factory is already in full production, and the workers are working hard to prepare for the stock. I heard that the owner has received a large order for the factory, enough for everyone to be busy for a year. Everyone is very motivated, as long as there is work to do, there is salary to get. However, just as Muna came back from a trip and had not had time to unload the truck, a group of people rushed into the factory gate aggressively. They were wearing uniforms and holding batons, and ordered everyone to stop working. The leader claimed to be a boiler pressure inspector. He said that the safety of the factory's equipment did not meet the regulations and that the factory had to stop working for rectification. Muna did not understand boiler pressure, but he knew who to find at this time. After quickly dialing the phone in the manner, he immediately told them the situation here. In less than 10 minutes, Ron drove over. What's going on? You can't start work before you get a safety permit. The inspector had a businesslike attitude. Sir, is there any misunderstanding? Our factory has just been completed and all the equipment is new. We will know after checking. The inspector walked straight to the factory. Where's the rotary kiln? I think some information may have been missed. Mr. Minister just came here a few days ago to attend the groundbreaking ceremony. Ron hinted at him. If there's an accident, will Mr. Minister be responsible for you? The inspector was unmoved. Ron had no choice but to ask someone to take him to the factory for inspection. This kind of inspector is extremely difficult to deal with. They are law enforcement officers of the industrial department. Although they seem to have little power, they are actually a big trouble for factories. As long as they find any non-compliance, even if it is an insignificant administrative problem, they have the right to shut down the entire factory. Giant companies such as Tata also suffered from them 91 years ago. After the economic policy was liberalized, most factories abolished the inspector system. However, in the energy and infrastructure industries, which are fields with strong state-owned assets, this position is still retained. They have a regular position and can ignore the reputation and status of the company and issue fines at will. So, like most public sectors in India, abuse of power will breed corruption. If things are not done properly, the inspectors will keep delaying the start of work. Ron had just hinted, but it was useless. This is very unusual. Cement Factory is not an unknown company. Has this guy been here before? Ron, who was a little behind, asked Muna. No, master, I've been watching here. Then why is he so sure that there is a problem with the safety of our equipment? The inspector over there was checking the pipeline near the rotary kiln with a meticulous look. The general manager, Gore, kept explaining something on the side, and the two sides seemed to have some disagreements. Sure enough, from the records of the past 2 days, your pipeline pressure is very unstable, sir. That's because of the trial production. We are debugging the equipment. No, we must wait for a thorough investigation and confirm that there is no problem before we can start work. Gore wanted to say something, but Ron walked over. Let's talk for a moment. He pulled the inspector aside and stuffed an envelope in his hand. The chief minister just inspected it. If we stop the work now, how will others judge his vision? The inspector hesitated, but finally accepted the envelope. You should rectify the situation as soon as possible. Looking at the other party's back as he left, Ron frowned. Logically, these inspectors would never come to the door. They couldn't have been unaware that the chief minister was supporting the cement factory. Unless Yadav condoned it, but that was wrong. They had just negotiated a deal, so there was no reason for them to turn around and cause trouble. Chapter 245 Betrayal. The new factory had just started operation for a few days, and the law enforcement department asked it to rectify. It sounded like a joke. The bigger joke was still to come. Just a few days after the boiler and pressure vessel inspector left, a vigilance inspector came. Even Ron didn't know what this vigilance inspector was doing. As usual, the other party went straight to the destination when he entered the factory. Finally, he caught the worker for not wearing a mask and issued a stop work notice again. Damn, when did Indian workers become so particular? And masks? Many people don't even know what this is. After hearing the news, Rutten was so angry that he wanted to drag the man over and beat him up, but fortunately Ron stopped him in time. Those who can be civil servants in Uttar Pradesh are not low castes. The Sir family is indeed in a good momentum now, but it is not yet to the point where it can fight against everyone. In addition, the other party is a law enforcement officer of the government. What, are you going to use force to counter the government? After delivering a thick envelope, Ron sent the vigilance inspector away. Brother, these people are slaughtering us like fat sheep. Rutten was very aggrieved. That's not the way to slaughter a fat sheep. Ron noticed something unusual. Isn't the Jadav very happy to take the money? No one would distrust him. Right, I'll make a phone call. Ron went straight to the cement factory's office. If it was just the inspector in front, it would be fine. There was no need to go to the chief minister for such a small matter. It was not worth it. But people came to ask for money one after another. That was another matter. Of course, he could continue to give money to send people away, but where would the Sir family put their face? There is nothing new under the sun. If it gets out, others will think he is easy to bully. Once someone is labeled like this in Uttar Pradesh, it will be a very terrible thing, just like fat meat falling into a wolf's den. 2 minutes later, Ron put down the phone expressionlessly. What did you say? Rutten asked. The call didn't go through, huh? His office assistant said that Jadav went to the local area for inspection. Rutten's face became subtle. This statement was pale and powerless. An excuse, it's possible. What are you going to do? I'll go to Lucknow again in the next 2 days. Ron had to talk to the Jadav, at least to find out where the problem was. This made no sense at all. They had a tacit understanding, and they had just cooperated to win a government infrastructure project, and even the proportion was agreed upon. Ron had doubted the Triparty family, but given their methods, they would not be so gentle. He was in the arms business, and if they really wanted to engage in a business war, it was possible to use hot weapons to fight. The defense force of the mine was sufficient, and Ron was not worried about this. Or did Yadav and them reach some kind of deal in private? If that was the case, Yadav would have no need to give the government project to the Sir cement factory. This kind of business was very profitable, and there was no need to give it to someone who was about to be kicked out. Putting aside the doubts in his heart, Ron encouraged the workers to produce at full capacity, and the Sir cement factory had no shortage of orders. He was going to go to Lucknow tomorrow, but he didn't leave. After the vigilance inspector, there was another chief inspector. As expected, the Sir cement factory received another suspension ticket. Ron couldn't hold it anymore. They didn't have to come every day to collect money, did they? Damn, they did it on purpose. After sending them away, Ron immediately found Gore. Did you find any problems? He asked. Mr. Sir, do you mean corruption? No, corruption is not a problem in India. Why do these inspectors always find reasons to suspend work? They are not just talking nonsense. Once can be said to be a coincidence, twice, 3 times, even a fool would know there is a problem. Sir, you are suspicious. Who can access the places where the inspectors pointed out the problems? Ron narrowed his eyes. I will go back and check it out immediately. Gore also knew the seriousness of the matter. No, just give me my list. Gore was stunned, then nodded. He knew what to do. He was also from Uttar Pradesh. Ron sat in the brand new, damp office, tapping his fingers lightly, expressionless. The cement factory's business has not even started yet, but it has been targeted. Uttar Pradesh is a place beyond the law. He now understands Rutten's thinking. It doesn't matter what business you do here. Whether it's hemp or cement, violence may be indispensable. Master, Muna stood at the door and poked his head in. What's the matter? Ron let him in. I met a man in town 2 days ago. Huh? He is Mr. Gower's apprentice, Guru. I only saw his back, and it seemed that he went in the direction of the Tripathi family. Ron paused with his tapping fingers, and then sat up straight. Muna, tell me everything you saw at that time. Don't miss any details. Yes, Master. Muna was a little embarrassed. He and Daji didn't do anything good that night. But since the Master had explained it, he certainly wouldn't hide it. He even shook out the fact that he and Daji had called in a police girl. Don't tell anyone about this, including Daji? Yes, Master, I'll inform him right away. After a long time, Gower handed over a list. They were all people who worked with him. Some were subordinates, some were interns. Ron only had to glance at them and knew what was going on. Rambe, this is the latest information from the factory. Very good, Guru. How is the other thing going? Up. Guru looked embarrassed. Those guys refused to take the bait. They are all lackeys of the Sir family. It doesn't matter. Ram hugged his shoulders affectionately. No one will dare to bully you in school in the future, and your sister's dowry will not be a problem. Thank you, Rambe. Thank you. Guru kept putting his hands together in greeting. Have you figured out the daily routine of the two people from the Sir family? Ram asked again. They have been living in the Casa family's manor. There are many guards there, and I dare not get close. In addition to the manor and the mine, don't they go to other places? Sometimes they will go back to Varanasi to reunite with their families, but no one knows the specific itinerary. Okay, Ram nodded. Soon, the Tripathi family will clear the obstacles, and Mirzapur will have only one king. Long live Tripathi. Guru quickly bent down and touched Ram's toes. Go ahead. Guru left happily. His family lived in Mirzapur town. Both his parents were laundry workers. Not only were they poor, but they were often bullied. Guru was the only hope of the family. In order to support him to go to college, his sister was already 25 years old but still unmarried. At this age in Uttar Pradesh, she was already an old maid. So the man's family asked for a huge dowry, which was completely beyond the ability of Guru's family. This included a gold watch, a Seiko automatic watch, a new bicycle, an expensive suit, and some cash. The family could not get all these things together, and his sister secretly shed tears, and his parents sighed. Guru knew that it was time for him to step up and take on all this. Since he started school, he wore the best clothes in the family, was the first to sit at the table for dinner, and did not have to work. In order to supplement the family income, his sister has not married until today. She has never been to school, and she is reluctant to buy a new sari. His parents are already in their 60s, and their hands have been soaked again and again because of washing clothes. He couldn't pretend not to see it. He had already done an internship, and now it was time to repay them. He owed them this, and this was his life. In order to quickly collect the dowry, Guru had to take a risk. He thanked Mr. Sir for the job, but who can blame Tripathi for Mirzapur? He didn't plan to go back to the factory tonight. He was going to go home. Rambe gave some tips, and Guru bought a bottle of Chad whiskey at the corner of the street, which his father never wanted to buy. The flower street was as lively as ever, and he licked his lips, feeling a little eager. But before he took that step, Guru suddenly froze. Muna, hello, Guru, why are you here? Waiting for you, Muna replied with a smile. Waiting for me? Guru was stunned. Yes, Muna moved aside. Anil, Daji and others slowly walked out from the shadows. Guru's face was pale, and his legs trembled uncontrollably. I advise you not to act rashly. We know where your family lives, Anil reminded him. Guru trembled and wanted to say something, but finally lowered his head dejectedly. Take it away. Anil tilted his head towards his men. Bang! The newly bought bottle of Chata whiskey fell to the ground and was smashed to pieces. Snap! 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 The sound of the whip hitting flesh and blood was terrifying. Rutten threw down the whip panting, Still feeling unsatisfied, he walked forward and slapped him hard. Gudu's head was whipped to the side, but he was too weak to scream. He was tied to a chair, his body covered in blood and flesh. There was nothing he could do except turn his head. "Tell me, why did you betray the factory?" Rutten grabbed his collar. "I'm sorry, sir," Gudu cried bitterly. "We pay you, arrange a dormitory for you, and give you dignity. Is this how you repay the Sir family, sir?" Snap. Rutten slapped him in the face to shut him up immediately. "Have you seen the workers in the mines? They dream of taking your place." Gudu's mind flashed with the mule-like toiling figures of the miners, two-legged mules. He shook his head desperately, not knowing whether he was regretful or afraid. "Besides the information about the factory, what else did you tell the Triparty family?" Gudu remembered what Ram had said to him on the steps, and fear flashed in his eyes. "I swear in the name of Surya, the sun god, that your family will not be involved in this matter." Rutten looked at him. "He is asking about your whereabouts and schedule." Gudu finally said it. He couldn't ignore the safety of his family, he couldn't do it. Rutten took a deep breath and slowly stood up. He looked down at the dying Gudu, his voice cold. "You have failed everyone's expectations. You want to destroy this factory and you want to destroy the Sir family, sir, please. I won't dare to do it again. I can be your informant." Gudu struggled and begged. Ron, who had been sitting in the back chair, wanted to speak. "Ron, you don't have to get involved in this matter. I will handle it according to the rules of Uttar Pradesh." Rutten's breath smelled of blood and fire. Chapter 246 Black Soil and White Bones. Black soil. Black soil. Hey. Hey, crack. The pickaxe hit the ground fiercely, bringing up a large piece of soil. White bones. White bones. Hey. Hey. The workers shouted slogans, and the pit became deeper and deeper. The black soil is heavy, and the white bones are grim. Bones are crushed, and blood and sweat are shed. A struggling sack was lifted up, and the workers at the foot of the mountain automatically made way. Rutten waved his hand, and the sack was thrown into the bottom of the pit. "Go down the well, don't look back, there is a way out among the rocks." Black soil, red sweat, white bones, the life of a poor man. Shovel after shovel of soil fell on the sack like rain. The densely packed workers around watched quietly, expressionless. Black soil. Black soil. White bones. White bones. This legacy will never disappear. The land was filled up, just as it was before the excavation. Ordinary. Traitors, unforgivable. Rutten stood in front of the crowd and declared loudly. Sul Cement Factory treats every worker kindly. You will get paid without a single paise being deducted. You have clean fragrant rice to eat and will not be whipped. Your family members are allowed to live in dormitories and do not have to live on the streets. This is the kindness of the Sir family, but kindness will not take care of betrayers. Long live Sir. Muna raised his arms and shouted. Long live Sir. Dark arms were raised, like rusty pickaxes stabbing into the sky. This year, the Sir Cement Factory will also build a clinic to treat you and your family. Rutten announced another good news. Long live Sir. Warm cheers surged like a tide. It is not easy to have a clinic in a barren place like Uttar Pradesh. If rural people in the countryside are sick, they are sick, and their lives will not be any different. There are no doctors or medicines, and patients go to work in the fields as usual. They don't care, their families don't care, and the government doesn't care. Without conditions, the average life expectancy in this land is usually no more than 40 years old. When they were seriously ill, they vomited blood at home. When they died, they were carried to the gangs for cremation, and the Shar-Pei dogs were left to lick the unburned remains. The crowd gradually dispersed, and no one cared about the fresh soil. The earth returned to silence. Ron sighed. The air here was no longer fresh. He smelled the stench of decay, oldness, and withering. Barbarism is the main theme of this land. Some scenes still make him uncomfortable, but the order here has its own operating logic. Ron did not intervene. He was trying to adapt to it all. Master, are you really going to build a clinic? On the way back, Muna couldn't help asking. Of course, the number of workers has exceeded 1,000, and it is necessary to have a clinic. Where does the doctor come from? I will hire someone from outside. He has been in the clinic all the time. If the doctor is not on the clinic, where does he go? Ron asked curiously. Most rural doctors are not on the hospital. They go out for rounds. Yes, master, come with me. Muna took Ron to the wasteland near Kana village and pointed to a few stones for him to see. There are no hospitals in the nearby villages, only 3 foundation stones. Foundation stones, yes, 3 foundation stones for the hospital. Because there have been 3 governments here. Politicians promised to build a hospital before each election, so there were 3 more stones. Muna recalled the memory of his father's illness. He was very sick and began to vomit blood. He and his brother Raja hurriedly rode to take him to the hospital. There was a formal hospital on the other side of the gangs. They kept rinsing their father's mouth with river water, but the water was too dirty, and he vomited blood even more. There was a rickshaw driver on the other side of the river. He recognized Muna's father and took the 3 of them to the public hospital for free. 3 black goats lay on the steps of the mottled and faded white building of the hospital. The stench of goat feces blew in from the open door. It was rare to see a complete piece of glass on the window. A cat stared at them from behind the broken window. A sign hung on the gate, Rosia Puji Free Hospital, opened by the great socialist, was proof that this modern saint was a man of his word. Muna and Raja carried their father into the hospital. Sheep eggs were scattered all over the floor, like black stars in the sky. They stepped on the sheep dung eggs and entered the hospital. There was no sign of a doctor. The 2 gave 10 rupees to the young man who was looking after the wards, and he told them that the doctor might come in the evening. All the doors of the wards were wide open, and the metal springs of the beds were exposed. As they entered, someone shouted, "Don't lie on the floor. The cat at the door has tasted blood. It's not safe." 2 herdsmen spread a newspaper on the floor and sat down. One of them had a deep and long wound on his leg. He asked Muna and the others to sit on the newspaper beside him. Muna and Raja moved their father to the newspaper and then waited there. After a while, 2 little girls with yellow eyes came in and sat behind them. "Jaundice. She gave it to me." "No. You gave it to me, and we're all going to die." Another old man with cotton gauze covering his eyes came in and sat behind the little girls. The herdsmen spread a few more newspapers on the ground, and their team grew again, people with bad eyesight, bleeding wounds, and vomiting blood. "Uncle, why is there no doctor in this hospital?" Muna asked. "There is only this hospital on both sides of the river." "This is what happens," said the old herdsman. "There is a government medical officer who is responsible for checking whether doctors come to rural hospitals like this for rounds. Whenever the position of medical officer becomes vacant, the great socialist will inform all the famous doctors and then auction the position publicly. The current price for filling a vacancy is 400,000 rupees, so much money." Muna opened his mouth in surprise. "What's that?" "There's a lot of money to be made in the public sector. For example, if I were a doctor, I would borrow money from everywhere to raise funds, present it to the socialist with all my heart, and touch his feet. He would arrange a job for me. I would just swear by the Quran and the Constitution, and then I would step into the National Hospital, sit in my office, and rest my legs comfortably on my desk," the herdsman said, lifting his feet and placing them on his imaginary desk. "Then I would call the junior doctors under my supervision to my office. I would take out the official roster and shout, 'Dr. Vijay Sharma,'" the herdsman pointed at Muna, and Muna had to play the doctor. "Here, sir," Muna saluted. The herder held out his hands to Muna. "Now, you, Dr. Vijay Sharma. You have to give me 1/3 of your salary. Be good, and in return, I'll give you this." He ticked a box on the imaginary roster. "The rest of the salary is yours, and you can work part-time in a private hospital. Never mind the rural hospital, because this roster will record that you have been there, that you have cured the old man's injured leg, and that you have cured the jaundice of the little girl." The patient sighed. Even the young men guarding the ward came over, listening and nodding in agreement. Stories of corruption are the most popular, aren't they? Raja fed his father some food, but he immediately vomited it with blood. His dark and thin body began to twitch, and then he began to spit out large mouthfuls of blood. The little girl with yellow eyes was so scared that she burst into tears, and the other patients quickly stepped back from Muna's father. "He has tuberculosis, hasn't he?" the herdsman said, patting his injured leg to drive away the flies that were biting it. "We don't know, sir. He has been coughing for a while, but we don't know what disease he has," Muna replied. "Oh, it's tuberculosis. I've seen rickshaw drivers with it before. They work too hard and their bodies are worn out. Well, maybe the doctor will come tonight." The doctor didn't come, and he didn't come the next day. Muna guessed that the government's roster must have recorded this. At 6 in the morning, the tuberculosis patient was completely cured. The young man guarding the ward said that Muna's father's blood was contagious, and insisted that they clean the ward before moving his father's body. As Muna and Raja were busy wiping the blood on the floor, the cat came in, sniffed around, and then was driven away. A few days later, their father was cremated in the same place as their mother, also because of vomiting blood. If only my father had met his master earlier, Muna sighed. What? Ron didn't hear clearly. Master, you are the best doctor in the world. I'm far from that. Here, I am, and I will always be, Muna. Ron kicked the stones with his foot. Master, there will be a hospital here one day. Muna was speechless, and after a long time, he slowly nodded. Let's go back, things have just begun. From the information that Gudu told us, the cement factory has recently been frequently stopped by inspectors, and it is indeed the Tripathi family who is behind it. Gudu studied science and engineering, and the cement factory naturally adopted the principle of proximity when recruiting people. He was about to graduate, and was spotted by Gore, so he was recruited as an intern. He was responsible for the daily inspection of the entire production line, and he knew which links had flaws. So those inspectors could hit the key points and always catch the cement factory's handle. As for why the Tripathi family did it, it was nothing more than revenge, or coveting. The two families had conflicts before, and the Tripathi family was the local boss of Mirzapur, so the other party had every reason to do this. Ron didn't know whether Yadav knew about this matter or participated in it. That was not the focus at the moment, revenge was. The Sir family was tossed around and even targeted. How could it be possible without reciprocity? Ron was fair in his work, and he would give back what the other party gave. He was a tit for tat. Chapter 247, United Front. I'll ask my family to send some more people over. Rutten felt that the defense force around him was not enough. Don't worry about the factory. There are plenty of people in the manor. The newcomers haven't even touched a gun before, so they can't help much. Just one finger will do the job. Rutten gestured. You don't have to expect them to be sharpshooters. People in Uttar Pradesh only shoot when they are within 5 meters. Why? Ron was curious. Because the pistols here are shoddy, and they won't be accurate if you stand a little further away. Rutten found a homemade pistol from somewhere. It was very simple, with serious polishing marks on the gun body, and there was no smooth place. It looked like a lump of iron. Is this thing really a gun? Ron picked it up and played with it. The barrel of the gun was seriously rusted, not much better than an ordinary iron pipe. Most people use this kind of thing. Do you think they all have imported goods? Rutten took out his standard pistol and shook it. The burst rate is very high. The homemade gun in Rutten's hand had no rifling, just an iron pipe. It depends on luck. Rutten shrugged. Is this the arms business of the Tripathi family? 1,000 to 2,000 rupees a gun, and it's thrown away after use, so it's consumables? Ron was amazed. These homemade pistols have no serial numbers, so there's no way to check them. After the killer used them, he threw them into the stinking ditch. God knows who the murderer is. Homemade pistols are in demand throughout India. They are used for robbery, kidnapping and extortion, and shooting political opponents. They have a wide range of uses. It's a hot commodity. Ron laughed dumbly. But the Tripathi family's business should be very good. I'm going to destroy their military factory. Rutten pulled a bolt with a click. What are you going to do? Of course, I'll take people and rush over. That will cause great losses. They are not stupid like the two beasts. The Tripathi family is in the arms business. Do you think they will be short of guns? The Sir family must avenge their previous shame. Rutten did not back down. Yes, that's right, but don't be so reckless. If we rush in now, there will be heavy casualties. We have to find a perfect opportunity, such as luring the tiger away from the mountain first. Doesn't Ron want revenge? Of course he does. He is not a real saint who can be neither sad nor happy. It's just that the Tripathi family has a deep foundation in Mirzapur. Ron and his team have already investigated it. As a result, most of the residents in the town have interests with the other party. How can we fight this? If we rush in blindly, we might be shot down by the black guns in the corners. After all, they came too late. Although Muna has promoted it several times before and after, the public base is still too shallow. Do you have any ideas? Rutten asked. It's the same as you thought. Let's set off a big firework for their military factory. Ron smiled. Tit for tooth. He made my cement factory restless, so I will make his military factory rise to the sky. How to do it? Use someone else's hand. The Tripathi family has some enemies. Ron doesn't do business at a loss. It's best to let others explore the way first. To be honest, Ron didn't know how many men and guns the Tripathi family had. Because their men were all hidden in the town, they might be street vendors at ordinary times. But at a critical moment, they could turn around and pull out a gun from under their clothes. It was difficult to deal with, so Ron decided to let others go first. "Brother, it's too troublesome. It's not pleasant at all. I'm worried that you will suffer a loss." Ron rolled his eyes at him. "In addition, we can master violence, but don't rely on it. We can also hire gangsters, but don't become gangsters. If there's a fight every time, how can we do business in the future? You can't always bring a gun to someone's door and force them to sign a contract. Warmongering will only cut off others. Although Uttar Pradesh is in chaos, the general order is still there. Do you really think that the state government and the army are just for free? Most gang fights are carried out with the tacit consent of politicians, provided that the scale is controllable." Ron doesn't mind using non-violence, but wanting to become a thug is not a long-term solution. Tata and Reliance, which later became giants, did not shout and kill everywhere, but acted within the framework of civilization. This time is special. The Sir family needs to establish its prestige, otherwise Ron is unwilling to use a gun. The stronger the power in your hands, the more you must know how to restrain yourself. By the way, we also need to send someone to find out the whereabouts of the Tripathi family. "Brother, what do you want to do?" Rutan became excited. "Send it to those who need it." "Who?" "Sombhadra. We should also go to the coal mine promised by Yadav in the next 2 days. Sombhadra is in the southeast corner of Uttar Pradesh. It borders 4 states, Central India, Chhattisgarh, Jharkhand, and Bihar. This kind of border area is not simple. Chaos is inevitable, and all kinds of illegal transactions are rampant. However, in India, the closer to the east, the richer the minerals. For example, Bihar and Orissa are rich in coal, iron ore, and bauxite. Songbhadra is also close to the east in terms of terrain, and the coal resources in the area are acceptable. However, in northern India, except for a few large cities and state capitals, industrial development in other places is almost zero. Coal resources are restricted by policies, and few people are interested in them. They are basically in the state of open pit mining. Locals will secretly sell the coal to other places, mainly for use in boilers in some small workshops. Tea shops at the entrance of villages like Kano village use coal blocks from Songbhadra as fuel. That stuff has not been processed at all, and the blocks are too big, so people need to smash them manually before they can be stuffed into the furnace. In general, the coal mines in Songbhadra are in a semi-open state, and local gangs control the retail business. After Ron and Rutan came here, they did not go to the mines first, but instead met with a local snake in Songbhadra, Tilaka. He is essentially similar to the Tripathi family in Mirzapur, and is the boss of the entire Songbhadra area. The difference is that Tilaka ruled Songbhadra for only 20 years, and was not as deeply rooted as the Tripathi family, which had been running the city for several generations. The reason why Ron visited Tilaka first was because he had a blood feud with the Tripathi family. It is said that 20 years ago, Tilaka was a capable general under Kalan's father. In front of outsiders, Kalan's father almost treated Tilaka as his own son. When the family was eating in the restaurant, Tilaka also ate at the table like other members of the Tripathi family. Various means of winning over made Tilaka mistakenly believe that he was also half the heir of Mirzapur. It was not until Kalan's father announced the successor of the family in the square that Tilaka was awakened. The old man mentioned Kalan's name and even his grandson Ram's name, but he did not mention Tilaka. Oh no, he did read his name, but his title was the most loyal warrior. How could the ambitious Tilaka accept this? He plotted a rebellion, but failed. The old man remembered the old relationship of adopting him and did not kill them all. In the end, Tilaka was driven to the corner of Uttar Pradesh, Songbhadra. It was surrounded by 4 other states and had no room for expansion. The entrance was blocked by Mirzapur. Tilaka regarded this as a great shame and humiliation. He secretly accumulated strength and launched a counterattack a few years ago. As a result, his son, who was just in his early 20s, died in the gunfight and one of his legs was lame. The hatred became deeper and deeper, and the two families had reached the point of no return. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Ron did not forget the traditional craftsmanship of his ancestors and united with others. Why did you Varanasi people come to Songbhadra? Tilaka remained calm, and the scars on his face were hideous and ugly. Doing business, Ron replied with a smile. Do you need to carry so many guns for business? Tilaka saw that they were all imported goods. We are all from Uttar Pradesh, and it is a tradition to carry a gun when we go out. Moreover, we have to pass through Mirzapur, which is the territory of the Tripathi family. Tilaka's eyes moved, and he gradually came to his senses. The Mirzapur cement factory mentioned in the newspaper some time ago, is it your business? Yes, as you can see. We are in the mining business, and it is the same in Sonbhadra. Ram shrugged. Did the Tripathi family take your share? Our license was personally approved by the chief minister, and all the money that should be paid has been paid, Rutan said on the side. Tilaka sneered with disdain. The Tripathi family will come to you. You don't understand the greed at all. In fact, they have already come, Ran said calmly. What happened? Tilaka became interested. In the mine. I guess I will sleep there from now on, Rutan answered. Tilaka laughed, and the scar on his cheek looked like a centipede crawling back and forth. Now let's talk about the business in Sonbhadra, the coal mine, right? He stopped laughing. Brother, let me remind you that the coal mine license also came from the chief minister. Rutan stared at him. I know, I don't do coal mining business. But so many people make a living from small workshops around them. If you take them all away, they will definitely resist. This is exactly what Ron is worried about. The state government is only responsible for approval, and they don't care about how to mine. A large number of local residents gathered around the wild coal mine, and they make a living by stealing. Ron can't just come up and drive them all away without saying a word. The means are too violent, and the mine will not be safe in the future. You can't guarantee that the locals will not sneak around to cause damage. This is also one of the reasons why they came to Tilaka. There are some things that they are more suitable to do. Obviously, Tilaka is a smart man. He guessed it. Let's talk straight, Ron said without beating around the bush. The coal mine needs people to clear the area. Do you want to take this deal? 500,000 rupees, and in addition, Tilaka suddenly looked up and looked at Rutan. From now on, your hemp grass will be sold from me. Ron and Rutan were stunned. This sudden turn of events made them unable to react. I told you that I don't do coal mining business, Tilaka spread his hands. It is difficult for ordinary people to get involved in such a large-scale business as coal mining. Gangs don't have the energy or patience to engage in mining. Smuggling, hemp grass, and gold are Tilaka's main business, and they make money much faster than coal mining. Deal, Rutan agreed after a little thought. He used to do business mostly with the north, and now he has no loss in switching to the south. Besides, his family has enough land, so he can take care of both sides of the south. The Tripathi family is my common enemy, right? Tilaka stood up. Of course, when they attacked my cement factory, Ron also stood up. We can form an alliance. As long as you get rid of the Tripathi family, all the mining businesses in Mirzapur and Sonbhadra will belong to you. I can't find any reason to refuse. Ron shook hands with him. Oh, by the way, this is the whereabouts of Ram. He has been going to Chandavli recently. Chandavli? Tilaka's eyes flashed coldly. Isn't that a good place? It's neither in Mirzapur nor in Sonbhadra. Is the news reliable? I heard that he fell in love with a girl and used force. People from the Tripathi family are always like this. Tilaka looked disdainful. Good luck. Ron shook hands with him, then got up and left. Chapter 248 Uttar Pradesh-style business war. Brother, do you think that Tilaka is reliable? Rutan asked on the way back. He won't miss this opportunity. The one killed by the Tripathi family was his most trusted son who studied in Europe. He wants to use us, Rutan reminded. After driving away the Tripathi family, he will swallow Mirzapur, and then he will be the largest gangster in the east. Of course I know, but we also want to use him, right? Ram shrugged. So what are you going to do? Just wait and see. Ron already had an idea in his mind. Mysterious. When did gangsters become so complicated? In the past, everyone just picked up a gun and did it. Brother, you have to use your brain to join the gang. It's easy to be used as a gun if you act recklessly, and you will die quickly. Okay, leave the gun to me in the future. You just use your brain. Rutan leaned his head back and began to fiddle with his exquisite pistol. Compared with the homemade pistols in India, the thing in his hand can be called a work of art. By the way, what should we do before that? We can't just sit there and wait. The Tripathi family's military factory is annoying. Then let's make some trouble for them first. What do you mean? I've been hearing a lot of news recently. Ram handed him a piece of paper, mainly about the operation process of the Tripathi family's military factory, barrels, bullets, and shipping channels. Rutan flipped through it twice, not knowing what was going on. Then what? Do you know where their barrels come from? Truck parts. It was written on the paper in Rutten's hand. Where are the most trucks in Mirzapur now? Rutten was stunned, then slowly laughed. Where are the most trucks? Of course, it's the cement factory. The only parts that can be used to process the gun barrels are certain parts from trucks. The factory will not have any truck parts replaced, and I have also cleared out all the parts from the auto repair shops near Mirzapur. Wow, this will cost a lot of money, right? On the contrary, Ron chuckled, those junk are not worth anything at all. 100,000 rupees, all of them. The Triparty military factory bought old parts replaced from trucks. What can junk be worth? Ron can spend 1 million rupees to make the truck parts near Mirzapur out of stock for a whole year. The Triparty family can of course go to farther places to buy, but that means a significant increase in cost and time. They can also buy brand new parts, but again, the cost increases. The homemade pistol that originally cost 1,000 rupees suddenly increased in price to 2,000 rupees. Who would buy it? Those who use such goods are all poor people, and they cannot afford the higher price. Why are those auto repair shops willing to sell all the parts to you? They should have a cooperative relationship with the Triparty family, right? Rutten asked. Which one do you think is more profitable, repairing cars or selling junk? Aha, you are their big customer, they dare not disobey you. It doesn't matter who I sell it to, I paid them enough. Ron spread his hands. Cunning businessman. Rutten hated people who used their brains, except for his own people. Of course, I didn't eat all the goods, I kept some. Ron gestured with his hands. Are there any problems with those goods? Ron nodded. What will happen if I use them? Bang! Ron spread his 5 fingers. It will explode, brother. It's really unfortunate for the Triparty family to meet you. Ron shrugged. This is what they deserved. His cement factory had just started working, but he was ordered to stop working again and again. Although he used money to get rid of them, his reputation would definitely not be good if it got out. He was a businessman. Since the other party wanted to play a business war, Ron would accompany them. One night a week later, outside the Triparty manor, 2 people were waiting here. One of them had a bloody right hand, and the other signaled him to stay calm. Soon, the lights of a car came from a distance, and the 2 men stood up quickly. Karan Bey, the leader, came to the car window with his hands clasped together. What's going on? Karim in the back seat of the car asked. He's our man in Parsi Square, the tall Magab in the front seat explained. Karan Bey, I'm selling guns for you. This man bought a homemade pistol from me, and then, the man outside the car pointed behind him. Brother, as soon as I pulled the trigger, it exploded in my hand. The injured man's face was full of pain. So you bastard decided to come to my house, Karim said in a bad tone. No. Karan Bey, I didn't want to bother you, but he insisted on coming, the gun seller explained quickly. Did you try the gun before buying it? Karim asked. How much did you pay? 1,500 rupees, the injured man replied. Spending so little money, you thought you could buy an AK? This is a homemade pistol. The injured man lowered his head and said nothing. Magab, give him another gun. Karan tilted his head to the back. Soon, another loaded homemade pistol was handed to the injured man's intact left hand. Now, shoot again. Karan shook his head. The injured man trembled. This gun was exactly the same as the one that exploded before. Hurry up. Karan stared at him coldly. Brother, I'm right-handed, the injured man pleaded. That was in the past. You are left-handed now. From today on, you can only use your left hand to eat and wipe your butt. Karan stared at his bloody right hand and said. Brother, don't talk nonsense, hurry up, this is the king of Mirzapur. No one in the town dared to refuse him. The injured man could only raise his gun and point it at the sky. The gun seller next to him immediately hid aside in fear. Bang! Blood flowers burst out. The shooter screamed and fell to the ground. Both of his hands were gone. Karan in the car looked very unhappy. He waved outside. You, come here, brother. The person in charge of selling guns stepped forward. Take him to the hospital. Karan stuffed him with a few rupees. The man was taken away, and Karan's car continued to start. Puff. The severed finger was crushed under the wheel. Magobu, the probability of guns exploding has been increasing recently. We must solve this problem. This is not good for business. Let's go. Yes, sir. The next day, Karan brought people to the arms factory. There were still many people here, but it seemed a little quieter than last time. There were fewer hammers banging, and one machine tool was stopped. Many people sat on the ground with nothing to do. Fewer people bought guns recently, he asked the production supervisor Obi. Karen Bay, many customers said that the guns were not easy to use and would explode. They want to return them, and we can only return them. The guns used to explode, but it didn't affect the business. And we are now using equipment instead of manual labor. Do you have any explanation, Karen Bay? Exploding is one aspect, and the steel for making gun barrels is also hard to buy recently. Production supervisor Oba looked embarrassed. Karan turned to look at Magab. Where's Ram? Call him over. After bringing his son to visit the arms factory last time, Karan began to slowly let him take charge of some affairs in the factory. First, the purchase of raw materials, and then the sale of guns, and the whole process will be repeated. Dad, Ram came down from the office upstairs. He had just been smoking cannabis. Is there anything unusual in the factory recently? No, everything is normal, Ram sniffed and said in a relaxed tone. Everything is normal. Karan's face turned cold. Almost no one dares to use our guns. You say everything is normal. Dad, it's only 1,500 rupees. You can't sell AK to them. Karan was so angry that he wanted to hide him, but he held back in the end because of the outsiders. Where is the barrel? Uba said that it's hard to buy steel for trucks recently. I sent people to all the auto repair shops near Mirzapur, and they don't have steel suitable for making gun barrels. Ram looked innocent. What did the few companies that used to cooperate with us say? No, they said it was bought by someone. Who? Karan asked. The cement factory in the north. Those people said that the trucks in the factory are prone to break down, so they bought all the usable parts. So, Karan realized that there was something unusual here. They were causing trouble for the other party, and now their business encountered this kind of thing again. It was hard to say that it was a coincidence. Karen Bay, the tall Magubu stepped forward and made a gun shape with his hand, pointing it to the north. Yadav promised us not to interfere, on the premise that no guns would be used and the cement factory would not be destroyed. Karan shook his head. His original plan was to use various shady means to force the cement factory to stop production. As long as the time was delayed long enough, the Sir family would sooner or later be unable to bear it and go bankrupt. The other party invested hundreds of millions of rupees, most of which were bank loans. It won't take too long, just 2 months, for the bank to come to collect the debt. This was a plan he and Yadav had agreed on, and the bank also received Yadav's instructions. After the Sir cement factory was forcibly mortgaged, the Triparty family could easily take it into their pockets. As for the engineering orders that Yadav promised to the cement factory, it was just to stabilize her. The actual start date of the project will probably be delayed until next year, when the cement plant will have changed its owner and everything will be just right. In order to convince Yadav, Karan not only offered to take on the bank loan, but he also transferred some of the cement plant's shares to the other party. A 10% kickback of the project payment? Sir looked down on Yadav's appetite too much? But now it seems that the other party has noticed something. Are all the guns you mentioned last time ready? Karan asked. Ready, Majibu nodded. It's better to check them again and remove the ones that will explode. The insufficient parts. Dad, I'll go buy the steel for the barrel, Ram volunteered. Where to buy it? Changwudali, I know someone there, and Sir's arms can't reach that far. Karan turned his eyes away, and the tall Majibu nodded. Bring a few more people, the sooner the better. Don't worry, Dad, I'll go tomorrow, Ram agreed. To be honest, he missed the pair of sisters there. He hadn't been there for a long time. The women in red mansions were so submissive that they didn't interest him. Chapter 249 Ambush. Chandauli County is located in the easternmost part of Uttar Pradesh, adjacent to Bhagalpur in Bihar. The county has a population of about 1 million, no industry, and relies entirely on agriculture for development. It is one of the most backward counties in India. The people here are very poor, poorer than most areas in Uttar Pradesh. But the people here have developed the habit of smoking opium. Yes, not hemp, but black opium. This stuff is more addictive, and once you get addicted, you can basically not live without it. Ram drove a truck on the country road in Chandauli. Ragged farmers could be seen everywhere on both sides of the road, lying on the grass and puffing. Some people were so high that they danced on the spot, crying and laughing. Rambay, these guys can't live without our opium. The little follower Jacob laughed and laughed while lying by the car window. The life they live, if they don't do something exciting, they will go crazy. Ram shook his head proudly. The Tripathi family also has a business in Chandivali, not arms, but opium. The profit of this kind of thing is higher than that of a homemade pistol, so there is no reason for them to let it go. In the back of the truck driven by Ram, there is a pile of carpets. That is not an ordinary carpet, the carpet is just a cover. In the gap, there are long, flat strips of dark chocolate. People on the street don't say opium directly, but use dark chocolate as a substitute. Not to mention, from the color, that thing is indeed very similar to dark chocolate. When retailing, opium will be made into round pieces, big like a scones, small like a coin. The long strip sewn in the carpet is all wholesale goods. In addition to coming to Chandivali to collect truck parts, Ram also sold a batch of dark chocolate. It is true that this place is very poor, but the poorer the place, the better the sales of dark chocolate. The farmers lying on the roadside spent almost all their savings on buying dark chocolate. Bang! Suddenly, a gunshot exploded not far away. Ram and his friends were startled, thinking that someone was robbing the road. When they saw clearly, they found that it was a few people holding guns and walking into a house in the village. They walked unsteadily, as if they were hunting. A man knelt down with his hands clasped together, with a pleading look on his face. Bang! The man fell down. A child ran by. Bang! The small figure flew out. The old woman sat on a chair with a blank look in her eyes. Puff! A knife was stabbed in her chest. A half-grown boy rushed over from a distance, shouting, bang! Bang! The sound stopped abruptly, and everything was settled. The women were taken together separately, and the group took off their clothes and took turns to come forward. After they finished, they held their guns and there was a crackling sound. There was no one standing in the house anymore. From inside to outside, from young to old, there were more than a dozen people everywhere. Their guns seemed to come from our factory. The little follower Jacob found something interesting. Yar, it's our gun, the quality is totally fine. Ram shook his head disapprovingly. He didn't understand what his father Callan was so nervous about. Look, this group of people fired more than a dozen shots, and none of them exploded. The bullets are also fine, they all killed in one shot, another little follower commented. Many of them are original goods from the police. Of course there is no problem, but aren't they killing too many people? The police have a death quota every month, they know all these things. I heard that there is a driver here who killed his master in the city and escaped. It should be this family. Oh, that's damn right. When you are a servant in India, the first thing you do is to tell your master which village you are from, where you live, and how many people are in your family. After the master verifies the specific situation, he will believe in the loyalty of the servant. Why? Look at the dozen people who were killed just now. This is the reason. Once the servants defected, the master would kill the whole family without hesitation. If they don't do this, how can they consolidate the cornerstone of their rule? The driver who killed his master is challenging the entire Indian ruling system. No one, including his master, neighbors, and other villagers, would sympathize with him. Even the family itself would feel that the family had committed a grave sin. In most cases, no inhumane person would dare to betray his master. However, there would always be one or two outliers in a prison of 1 billion people. Today's extermination of a whole family is not something you can see often. Rambay, there seems to be a policeman ahead. The little follower Jacob suddenly pointed to the distance. Huh? Ram looked up and saw a police motorcycle parked in front of the dirt road. The policeman was holding a bamboo stick across the middle of the road, signaling Ram and his men to stop. Ram patted the back wall of the cab without looking back. You bastard, there are policemen. Get ready, this is Chandoli, not Mirzapur. The Tripathi family can't reach that far, and the local police can easily stop them. What's in the truck? The policeman wearing sunglasses stepped forward and knocked on the door with a bamboo stick. Carpet, sir, Ram smiled. Get out of the car and open it for me to see. The policeman tilted his head. He was originally here to keep watch. After the massacre was over, as a policeman, he would take a photo and write a report. The general content was that a lot of people died in a certain village, and the cause was unknown. After receiving bribes from others, the police knew how to write a report. However, there was a truck from another place on the road, which was a pleasant surprise. Usually, if the other party knew what was good for them, a bribe would be inevitable. Sir, it's just a carpet. Ram was very reluctant. I told you to open it and show it to me. The police pointed at him with a bamboo stick. Okay, Ram got out of the car. Coming to the back of the truck, the police knocked on the back with a bamboo stick, opened the door, The two minions in the car were desperately trying to stuff the problematic carpet into the back. Many policemen knew the smell of dark chocolate at a glance, so they had to hide them. Open the door. The police knocked on the door again. Ram, who was standing behind him, cleared his throat, then looked at his little follower Jacob, and the two of them reached behind their waists at the same time. Why is it taking so long? Open the door. The police knocked harder. There was a slight sound of bolts, and Ram had already raised his gun. Just as the police wanted to climb into the car, the back of the truck suddenly opened. Two minions squatted there, panting. Why did you take so long to open the door? The police asked. We fell asleep. Sir, the minions replied. Why are you sweating so much on your face? It's too hot on the car, sir. The police pushed the carpet with a bamboo stick. Why is it so hard? This is an old carpet. Ram, who had put away his gun, walked forward. Sir, I also recycle second-hand carpets. He handed over a few rupees calmly. It would be best if he didn't use a gun. Ram thought the police had heard something from him just now. He stuffed the rupees into his pocket and the police waved a bamboo stick. Let's go. Ram and his men got into the car, then quickly started the car and left. Asshole, if you had opened the door a little later, that guy would have died. Ram cursed behind him. Ram, by the way, there are more goods this time, so it took some time, the minions explained. Fortunately, he is a normal policeman who accepted bribes, otherwise we would have to go back home now. Before leaving, Ram had promised his father that he would complete this task beautifully. This was the first time he had completed the family business independently. If he did it well, Callan would give him more power in the future. Ram wanted to prove himself that he was a qualified heir and the future king of Mirzapur. The dark chocolate transaction went smoothly. The head of Chandwali was called Shabnam, and he and Callan had known each other since their early years. Shabnam originally wanted to invite Ram to his territory and treat him well. But Ram was thinking about a pair of sisters in the town in the north, so he did not stop and continued to drive north. When it was getting dark, they arrived at the town, which was very lively with people coming and going. Ram had been here several times, and he walked straight to the milk tea stall under a certain building. How are you, Tribhuvan? I'm fine, sir. Long time no see. The stall owner quickly bent down and touched his feet. So, Ram pointed upstairs. I went upstairs, sir. Don't you want a cup of milk tea? The stall owner asked tremblingly. I'll come down in 2 hours. Ram shook his head. The followers around him laughed loudly. It was just right for the sisters to spend an hour each. The stall owner tried to force a smile and brought a brown ceramic cup. This is freshly made buttermilk. Do you want to try it? Ram, his hands were shaking badly, and the smile on his face seemed a little stiff. But Ram, who was thinking about women, didn't notice this. He waved his hands eagerly and stepped onto the stairs. Give it to Jacob and the others. Suddenly, a woman wearing a sari and carrying a child stood up behind the stall owner. She had a gun in her hand and aimed it at Ram. Ram, the little follower Jacob rushed over. Bang! The gun aimed at the chest went off the target and Ram was shot in the arm. Ram's brothers reacted and pulled out their guns to fight back. The woman with the gun was almost immediately shot to death, and the child beside her was not spared. Bang! Bang! Two of Ram's minions who were fighting back were shot and fell to the ground. Jacob looked back and saw that there were women shooting at another stall behind them. Damn, they were all women. In order to reduce Ram's vigilance, the killers sent by this group were all women who looked harmless. Ram, who was lying on the stairs, raised his gun and pulled the trigger repeatedly, and quickly killed the woman behind Jacob. Ram, this is an ambush. Jacob bent down to avoid it. Son of a bitch. Who is it? Ram felt pain and couldn't even hold the gun in his hand. Run. This is not our territory. Jacob helped Ram up and prepared to return to the truck. They had just taken a few steps when two men with guns appeared across the street. And this group of killers took double insurance. In addition to women, there were also men. At the critical moment, Ram pulled Jacob over to block him. Bang! Bang! Blood burst out from Jacob's chest. Using him as a cover, Ram quickly fired back and killed one of the two men. Larambe! Jacob fell on the stairs, spitting blood from his mouth. Ram didn't even look at him and fled upstairs. His arm was injured, so he could only use the terrain to deal with the remaining killer. The remaining killer chased upstairs without hesitation. The order he received was to leave no one alive, and he could only succeed, not fail. The streets downstairs were littered with corpses, and the passers-by in the town had already run away. Suddenly, two figures stood out. One tall and one short. The tall one was in his 20s and had a tall figure. The short one was 18 or 19 years old and still had a childish look. Chapter 250, Additional Shot. Ram fled upstairs and knocked open a familiar door. A girl's cry came from inside. He covered the girl's mouth and pushed her against the wall. The door of the room closed and the room became quiet. Ram gasped and looked at the crack of the door, his chest rising and falling violently. There was another girl beside the bed, holding her head in fear. She sobbed softly and her eyes were full of pleading. "Shut up," Ram glared at her fiercely. The two sisters did not dare to resist, so they could only cover their mouths and shrug their shoulders slightly. The male gunman who ran upstairs looked around in the corridor, and finally his eyes stopped on a door. The bead curtain on it was swaying constantly. He pointed his gun at the wooden door and pulled the trigger. Bang! 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 There was the sound of glass breaking and the girl's screams in the room. As soon as the gunshot stopped, he immediately kicked the wooden door open. As a result, a girl was pushed out and bumped into the male gunman. He pushed away the figure in front of him and raised his gun. It was too late. Ram was already aiming at him in the door. Bang! The man was shot and fell to the ground. He fired a few shots randomly in his dying struggle. Ram groaned in pain, and then emptied the magazine without hesitation. He originally wanted to keep him alive and asked the mastermind behind the scenes. Unexpectedly, the gunman was so murderous that he fought back desperately. This was very unusual. Most of the gunmen in the gangs were cowards who were very stupid. It was okay to let them hide behind the bunker and shoot casually, but it was absolutely impossible to expect them to fight to the death. The Indian army did not have such quality, let alone these street thugs. None of the gunmen who ambushed Ram escaped, and all died in the battle. They were more like some kind of death warriors who would not give up until they achieved their goal. Ram paid the price for his hesitation, and his thigh was also shot. He wanted the girl to help him up, but he found that the other party had already fallen to the ground and died in the chaos. Bastard, Ram spat. He had to leave here quickly. Whether it was the local police or the local gangs, they were very dangerous to him now. Ram was about to stand up, but suddenly stopped. Two shadows appeared in front of his eyes. Without any hesitation, he immediately raised his gun. Bang! The gun went off, a little too early. The gun in Ram's hand fell down, and blood gushed out of his shoulder. The wound was very deep. "Who are you?" He faced the sunset and squinted. The man didn't speak, but raised his gun. "Brother Anil, let me do it." The tall figure paused, then slightly moved to the side. In the dazzling sunset, another slightly thin figure walked forward and squatted. Ram stared at him in a daze, only to feel that he looked familiar. He didn't know the other person's name, but they must have seen him somewhere. Muna picked up the gun on the ground, the gun that the gunman had left aside. Click, he pulled the bolt. Ram sneered. He didn't beg for mercy, just stared at that face. Muna raised the pistol and pointed it at his right eye. Country Mouse Ram finally remembered. He had seen this face before, this face that was as low as dust, a pariah face. "Brother, happy wedding." Bang! Ram's eyeball exploded, black blood flowed out, and covered half of his face hideously. Muna stood up and threw away the gun, and stood silently beside Anil. Anil glanced at him, then turned and left, and Muna followed. That night, the two returned to the manor near the cement factory to meet their orders. Ron and Rutten were waiting for them. "Have you dealt with everything? No one is alive?" Anil nodded. Ron turned his eyes to Muna again. He was distracted and seemed to have not recovered from the shot. Muna: "Yes, master, go back and have a good rest." "Thank you, master." Muna came over to touch feet. This time, going to Chandali was Muna's own strong request. He was very smart. From the words of Ron and Rutten, he deduced the next plan. So he took the initiative to stand up and asked Ron to send him to Chandali. He had never killed anyone, nor had he ever hurt anyone, but this time was an exception. His family, his only relative, his brother, fell in front of him. He could not forget it, and countless nightmares made the thought even stronger. It was because he knew what happened to him that Ron finally agreed to Muna's request. Of course, this matter would not be handed over to him alone. Anil was the main force. Ron knew that Tilaka at Sungladbar would never miss any possible opportunity. He would definitely send someone, not just to avenge his son. Ram was still the only heir of the Triparty family. Once he died, the king of Mirzapur would have no heir. A stable kingdom would become unstable internally. This was a good time for Tilaka to attack. He would bribe the men who worked for the Triparty family. Then he would turn the tables and go directly north to take Mirzapur. Revenge, expand territory, and settle more than 20 years of grievances, killing two birds with one stone. Even though he knew that the Sir family had no good intentions, Tilaka could not refuse such a temptation. He did send people there, and they had been waiting downstairs of the sisters for a few days. They had been waiting for Ram to show up, and then they would take action. But Sunil and Muna had gone earlier, and they had even seen how many people Tilaka had sent. The two had only one mission, to finish the shooting. Whose gun should they finish? It all depends on who survives in the end. It could be Triparty or Tilaka. In short, no one who had a gun at the scene would leave alive. Muna was lucky, and he waited for the opportunity to kill his enemy. An eye for an eye. After watching the two leave, Ron and Rutan both breathed a sigh of relief. Brother, do you really think Triparty and Tilaka will go to war? I wasn't sure before, but once Ram died, there was no possibility of reconciliation between them. The best heirs of each other died at the hands of the other, and it was already a situation of life and death. This kind of thing could not be concealed. In order to consolidate their rule, the Triparty family would definitely launch a bloody revenge. The only two counties in the east that have mineral resources, the gangsters in their jurisdictions are going to war, which is of course a good thing for the Sir family. With these tyrannical local snakes around, when will Ron's mining business be able to grow? He needs a stable east, at least Mirzapur and Songbidra don't need a second voice. Who do you think will win? Rutan was still thinking about the war. It doesn't matter who wins, Ron said calmly. Well, it's our turn to take action against the remaining one. Wow, brother, you are so cruel, Rutan laughed. I think this is at least a good thing for the residents of the two regions. Oh. You want to pay them wages again? Brother, you are just too kind. You will have to lead the team at that time. Ron patted him on the shoulder. Don't worry, I guarantee that no one will be left alive. If things go well, there will be no king of Mirzapur and no Tilaka at Songbidra in the future. As long as these two places are unified, the Sir family will be an important force in Uttar Pradesh. Karim received the call at around 8 o'clock that evening, not long after Anil and Muna returned to the manor. After hearing the news from Chandali, he hung up the phone silently without saying a word. Magobu, go to Chandali and bring Ram back. Yes, boss. Magobu withdrew. He heard it and knew that Mirzapur was about to usher in a bloody storm. There was a sound of a wheelchair rolling over the wooden floor from upstairs. Karim raised his head and his eyes trembled slightly. Baji, Ram was killed. The old man sitting in the wheelchair moved his lips but did not speak. He took off his glasses, rubbed them and put them back on. People are not afraid of us anymore. They need new fears to remember who is the overlord here. I know, Karim nodded. Magobu drove to Chandali overnight. When he arrived, Shabnam's people were surrounding nearby and guarding the scene. As the local snake in Chandali, he got the news before the police. Magab glanced at the bodies scattered all over the floor, and ran straight upstairs without stopping. Ram had been laid flat on the ground, covered with a piece of jute cloth. Magab squatted down and uncovered the cloth, his eyes paused slightly. This is the gun used by the killer, and the bullet matches the gunshot wound on Ram's body. Shabnam handed over a pistol, an imported one. Do you know who it is? Magab asked. Over there. Shabnam tilted his head to the side. The gunman was wearing a veil, which Magab tore off. When he saw it clearly, his breath stagnated. This face looked familiar to him. It was a long time ago. They had fought side by side and worked for the Triparty family. I will tell Kalandbhai to thank you for your help. Magab waved his hand and asked someone to take away the bodies, including the gunman. After Magab left, Shabnam also withdrew the personnel here. The police would come to clear the rest, and the gangsters would kill but not bury them. It was already dawn when he returned to the Triparty family's estate. The bodies of Ram and the gunman were placed in the hall. Karim sat in a chair and did not move. If I had known this would happen, I should not have let him go. Bauji sighed in his wheelchair. He regretted it. It was he who ordered Tilaka to go away 20 years ago. After all, he was his adopted son when he was a child. Considering the old relationship, he did not kill him. The good intentions of the past have led to the bitter fruit of today. For the first time, the old man who was a big shot 20 years ago had tears in his eyes. Magab, Karim stood up from his seat. Boss, gather all the people, distribute all the guns in the factory, and go to Songbadra tomorrow. Yes, Magid looked up at Bauji, then turned around and made arrangements. The Triparty Manor, which was entrenched in the town of Mirzapur, began to shake its body as if it was a giant beast that had just woken up. Figures came out of the manor one after another and dispersed in all directions. Soon, lights were turned on in other parts of the town amid the barking of wolfhounds. People were awakened by the fierce knocking on the door, and when they heard the dense footsteps on the street, they silently swallowed the curses that were about to blurt out. Experienced old people knew that this was the prelude to a big war. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.